Everyone, and welcome to Killarney if you are here today, and welcome to our IMUSAT live stream if you are watching from anywhere in the world. If you are just joining us, we are on the reconnaissance lap, the lap to the grid for the Formula Libres. My name is tonight. I've been joined for this here with Clubman, and in the commentary with us today as well we have Gary Fleming, we have Francois Butler, and but good morning, Jordan.
Good morning to you, Byron. I'm so excited to be back once again after the last couple of cancellations with other race events such as Rallycross and Short Circuit. We're finally back on main circuit, and I am excited, especially because the gods of the sky have blessed us this morning, and it's not downpouring like everyone thought it might be, but we can only cross our fingers that later in the day it only happens.
Yeah, we were actually fearing the worst, Jordan. Everybody was talking about what's a level 5 storm. But yeah, we are pleased to tell you that that is not the case at the present moment. A stiff breeze from northwest across the main straight as Hayden Elwood in his Formula Swift gets into position. And that's, of course, with no engine. That machine, he's been having a few problems over the last few races, but we have a field which is majority Formula V with the solitary Boyson Reynard, the only man in class, literally a class of his own. That was a 1:16.865 in qualifying yesterday. We'll have 4 races and then 3 qualifying sessions that will follow for other classes. But when we did Richard Carr, there'll be top shots there in the Formula V section. Joshua Smith, Nick van der Westhuizen, and Donovan de Ridder, Cyril Somerville, Ulrich Heysam, and Ricky Anderson, all in that section. Hayden Elwood, of course, is a Class C car. It is a Formula Ford along with those V's, and as I said, the Reynolds. But 44 getting into position is Ulrich Heysam in the Formula.
Yeah, I see, after watching qualifying yesterday, Richard Carr coming out of nowhere. Yeah, he wasn't in the last round, the last couple rounds, but he showed up and he's taken pole position in Formula V. So that is great stuff from him. He's followed there by Kelly Fletcher on the second row of the grid, and next to her, Joshua Smith, as they are about to get underway, and you hear the revs climb, the lights go out, and away we go. And it's wheel spin galore as we make our way down to turn 1, and it will be Richard Carr that leads the way, and DJ Boyson starts from the back of the field. He'll try and make his way to the front. Bit of a back to front challenge for him, but there as we exit turn 1, we watch them go down into Castrol Corner. And this is the first race of the day.
Yeah, there was quite a gap actually on the grid between the field and DJ Boyson. So he's going to challenge it. Somebody going wide around the outside of Castrol Corner. I can see Wynand de Ridder in that green machine that makes his way through. But like you said there, Jordan, it is Richard Carr that makes his way through turn 3 onto Tygerberg straight down. We'll open up for the first race today through the double apex right-hander that is Sarl Sweep as they all charge through then onto the back straight.
And they'll make their way down this longer stretch of our circuit at full tilt on this opening lap. And this is where you want to make sure that your brakes are nice and warm, your tires are warm enough. That's what the warm-up lap is for. You don't want to stay on the grid for too long because everything cools down. But they've got to take a little bit easy on this opening lap as they make their way around Fastron and onto the main straight once again to keep us one lap in the books. And crossing the line, Richard Carr will continue on with the lead, followed there by Kelly Fletcher and then Joshua Smith a little bit further behind.
Yeah, final sector, quickest of all by 0.2 of a second for Kelly Fletcher, and that is 1.2 seconds off of Richard Carr. Nick van der Westhuizen, that is in third position. They all make their way now through turn one once again. Watch out for those bright red machines there of Hudrich Huishamen, Donovan Ramsey in there as well, just ahead of that Hayden Swift as we turn now in Castrol corner. Joshua Smith in fourth position, Simon in number 44, and Boyson amongst the Formula V's there now, right of Ramsey.
Yeah, he's threading his way through now, trying to get back to the front of the field, and that won't take him very long in that Class S car. No Byron Mitchell out today in either class, so I'm assuming there's something wrong with that Dolphin Engineering car. But we'll watch as this group makes their way through Sarl sweeping onto the back straight, but the leaders go into
Turn
five. And it's very, very close, Byron, as they go through Fastron.
And there's a change of lead. Jordan Kelly Fletcher just before turn 5. They come out of turn 5 now, has taken the lead right away from Richard Carr. She was 1.2 seconds off the last lap, but not letting her go, Richard Carr, as they go down the straight now. We'll take a look at them across the line, and they charge up to turn 1, a fastest lap of a 1:28.343 for Kelly Fletcher, and 0.6 of a second between herself and Richard Carr, who hangs on for dear life.
And now, as we watch those leaders go through turn 1, as they go through turn 1, we see DJ Boyson threading in a little bit of the meat and the sandwich at the moment between Joshua Smith and Nick van der Westhuizen. They are battling it out for P3 at the moment as they make their way down the Joubert Straight and into Castrol Corner.
Castrol Joshua Smith. Jay Boyson, remember the man who started way back at the back of the grid, a big gap between himself and the Formula V's. He's making easy work there in that Wings and Slicks Reynard as they make his way through turn 3 now behind Joshua Smith. You'll see Nick van der Westhuizen in there as well, and then a slight gap through turn 3 now you'll see Hayden Elwood, the only Class C runner.
But now we watch into turn 5. Here come the leaders, and it's going to be side by side. And there goes Kelly Fletcher deep on the inside, but will she hold it out? She gets in front of Richard Carr, and she'll hold it through Pertamina Fastron and down onto the main straight once again to complete lap 2.
Yeah, it was 0.2 in the last sector not too long ago. It was 0.6 across the line. In the slipstream is Nick Carr, and Richard Carr will make a go. And Richard Carr will take the lead right back. Here's the Joshua Smith battle coming across the line now. Nick van der Westhuizen just off him there as well. That's, if I look at it, I'm not actually looking at the exact time, over 0.8 of a second as they're going to turn 1.
So there, Nick van der Westhuizen's hot on the heels of Joshua Smith. And he'll wait for the right moment. If they're going to keep battling, they'll slow each other down. But you watch now, just a little bit further behind them is Hayden Elwood in that Class C car. But we watch them go into Castrol Corner, and Van der Westhuizen takes that position back, now sitting at third.
Very sleek. There goes DJ Boyson. Here's our lead battle at the moment now. It was Kelly Fletcher the previous lap that led. It's Richard Carr once again. They are trading lap times, you could say. The last lap, though, you could see it was about 6/7 of a second that Kelly Fletcher lost on that lap. So a bad lap for her. Down the back straight, they'll then run until Pertamina Fastron. I don't think she's close enough yet into turn 5 over there to launch any sort of a move, perhaps towards turn 1, Jordan.
But let's see if this moving chicane between first and second place will show us through DJ Boyson. But we look back to this battle for third place, and around the outside Joshua Smith will go. Will he hold it out? We'll see. Sorry, that's Nick van der Westhuizen, and he spins it and almost collecting Joshua Smith there, but he misses out. But we'll look into one, Byron. and Kelly Fletcher up the inside of Richard Carr, but here comes DJ Boyson to split the two.
DJ Boyson, a 1:21.644, the fastest lap all over here compared to 1:26s for Richard Carr and Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher leads into Castrol at the present moment. There is DJ Boyson right behind them. And then Joshua Smith a little while back, 17.4 seconds to be exact, as they make their way through the kink and towards turn 3. 6 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on.
It looks almost like DJ Boyson just wants to take a seat in the house and have a watch as they make their way down into Sorrel Sweep. And it's still Kelly Fletcher, followed there by Richard Carr. And they'll go nose to tail down the back straight. But here comes DJ Boyson, and he will power past them. This is the perfect opportunity to not mess either of their races up. And a little bit of drama almost, as Richard Carr moves out of the way to try and go side by side. But DJ Boyson was there. But this is going to be another lap down and complete. But we'll see what the run to turn 1 is.
Yeah, we'll show the run to turn 1. He'll sprint away, DJ Boyson, from the rest of them. He's taking his rightful place in the lead, the man in a class of his own, Class S. Now, Kelly Fletcher is going to be looking in her mirrors now towards turn 1. We go into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. That is Joshua Smith, and right with him over there is the Swift of Hayden Elwoods. Hayden Elwoods closed up the gap. Did Nick van der Westhuizen get going again there? He did. He's going down the back straight right now.
He managed to get it up and running. That was a bit of a dangerous spot to be spinning in, but he got it back underway, and there he is. You can see him just with Udrik Haysalmon behind him. And they'll come to the line. Haysalmon, I'm sure, will want to try and battle Van der Westhuizen at the moment, but we jump back to the leaders, and there goes DJ Boyson, followed there by our front class V runners. And Kelly Fletcher still ahead of Richard Carr, but it looks like Richard has the better run out of Interceptor and into Sorrel Sweep.
A drive is putting in here, Jordan. They go for now. He's tucking himself right to the gear of that car ahead of him. They'll go side by side down the straight now. DJ Boyson will have the nice gap between himself and the but into turn 4. And I know that Richard Carr will emerge in the lead of this race and cross the line with 4 laps left to go.
But will this be the chance for Kelly Fletcher now to sit in the draft, which I think she will? But is it enough to go side by side across the line to start another lap? And it's looking like it, almost side to side, wheel to wheel, as they make their way into turn 1. But Kelly Fletcher's going to have the inside line, which is the better line for this corner. And she'll hold it out very wide, goes Richard Carr, and that'll slow him down a considerable amount as they get onto the Joubert Straight with Kelly Fletcher in front.
Not as much as we thought, probably, Jordan. He actually kept it nice on the latter part of the corner. Yeah, they come now into Castrol. He's on the gearbox there of as way through turn 1, and following him is Joshua Smith, who's lost that position to the Swift, and now Hayden Elwoods up to 4th position.
But luckily that'll be enough for Joshua Smith. If he can just hold it out and stay comfortable and not have any nerves for the rest of the race, that'll net him a P3 in class. So he just needs to sit comfortable and enjoy the ride as we watch to turn 5. There goes DJ Boyson, but we wait for this battle between Kelly Fletcher and Richard Carr, who will come out victorious this lap round. And Kelly Fletcher looks to be on the inside, and I think she'll stick her nose ahead, and she does. And Richard Carr following very closely behind. Now, a lap later, Richard Carr has that following position.
And we'll see. Fight of curb there as well. And sorry, he's going to the straight now towards, as we have 3 laps left to go. Sorry to jump in, but he goes on the side as Richard Carr takes the lead away. Somerville in the out of the race, which leads now only 9 runners left of the 10 or 11 that was.
And now we'll watch as they go into Castrol Corner, and a little bit wider again for Richard Carr, but maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants to sort of move out of the way, get a little bit of a better exit, and then follow Kelly Fletcher through turn 3. And look, it's getting very close here. They're going to go nose to tail through Interceptor Corner. and down into Sorrel Sweep once again. Then it's going to be the long back straight to see who has the better top end speed for turn 5.
Yeah, so the top 3, of course, DJ Boyson leads away. That battle for the Formula V lead is the one to watch at the present moment. Down the straight as we go. In the slipstream goes a bit defensive. On the straight there does Kelly Fletcher, but maintains and or retakes the racing line. And now into turn 5 will then run, and it will be Richard Carr once again edging his nose into the lead. They are quite up the road from Hayden Elwood. Joshua Smith in 5th. Nick van der West, Donovan Ramsey in 7th. 8th, Ulrich Salmon, Wynand de Ridder, the classified runners at the present moment.
But now we'll watch coming into turn 5. We see there Hayden Elwood in that Swift in a little bit of a race of his own at the moment. No other Class C cars out, unfortunately. Damian White should have been here, but I think after last round he had a little bit of an issue and he called it quits for getting the car ready. But there he makes his way 4th place overall, first in class as he comes across the line to start another lap. And there's Joshua Smith, Byron.
Yeah, Joshua Smith on the main straight now, and he's about 13 odd seconds, if not more now, up the road from Nick van der Westhuizen, who comes out of turn 5 right now and has a considerable 6.2 second advantage over Donovan Ramsey, Ulrich Salmon and Wynand de Ridder, all knocking it off. Oh, he's not very having a happy time in that car, is Nick van der Westhuizen.
And with coming up at the end of this lap, almost a lap to go, DJ Boyson will see come into the picture, and there he is making his way past the scrutineering building. This will be his penultimate lap, sorry. He'll complete this and he'll do one more round the circuit, and we'll stay on him as he makes his way across the line. But now we look into turn 5 as we watch this battle once again. Who we see there? Oh, sorry, Brian. We see there Kelly Fletcher, followed there by Richard Carr.
Oh,
and Kelly Fletcher's
she's slowing.
Something doesn't look right.
And Richard Carr is not rocketing past her at the present moment. They are side by side each other. She looked like she was slowing for a brief moment there, Jordan. Fletcher maintains the lead, maintains second overall, and that third position.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange coming onto the main straight. Maybe the live stream glitched a little bit and it slowed everything down, but they were definitely going fast out of the booth. But we'll watch them go through Castrol Corner, and Kelly Fletcher has a little bit of a higher, a little bit of a bigger gap, sorry, as they make their way through Castrol and through the kink.
All right, so DJ Boyson, the man who started way back on the grid, but of course has the wings, has the slicks, has the power of that 2-litre VW engine, and he will take first blood for the day in the Reynard with the victory, not only in Class S but overall as well. Here he goes across the line now with the fastest lap, a 1:21.405, as down the back straight, Jordan, comes our little battle for the V's.
And here they come. We'll see there's a bit of a back marker sitting there. A little bit of a back marker, but they swiftly move out of the way. And we'll watch now as they get on the power once again. Richard Carr's in the prime position to get a little bit of slipstream. Kelly Fletcher will move out of the way to break that toe, and I think it'll just be enough to get it to the line ahead of Richard Carr to take first place in Class V, ahead of Richard Carr. But now we have to wait for Hayden Elwood.
Yeah, de Ridder was that green Formula V Lantis that finished 9th position, a lap down. Ulrich Salmon in his 44 red V Lantis finished in 8th, a lap down. So we still have Hayden Elwood now that will be coming down the straight in that 7-up liveried Formula Swift, 1992 Formula. Then we have Joshua Smith, 5th position off the line, and that is actually 3rd in the class. Nick van der Westhuizen, despite a spin earlier on, is still looking to clinch the 4th place in class and 6th place overall. Comes across the line right now. Been bouncing around in the car quite a bit, moving side to side. Rounding the lead lap in 7th position.
Now we'll just wait and see for the rest of the grid as Donovan Ramsey does cross the line now. Then we wait for Ulrich Salmon. Actually, no, I lie. They've crossed the line already. That is the end of the race. Everyone has crossed the line. But that was pretty brilliant from our front two Class V cars. A little bit upsetting for Nick van der Westhuizen, but brilliant stuff.
Yeah, fastest lap in the end, of course, for DJ Boyson, a 1:21.405. But Jordan, it was very fascinating to watch that Formula V battle between Fletcher and Carr. The different racing lines, each using, I think Kelly was compromising the latter part, the exit of the corner, and that's what allowed Richard Carr, who was compromising the entrance, to close up just a little bit and keep the battle alive until about the penultimate lap of the race, when just unexpectedly Kelly went very wide in the end over across the curb in Pertamina Fastron, and then just it looked like all the zest and all the oomph came out of it, just went out of it for that last lap.
But I think it was just enough. It was just enough for her, and unluckily actually for Richard Carr, it unfortunately just wasn't enough on that last lap. But great racing nonetheless, and I can't wait for race 2 a little bit later on.
Right, good morning folks, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway for race number 2, which is the Battek Super Twin Cup 650, the Super Sport 300s. It's race number 1. We've got a lovely field out there. We've got the Paul Mandel, and Paul Mandel, as we know from racing many years here at Killarney, is out on a 650, followed there by Jamie Hall, the man down from Neisner. Local lad Lance Jonas is there. Adrian Solomon's out there on the 400 Kawasaki. Then we've got Andre Symes, Max Bunton, son of Clint Munton, is out there as well. Shannon Thompson and Abdul Esak, followed there by Abigail Bosson, Raymond Alexander, Almay Mostert, Mitch Robertson, Ethan Diener, a man down from Port Elizabeth. He's the Eastern Cape rider. Then we've got Peter Hill out there. He's probably the oldest man in the field. Peter going on for about 66 years of age, having fun. Ashton Heidemann, also down from the Eastern Cape. Mario Ferreira, and our great MotoGP rider, Mr. Nigel Everts, out on his bike. He's on a borrowed bike, and he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I just want to say a very big welcome to Francois Butler on the mic, joined with me now. We'll be doing the bike races today, and it's good to see bikes back. What can I say?
Yeah, you know, Jordan, they're very lucky that the weather has held out. And we look to our telltale sign, Bloberg Hill. It's still very open. So it's overcast, it's cold. There's but about a 15-knot northwester blowing here at the moment. It's cold and it's windy. Now, the wind for the bikers, when they go into the corners, you've got to adjust your lean angle. Otherwise, you could possibly get blown over. Now, so it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. I've been out there when the wind blows on a motorcycle, and yeah, that's what it does. You've got to adjust. So I don't think we can expect very good times coming out of the bikes, but I think the racing is going to be quite frenetic, if you ask me.
And with a fairly large grid, I mean, I'm sure we're going to get some action out of it. And as you said, we've got some guys from further up north, that of Ashton Heidemann and Ethan Diener. They down here they're doing a bit of a coastal series, I see.
Yeah, they're from Port Elizabeth. So the guys, PE guys, Jamie Hall also runs down in PE. So yeah, they will a lot of Port Elizabeth representation. Yeah, well, as I say, Jamie Hall's from Neisner, and a big shout out to his family down in Neisner. I know they'll be watching. He tells me they're all watching. So welcome to the transmission here, and we'll have to look see. So they're standing on the grid. There's a couple of guys still lining up, and you have a beautiful picture there on screen from the rear of the grid as the bikes find their final positions. It's going to be a 9-lap race, not 10 laps, because we're trying to shorten the races because of the inclement weather, which is supposed to arrive here this afternoon. So they're all on the grid, and we're about to get going.
But now we just wait for these lights, all of them on the grid.
There's another bike coming out of the pits.
There's still a bike coming down the main straight. I don't know if that's Nigel Everts there at the back of the grid.
Yeah, that, like I said, the indomitable Nigel Everts, our very own MotoGP rider.
He's a little bit late to the MotoGP grid, but here he is. They sound the whistle, which means it's ready to go. And we'll see the lights go on. And we'll just wait one moment as they rev up those Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. No lights on just yet. This might be a quick start for all of them. 5-second board up. The lights are on. The lights are out, and away they go. Lots of launching off the line, and I believe it is Jamie Hall that gets the whole shot into turn 1. And we'll see if all of them clear as they make their way through Holshoek.
Well, it looks like Jamie Hall got the whole shot there on Paul Medell. Paul Medell sitting right there with him. Lance Jonas hooked up in 3rd. And Adrian Solomon on the little 400 sits up there in P4. Now Medell up on the inside of Jamie Hall. Paul Medell has got oodles of experience coming out of Castrol Corner. Takes the lead. And a man that's, I reckon, close to 60 years of age as well, Paul Medell. I tend to forget we're all the same age. So going down there and coming out of turn number 3, make their way up the Tigerberg straight towards Sarl Sweep. And Medell trying to get away from Jamie Hall, but Jamie Hall's not going to let him go. He's going to try and hang on to him, maybe get a bit of a draft now with the wind in their back. They'll be hunting, but have a look at Medell crack on the pace as he pulls away there. Medell there, Jamie Hall, Lance Jonas, Adrian Solomon. It looks like Max Bunton up there in P5 as they career down into turn number 5. A real crack. Like we said, Jordan, it's going to be a crackerjack race, and it's from the get-go they are there.
And I'll be watching the 300s this time around, and we saw Adrian Solomon almost up on the back end of Lance Jonas and Jamie Hall. That 400's got so much power, even though it's in a smaller class, you'd say, as they make their way across the line now. And there's Max Munton on that KTM as they rocket down into Holshoek once again. But Paul Medell will hold out, and I'm pretty sure Jamie Hall and Lance Jonas are going to be a bit antsy to try and catch back up.
Well, having a look there now, it's still Paul Medell leading out, and having a look at Jamie Hall and Lance Jonas, creeping a bit closer. A great shot there from the 400 of Adrian Solomon in P4. Max Bunton's in there as well. Then we've got Abdul Esak. He's on the Suzuki SV650. He's in there, followed by Andre Symes, and Shannon Thompson is in there as well. Nice to see. And these are guys back in the day that were Breakfast Club riders, and here they're now in this class. I must say that the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport 300 class is a very exciting class and very economically friendly in terms of racing. It's not a big layout in terms of the motorcycles and the tyres, etc. The Battek tyres, I've had mixed emotions coming out of that one, but it seems like the guys are getting used to the tyre. It's a new tyre. It's got a different form of grip. It almost reminds me of the old Pirelli Phantoms where you feel the bike's going to leave you and then it bites. And this is the feedback I'm getting back from the riders.
Yeah, but it's going to be constant feedback for the rest of the season, especially in inclement weather conditions. But look at Adrian Solomon sitting on the tail end there of Lance Jonas on that MT-07. Well, watch. This is the prime position for Adrian Solomon sitting in the draft. They'll make their way into turn 1 once again, but Adrian Solomon leading that 300 class as they come into Holshoek once again, and will followed there by Abdul Isak and Max Munton, the second rider of the 300s class, and with that little group of 3, Andre Symes.
Munton being a bit of a beat in the sandwich, but going to Castrol corner, Paul Medal leading out from Jamie Hall, but have a look at Adrian Solomon up there on the back of Lance Jonas. Adrian is hanging in, and Lance, I think, thinks it's a 650, not knowing it's a little 400 quacker screaming right up his back door there. So he's going to have to watch his P's and Q's now as they come out of Interceptor corner, make their way now up the Tigerberg straightaway up towards Sorrel Sweep. And have a look there. Now coming up behind them now is Isak, Munton and Andre Symes. And I think Symes is still not past Munton. So Max Munton still holding out there on Andre Symes. Now with the Shannon Thompson, Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robinson, Abby Bosson, Alma Mostert and Ethan Dino all working their way through as we make our way down towards turn number 5, Pertamina fast strong corner. And having a look there, it's still Paul Medal leading out, but this looks like Jamie Hall is creeping a little bit closer. So Paul had that magnificent lead. Jamie Hall not letting him go. Jamie on the 650 coming up the main straight here under the Castrol Bridge. And Lime Property Management make their way down towards turn number 1. But down in 5, there's still Max Bunton and Solomon Isak and Symes all embroiled in that little scuffle now as they make their way up the main straight.
And we'll watch this little gaggle. Shandon Thompson in there, Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robertson, Abigail Bosson and Almi Mostert coming under the bridge and across the line once again to start another lap. That's a big gaggle going into 1 at the moment, and it's led out there by Shandon Thompson as they make their way through a little bit wide, and on the tail end is Raymond Alexander. He's going to try and creep past if he can. He'll try and go around the outside, and he does. And then he'll stick it in and on the knee into Castrol corner, and here comes Abigail Bosson just behind Shandon Thompson there as they make their way out of Castrol corner and through the kink and into Interceptor corner.
Yeah, nice nice to have a couple of ladies there going down into Interceptor corner there. Raymond Alexander leading out there, Abby Bosson trying to get in, but we go down to turn number 5 where the leaders are, and Paul Medal hooking it into turn 5 there. Jamie Hall trying to hang in there with him. And there's about less than half a second. There's about 600ths of a second between them now as they exit Pertamina fast strong corner, come up towards the City of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge here up towards us. Medal still leads out. And Jamie Hall with Lance Jonas and still Adrian Solomon. Then we have a look. There comes Abdul Esak. He's leading out there on Andre Symes. Symes trying to creep a bit closer. They're pulling away from Max Bunton. But Bunton only on a 400.
Yeah, you got to give the kid a little bit of slack because of the different classes. We see Adrian Solomon fighting up there with Lance Jonas, but that's a different kind of machine that is as we watch this gaggle come to the line once again, led out there by Shandon Thompson, ahead of Raymond Alexander, Almi Mostert, Abigail Boston and Mitch Robinson dropped 2 places in their 300 class. Obviously, we got the 650s coming through there between them. And Shandon Thompson getting swarmed by Raymond Alexander this time around. Raymond will try and go around that corner, around the outside once again, but he doesn't manage it as they make their way into Castrol corner. He'll dive and try and take the outside line through 5. Will he stick it in front of Shandon Thompson? And he does, and he'll hold it out as here comes Abigail Boston as well on the inside to try and take that position from Raymond Alexander. But the gaggle keeps chopping and changing as they make their way into Interceptor corner. And look at that, they all in one good line at the moment, but by the end of this lap and into 5, I'm sure they'll be diving on each other once again.
Well, you have a look on screen there at the moment. Raymond Alexander looked like Abigail Boston slipped up on the inside there, and she's going to get a draft down Raymond as they go down the back. Raymond Alexander and Abigail Boston sitting there, and going down into turn number 1 is the leaders, and it's the coming through the Andre Symes and Shannon Thompson work their way through. So go down back into coming out of turn number 5, and I think it could be Abigail Bosson that's got the up on Raymond Alexander. We must have a look. See, it's the 51 machine. Abby Bosson has got Raymond Alexander, but Raymond's going to take he's a late breaker going down into turn number 1. Raymond up on the inside. Abby wants to come back at him, but this is Raymond's strong suit here because he's a short circuit rider, and this is part of the short circuit. And Abby's also a short circuit rider, so they will start carving each other up coming into Castrol corner.
And this is a good battle out the front as they make their way into Castrol corner. But we watch them go through Castrol and Abigail Bosson leading out that little gaggle at the moment. It's the perfect opportunity for her to pull ahead as much as she can, even if she has to just sit with Raymond Alexander. But we watch now as they make their way through Interceptor Corner. And we see them go through Interceptor, and it's almost 2 by 2. Noah and the Ark as they go through, but now we look to one. And
okay,
here come
so
the leaders.
We got Paul Medell there, been followed by Jamie Hall. There, Jamie Hall coming through. And there's a bit of a squabble there. Going through there is Lance Jonas. And is there still Adrian Solomon following him there as he goes through? Right, we're having a look-see to what's coming through now. It'll probably be Abdul Esak ahead of Andre Symes. And Max Bunton will come through as well.
Yeah, so that little gaggle spread up between Abdul Isak, Andre Symes, and Max Munton. But we see, look at the gap now that Abigail Bosson's led ahead of Raymond Alexander. Raymond Alexander not up to pace, so maybe he had an issue in turn 5. But there we see Raymond Alexander fighting once again with Shandon Thompson. Almi Mostert ahead of Mitch Robinson and Ethan Diener there as they make their way through Holes Hook. But Abigail Bosson pulling away. This is the perfect opportunity for her, like I said. But now we jump to the leaders going into 5 once again, Francois.
Yeah, what is noticeable is Abby, I think, is riding the Yamaha, if I'm not mistaken, the 300 Yamaha. And I think that Raymond Alexander, if I'm not mistaken, is on the Ninja 400. So the Yamaha and Abby are the perfect match in this suit. Coming through here now into a screen out of 5 there is Jonas and Solomon with Esak following. So they go towards down the line. Paul Medell still leading out. Jamie Hall hanging on to second place. And here comes Lance Jonas ahead of Adrian Solomon. And that's a 650 versus a 400. And it's really a titanic struggle. And I got to say, young Bones, as we call him, Adrian Solomon, putting in a magic display sitting there with Lance.
Yeah, I think it's better for him to just sit there and draft. But we watch now into 5 once again. Look at this little battle. Abigail Bosson sitting there with, that is Raymond Alexander once again battling it out as they exit the corner and lead down. Oh, sorry, no, I lie. There's Abby ahead, pulling away. There's Raymond Alexander, and that will be Ethan Diener coming from the back of that little squabble. He makes his way to the front there between himself and Raymond Alexander. And here comes Almi Mostert as well, trying to cut in between the two. Using all that girl power to try and get ahead of these boys. But look, there's Abby once again. Look at the gap that she's leading out at the moment. It's about it's about 2 seconds adrift between them.
Well, you know, I reckon that Abby might have been held up because the way she's pulling, she's a lot quicker. Looking at her lap times, she's really going up there now. She's almost, 2 seconds quicker than the pack behind her. So she's pulling away quite considerably. Going into the lead there now is Paul Medell into turn 1 on screen. Followed here by Jamie Hall. Then a bit further back there's a bit of a slow marker. I think that could be Petty Hill, I'm not sure. Is Lance Jonas and Adrian Solomon. But yeah, I thought Adrian will be quicker here through Castrol Corner, but unfortunately not. But now he looks up on the inside of Petty Hill. Adrian trying to pull a move there and slides right up behind Lance going into 2. There you see how close they are as they get past Petty Hill running a bit wide there. But look at Solomon. He's on the back there of Lance Jonas. Lance is a wily old character. He will make the bike as wide as possible.
Yeah, but Adrian Solomon is not going to give up on that 400. And they'll go in through Interceptor. But here we see Abigail Bosson come through on her own at the moment. Sitting a good 6 seconds ahead of Shandon Thompson, who's now the lead of that little battle. Followed there by Almi Mostert. Raymond Alexander fighting there with Ethan Diener as they go into Holes Hook. But we'll watch now as they exit onto the Joubert Straight. We watch for the leader to come through.
The leader, Paul Medell, making his way to the flag. He crosses the line. There's a slow marker coming through. We wait here for Jamie Hall. Now, what is Adrian Solomon going to do? Can he, Lance Jonas, hold him off? No, Solomon not close enough to drop, but Brilliant ride. First in the 400 class and sticking there with the 650. Lance now looks over his shoulder and sees, but it's Adrian. He's saying, wow, what a ride. Okay, so we wait now for the group there of Abdul Esak. Esak over the line there. Now, Andre Symes will be there behind him. Symes crosses the line. Here comes Max Munton. Munton over the line. Now we're going to look for Abby Bosson. Abigail did a sterling job. I think if she wasn't held up in those first 4 laps, she would have been a lot higher up. Nigel Everts, he's a lap down. He crosses the line. Abby now coming out of, should be coming out of turn 5. There she comes, out of turn 5, up towards us. A great ride by the young lady. Abby doing a sterling job, and she's a little bit of a veteran already. Only, it's like 80 years old, but she's a veteran already. Been racing for very long. Raymond Alexander is now going to be fighting here, and he's getting taken here by Shannon Thompson. Shannon over the line, Raymond, Almi Mostert, and Mitch Robertson, Ethan Dinner, and I don't see Ashton Heidemann. Oh, is he still coming out of turn 5? Ashton a little bit further back.
Now it was good racing between both classes, and especially for Adrian Solomon. I'm really impressed to see that 400 fighting on the back of Lance Jonas. But here comes Ashton Heidemann crossing the line on that brightly colored number 72. That KTM RC390, he'll cross the line. But Paul Medell with a 125.581 on lap 5. He was just pursuing that lead, and he held it and kept it the whole way through. What a brilliant race that was.
All right, so we have the Caltron Formula Supercars up next. You'll see them out on the circuit now. The wind has picked up a little bit. You can see it's a little, you can say maybe a bit darker to a degree. I don't know. Maybe it's my eyes deceiving me. Still fine out there. So northwesterly wind, as I was saying earlier on. Not a weatherman, well, not a weatherman, but oh well. It's okay to talk about it because I'm Cape Townian. But Frankie, yeah, we were going to have the fine cars join them, but I have heard through the grapevine that we're not going to have any fine cars today. They've all decided to withdraw. It looked like a healthy field of cars, but I think they wanted to play it safe today.
Yes, hello everybody. Frankie Ennis, Mike's side, and first time on the mic for today, and I'll be joining Byron, for the Keltron Formula Supercars, race number 1, over 8 laps. The cars are out on the track, and there is a very interesting name out on the circuit today, and that is Mr. Sean Cope, who is an oval track driver of note, and he is also involved with the supercars from the engineering side, if I can call it that. He helps sort out the motor cars, and nice to see him out there in a supercar. Not a man that normally races a rear-wheel drive. He's used to front-wheel drive with his Golf. But yes, we'll see what Shawnee can do out there today.
It's good. One of the busiest men in oval racing here in Cape Town. Frankie, with the flags always, Sean Cope, and I echo your sentiment. It's lovely to see Sean out there. We have about 8 of them going to be joining us. Yassine Darman, Andre Rowe, Craig Hume, Shane Boscombe, and Carl Halleck as well, who also every so often rides a motorcycle.
Well, Sean Cope's name does appear on the list together with Yassine Darman, but the 2 of them are not out there on track. Only 6 cars are out there on circuit, maybe 7 if Darman does pitch up. But yeah, the guys that are out there is the number 19 car of Ernest Page, the number 39 of Andrew Moffat, the number 31 of Carl Halleck, the 18 of Sean Boscombe, and then the 21 of Craig Hume. And then we should have the 74 car out there of Andre Rowe, who is relatively new to this class. It's the first time that I see that name, Andre Rowe. And hopefully we will have Yassine Darman out there. He does show as the 7th car on the list. A big thanks to Lime Property Management, the main sponsor for the 2024 Power Series. A big thanks to them. And then, of course, to Keltron Electrical Engineering. They are the sponsor for this class. And then a big thanks to Smile 90.4 FM, playing more 80s than anyone else in Cape Town.
If you are new to watching events at Killarney, whether you're here or online, this is, of course, a 2-litre 8-valve engined formula, rear-wheel drive, fiberglass bodied, all based on the Opel Astra. Has been around for many a year now as well. We're talking about probably over 20 odd years, Frankie.
Yes, this formula started back in 1997. That was when they started here, and that same year that they started, a couple of months into that year, as we watched them roll out of Turn 5 Fostron, they did a trip to Port Elizabeth, to Scribanti, and the late Mr. Brian Peake and myself went up to Aldo Scribanti to do the commentary on them. But that was way, way, way back in the day when they were still sponsored by Gearmax. That shows you how long time ago it is. Okay, Byron, they head to the line. Lap 1 of 8, and the lights are on, and away they go.
Away we go, up towards Holshoek, turn 1, an 8-lap race it will be, and there are 7 of them out there. Ernest Page will be challenged on the outside by Andrew Moffat, but they still go side by side through the turn, out of Holshoek onto the Joubert Straight, and it looks like Ernest Page has solidified his lead for now, Frankie, into Castrol Corner. Carl Halleck will be in 3rd position at the moment. Buscombe right behind as they make their way through Castrol for the first time.
Yeah, that's one of the Lime Property Management cars that sit there in a P4 as we watch them work their way through the kink towards Interceptor Corner. And it is now Moffat that's got his nose ahead. Oh, and Halleck has got his nose ahead there of Ernest Page. Page has gone down to P3 as they work their way out of turn 3 Interceptor Corner and race up the hill towards turn 4 Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander.
All close together as they are now. Down the back straight we will then run. It is that bright red machine of Andrew Moffat that leads Carl Halleck from the white machine of Ernest Page, the man who started on pole position, down towards Pertamina Fastron, turn 5. They will make their way. Look at how they're leaving the likes of Buscombe, Craig Hume, Andre Andre Rowe all behind there, as 6 of them made it out there, looks like it, Frankie. No Yassine Darman, and unfortunately no Sean Cope.
Yeah, it's a pity we haven't got Darman and Cope there through turn 5A, as they call it. Down the home straight they go into turn number 1. It is Moffat from Halleck, from Page, from Boscombe, as they work their way into turn number 1. Then it's Craig Hume and Andre Rowe, as they all work their way through turn 1 and head now up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2 Castrol.
Let's see now, a little bit of an advantage being eked out there by Andrew Moffat on the Joubert Straight. Watch him under braking though, and looking like closing up from that 3rd place. On 2nd is Ernest Page for now. A bit of a tighter line for Ernest Page out of turn 2, leaving the door slightly open there, Carl Halleck, as they make their way through the kink towards turn 3, Frankie.
Yeah, here comes the line property management car of Boscombe. He sits there in P4 as you watch the leaders work their way through 3. Through Interceptor they go up the hill, and I must tell you this for nothing, that Page is right on the case of Halleck as they work their way into Sidle Sweep, and Moffat beginning to get away from the 2 of them. A little bit of a slide there by Halleck as they work their way down the back straight towards turn 5 Pertamina Fostron.
In the slipstream of Carl Halleck is Ernest Page to challenge for 2nd position into turn 5. They will then run, but planted on that racing line is Carl Halleck. He's going to have to force a diving action there from Ernest Page.
Page had a look up on the inside of Halleck as they make their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron through turn 5A. That's what the marshals call it. That's the kink. Then they work their way across the line. Who's going to be the quickest man out there? One of them, it's Moffat. No, now it's Page. A 1:28.060 by Ernest Page as the 3 of them work their way through turn 1 through Holeshoek.
Yeah, trading sector times there, Frankie, as they go through turn 1 now. And not getting away from them is Andrew Moffat, a 1:28.4 compared to the 1:28.4 as well of Carl Halleck, a 1:28.0 of Ernest Page.
And that fight is still raging on here. Here comes Boscombe, making his way now towards a turn 2. Behind him is Craig Hume. Right on the case of Hume is a 74 car of Andre Rowe as the leaders are working their way through Interceptor corner. Moffat is beginning to now really get away from Halleck, because Halleck has now gone into defense mode as they work their way up the hill towards Sidle Sweep to try and keep Ernest Page behind him.
A 1:28.060, the fastest lap by Ernest Page. The top 3 are all in the 1:28s, separated by about 0.4 of a second on the lap. Now, down the back straight as we go. 6 drivers, 6 cars started this race, 6 cars still in it. And again, a look on the inside there from Ernest Page, Frankie. Is he going to be side by side with Carl Halleck? They will be knocking paint, you could say, on that fiberglass, and he'll take 2nd.
Yeah, he goes up to P2, does Ernest Page. He was almost in the water there on the inside there by the cones, but Page does move up to 2nd position. Now, will he close the gap up onto the leader? Well, it's only 0.3 of a second behind him, and Halleck is looking up on the inside of Page, and Halleck will retake that 2nd spot away from Page, working the way out of turn 1, out of holes.
Yeah, Page has caught him out of the corner of his eye over there now, but now a little bit of a moment from Halleck I saw there on the exit of the turn 1.
This is Shane Boscombe making his way into turn number 1. Right behind him is Craig Hume. Right on his case is a 74 of Andre Rowe as the leaders work their way through the kink and into turn 3 Interceptor.
A little bit more of an advantage now from Moffat. He crossed the line 0.3 of a second ahead of Ernest Page, but he's lighting up the sector times. Was Ernest Page on that last lap, all purple sectors, when he was in that 2nd, which he is still now. So still time left, Frankie. We've got 5 laps left to go, including the one they're on. Still plenty of racing to come as they come onto the back straight.
Up down the back main they go, and now Page has secured that 2nd spot from Halleck. That is losing a little bit of ground to Page as they race down towards turn 5, towards Pertamina Fostron. And we'll have a look and see when they cross the line how close he will be. Ernest Page very late on the brakes, making his way through Fostron, and he is now hassling Moffat big time as they work their way through 5A and towards the start-finish line.
They'll cross the start-finish line. 4 laps left to go as we go to Buscombe. That is in 4th position at the moment. He's got a considerable 6.5 second advantage over Hume, who in turn has a 2.2 second advantage over Rowe. But here we go, back to the leaders now, Frankie, through turn 1, Holeshoek.
Yeah, out of holes they come, and Ernest Page was only 0.4 of a second behind Moffat when they started this lap. He's now crowding that bootlet of that Moffat Opel supercar into turn 2, Castell corner they go, and it's a bit of a wide line there for Moffat. He's left the farm gate wide open there for Ernest Page, but he's covering that line neatly. But Page will have the line for turn 3, but he pulls in there behind Moffat as they work their way out of Interceptor.
I have been noticing, Frankie, that on exit, Andrew Moffat is going quite wide at times. A nice tight lines coming from Ernest Page over here, using every ounce of experience. But remember, they're both experienced campaigners, as losing touch with the two ahead of him is Carl Halleck. Is he slowing?
Yeah, well, it was 5 seconds behind Page when they started that lap, and he's now really, really slow down into turn 5, Fostron. They must be careful of that dam of water there, these guys. And Page wants it. Page wants it big time. When they cross the line, they will have 3 more laps to go, and he's right on his case. There is Carl Halleck. Yes, he is visually slow. Is Halleck as Page. Will Page dive to the inside? Surely Page must have a lunge towards the inside before they go to turn 1. He does not. He does not, and he was only a 1/10 of a second behind him, Byron, when they started this lap, working their way now out of turn 1 holes.
Took 3/10 out of Andrew Moffat on the last lap. Ernest Page, a 1:27.367 is the fastest lap of the race recorded on that last lap.
And as we watch the leaders, just to mention that Carl Halleck, that sat there in P3, has pulled into the pit area. He was very slow, so clearly a problem out there for Halleck, which means Boscombe will move up into that 3rd spot. You watch the leaders now coming out of 3, Interceptor. Up the Tigerberg straight they run towards a double right-hander sidle sweep, and it's still Moffat that's fighting off the intentions of Ernest Page.
Yeah, Shane Boscombe, he is about some 28 seconds back of the 2 ahead of him there, who are battling it out in a royal fashion as they go down the back straight now towards turn 5. Pertamina Fastron, just a little bit of an advantage on this last lap. Looks like it from Andrew Moffat. A 27.6 the last time for him, a 27.3 for Ernest Page behind him. We'll check them now as they come across the line to complete another lap.
Which currently is a quickest lap, a 1:27.367 by Ernest Page. But we'll have a look now. Will that still stand? Or will there be another quickest lap by one of them?
Andrew Moffat.
It's a 1:27.282 for Andrew Moffat. So he's the quickest man. And there was 0.2 of a second between them as they worked their way through turn 1.
Yes, 0.2 of a second faster, Frankie, in that second sector. He's 1/10 over the lap faster than Ernest Page. It's nose to tail. It's the penultimate lap. He looks around the outside. He's not close enough yet. He's not going to do anything there. Do I see spots of rain on the camera?
Yeah, spots around on the camera. Let's have a look. See, Table Mountain's completely disappeared as Boscombe makes his way into turn number 1. That's an 18 car sponsored by Line Property Management. Here comes a Shane Boscombe. We'll wait for Craig Hume. Here comes Craig Hume across the line now. And then we should still see Halleck. No, Halleck has disappeared. Andre Rowe will take the start of the next lap. However, there's a lap and a bit to go for our leaders. That's working their way into turn number 5, into Fostron corner, and Byram, there's nothing between the 2 of them, and Page lunges up on the inside of Moffat, goes a touch wide. Will he give that lead back to Moffat? No, for now it's still Page that holds. And when they cross the line, it will be their final lap.
Oh, this is going to be a humdinger of a lap, Frankie. Already going defensive there is Ernest Page, forcing Andrew Moffat to go the long way around as they charge up towards turn 1 now. You could say they're trading paint, if you could say they're trading door handles, if you could, knocking door handles, if you could say that. But Ernest Page will keep it ahead for now onto the Joubert straight, but shadowing him, Frankie. Andrew Moffat, a 1:26.8 for Ernest Page on that last lap.
Yeah, he was the quickest man on that penultimate lap. Now they're on their final lap, working their way out of Castell corner, out of turn 2 towards the kink. That's going to be a heck of a fight with a half a lap to go between the 2 of them into Interceptor corner. I think Page might have made the move a little bit too soon, because if Moffat can stay where he is, going down into turn 5, he might be able to have a dive on Page before they get through Fostron.
Last chance coming up then for Andrew Moffat to make any sort of a move on the lead. You can see keeping himself in the middle of the straight there, Ernest Page, again forcing the bright red machine to go around the outside into turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. Watch them as they come up here now, and it's side by side. He actually changed to the inside line, Ernest Page, and he keeps it there ahead.
Oh, he was trying to run him out wide there. There was no ways that Page was going to give this one away. Ooh. And they're going to be very close to the checkered flag. He dives, he lunges, but Page is going to get it. Page gets it by 1/10 of a second, 0.137 to be exact.
And they were trading on that last lap, Frankie, sector times. Sectors 1 and 3 by Ernest Page. Sector 2 by Andrew Moffat by only 1/10 of a second. As we go down the back straight now, we have Buscombe that is in 3rd position. Inherited that 3rd position, but well-deserved nonetheless. The Lime Properties man that will come into turn 5 now on his own lonesome. And a confident race from the man in silver and green. Yep. But, yeah.
Toward the checkered flag comes 3rd place man. That's Shane Boscombe working his way to the checkered flag. He will finish in a lonely 3rd spot. And he is 47.5 seconds behind the leader as we wait for Craig Hume to work his way to the flag. Here comes Craig in 4th spot. Crossing the line now is Craig, and he's 13.4 seconds behind the 18 car of Boscombe.
Yeah, the last one Andre Rowe.
Yes, one more man to the flag, Byron. That will be Andre Rowe.
Yeah, Andre Rowe, he brings himself in to complete 8 out of 8. And that was our 5 classified finisher. Unfortunately, Halleck having to slow and come into the pits. And hopefully we could see later the likes of Sean Cope and Yassine Darman, fingers crossed over there. But yes, 6 cars in it and some exciting racing there, Frankie.
Yeah, and Rowe was 14.3 seconds behind Craig Hume. So yes, only 6 cars took the light or the flag, whatever you like to call it, but a great fight up front between Page and Moffat with 0.137 seconds separating them. That was the Keltron Formula Supercars.
As we wait for the motorcycles to come out, we have a few replays. You see there some fantastic racing from the Keltron Supercars. But we now go over to MGA Racing Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles for their 9-lap race. And we'll join you for that shortly. Well, Jordan, there are droplets on the window. Sorry.
So now we see them come to the line, bobbing and weaving as they make their way, trying to warm up their tires as much as possible.
Oh,
I see, sorry, Byron.
Tyler Webber was basically putting his knee down on the warm-up, you know.
Going at neck break speeds. But I see there's quite a few gentlemen that aren't out today in this class. We don't see JP Shermers. We don't see Chad Thompson. Willem Lowe's not here. It's a bit strange, but what I also see, and I did a little bit of research last night, is that there's been a couple changes between classes. Juan Momberg, who's also not here, he was actually supposed to be racing in the classics. No, sorry, in breakfast, but he's moved over to a different class. But we have Hilton Redlingace on the front row. Jamie Hall, once again, another round doing double duty in the 650s and in his classics. The flag goes up, we wait, and the lights are on, and the lights are out, and away they go. And Tyler Webber will get the jump. No, he will not. Jamie Hall will go around the outside, almost 4 wide into turn 1, but Hilton Redlingace will not let that come by him. And there, Tyler Webber goes around the outside.
Just to give you a bit of an update, Hilton Redlingace listed last night. I saw in his helmet, he was up at Killarney. He's sporting a Michael Dunlop signature on that helmet, and that's going to drive him today.
I'm pretty sure that will help out a tremendous amount. Not the same as Isle of Man, TT, weather, or circuit, but I'm sure he still feels the same energy in his bones as they make their way through Interceptor Corner now. And down the Tygerberg Straight into Sorrel Sweep. And Redlingace having that commanding lead already. But there's Jamie Hall and Tyler Webber. That's going to be a battle to watch.
Yeah, still the first of 9 racing laps here that we have for the motorcycle races. Jordan down the back straight will then run as the leader charges up to turn 5. That, of course, will be none other than Hilton Redlingace on the 888 motorcycle ZX7R. And he will make his way to the line to complete that very first lap of this race. Remember, we saw some sprinkles of rain on the commentary box windows. We've seen a little bit on the camera, but the wind seems to have dried it up, and the rain doesn't seem to be substantial.
But like Francois and I were talking about earlier, it's not the rain that they are too worried about. Some of these guys will race in damp conditions. It's the wind that's more of the problem, because it makes the bikes a bit unpredictable. As we can see, it's coming from the north. And it'll be a headwind down the main straight and a tailwind down the back straight. We will watch Hilton Redlingace again going into Interceptor Corner. And Jamie Hall just does not have enough this time around to get up to Tyler Webber. And he was battling Hilton Redlingace, was Jamie Hall last round. But it seems there's something a little bit of a struggle there on that 750 S-Rad as we watch them go down the Tygerberg Straight and into Sorrel Sweep once again.
Yeah, look at the gap already there. that Hilton has over everybody else. He's got Sector 1 and Sector 2 fastest sectors on the last lap. Tyler Webber putting in a 27.4, 4/10 of a second faster on the third sector. Still in that second position, and also the Clubman's class leader at the moment as they go towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Jamie Hall second in class, third position. Greg Waddington second in the Clubman's class. Sharif Reynolds on the Ducati will be coming into that section as well. Not many out there. 10 have made it out onto the circuit.
But now we'll watch as Hilton Redley crossed the line with a 1:20.964. There's Tyler Webber, followed there by Jamie Hall, 5/10 of a second. Greg Waddington now coming across in fourth. Sharif Reynolds and Wayne Gress are going to be battling it out, I'm sure. That Ducati, you can hear that dry clutch system as they come past the commentary box. But that's going to be a good battle to watch throughout the rest of the race.
Yeah, he's just going to try and keep Wayne Gress in sight through that turn, that beautiful red Ducati in 6th place now. Mario Ferreira a little bit further back on the BMW boxer motorbike. That's in 7th position. Derek Hendricks, William Morris, and then the only classic out there, Francois Kritzinger on the 750 GSXR Suzuki.
So I think that's the only breakfast run bike on there.
My apologies.
But yeah, I'm surprised because usually we've got a whole gaggle in each class. But it seems that with the intermittent weather, some guys just don't want to pitch. But that's okay because we've still got enough to have some good battling as we watch Hilton Redlingace leave turn 5. But here comes Tyler Webber and Jamie Hall once again. This is going to be the battle to watch for the rest of this race. And look at Jamie Hall diving up onto the tail end, almost touching his front wheel with Tyler Webber's rear wheel as they get on the gas. And it's a twist of the wrist and a full throttle down the main straight. Toe's going to come into play here, even though that big boxy 750 S-Rad of Jamie Hall is defying the laws of aerodynamics because it is a bit big. But he managed to stay on the tail of Webber as they make their way through Holzhoek.
Yeah, a 1:24.25, the fastest lap of the race from number 87, Hilton Redlingace. The Quacker now 8.5 seconds ahead of Tyler Webber and Jamie Hall. Crossing the line now, this is going to be William Morris and Wayne Gress. A bad lap then. Wayne Gress has dropped down to 9th position. He was originally ahead of Sharif Reynolds.
Sorry, there's a yellow flag there, Byron. I see someone slow in 5.
I think there's somebody down. There's a rider down, I would suspect, in turn 5.
Yes.
And we will maybe just went slow. It is yellow flags like you said.
I see there's Marshall somewhere on the top end of the circuit. They're going to have to very carefully make sure that they stay out of the way as Hilton Redlingace. There it is. They're pushing it. Yeah. That is Wayne Gress. Unfortunately, he was betting with Sharif Reynolds. But his race has come to an end as into this yellow flag zone they come in into Bertamina Fostron. You can't overtake here, and Jamie Hall knows that. He's a little bit further behind than he wants to be, but this time around, we can hear the wind piercing through the windows of our commentary box. But it's green flags out of turn 5 and down the main straight once again.
Well, Wayne Gress is standing, which is good news, and that means he's okay. Shake himself off, dust himself off, and get back to the pit area. But we have 5 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. Hilton Redlingace, his fastest lap of 1:24.25, is now 10 seconds ahead of the Webber Hall battle, and that is a half a second between the two of them, the Suzuki pairing 2 750s.
And now we watch Mario Ferreira, Derek Hendricks and William Morris come across the line in their little gaggle at the end of the field. But the leader now makes his way towards turn 4. And sorry, now down the back straight into turn 5. He's so quick, a little bit faster than our cameras even. And he's storming ahead of Tyler Webber and Jamie Hall. I mean, the gap now is over 10 seconds, Byron.
Well, it would have grown now. Look at those sector times. At 28.4, he's taking leaps over ahead of the Webber Hall battle. Still half a second between the two of them. And he will cross the line now towards turn 1. We go through turn 5 at the present moment. That is going to be the Tyler Webber, Jamie Hall battle. And actually joining that is Greg Waddington, a bit of a dark horse over there as well, who's now 13.7 seconds ahead of the Ducati of Sharif Reynolds.
And I actually think that was a monumental moment for Waddington there. when that yellow flag came up, I think it dropped back to green at the perfect time and gave him that opportunity to catch up to this group, because now this takes Greg Waddington from 4th currently. This gives him the opportunity to jump all the way up into 2nd on that R1. If Jamie Hall and Tyler Webber keep battling, we see them very close once again, 2 bike lengths between them. But here comes that R1 of Waddington.
Oh, he's 7/10 faster than Hilton Redlingace on that last lap. There we go now towards turn 1, and Greg Waddington, did he make a move to get up into the top 3? It would have been a lovely move. Sorry, that's the Derek Hendricks, William Morris. My apologies. Jordan.
Now we'll watch now this little battle into Castrol Corner with that BMW of Mario Ferreira, the K6 of William Morris. But now we'll jump back to turn 5 once again. Look at this group of bikes coming in, and we see Waddington now putting the pressure on Jamie Hall. He goes a little bit on the inside and slows down quite a considerable margin. And now Jamie Hall gets that run out of 5 to get onto the back end of Tyler Webber once again. Look at the speed of that Suzuki S-Rad as they make their way down the straight. And we see a little bit further behind, there's a back marker. That's the 77 of Francois Kritzinger. He was just getting past there down the main straight. But with 3 laps to go as of this lap, this group of 3 battling for 2nd position is one to watch.
Yeah, that R1 Yamaha still quickest in the final sector. There now into the turn 5 section comes the likes of Sharif Reynolds, Derek Hendricks, and William Morris on the Suzuki GSXR K6. And now they will rocket it down towards the line over here with their 3 laps left to go in this race. Look at the advantage that Sharif has. William Morris, Derek Hendricks dropping to the back of that particular group behind Mario Ferreira.
But now we'll see the leader come into turn 5 once again. This is lap 6. And we'll count down another lap when he comes down the main straight. 15.5 seconds ahead, Byron. 1 second in motorcycle racing is a lot, let alone 15 seconds. So maybe Francois Butler was right about that helmet. That helmet is really, I don't know what the opposite of a curse is, a blessing, sorry. It's really giving Hilton Redlingace a blessing as we watch this group. And Jamie Hall has managed to get past Tyler Webber as we see Greg Waddington coming up on this group as well.
The wind is picking up quite a bit. I've seen some various things blow around the circuit. Button down the hatchet, and well, we'll see them as they come through now. That turn 1 section holds hook towards Castrol Corner. This, of course, is the Jamie Hall, Tyler Webber, and Greg Waddington battle. They've left the likes of Sharif Reynolds and co behind, who will now cross the line. Sharif Reynolds, but we go through into turn 1. There's Sharif Reynolds now on the Ducati, and then he'll be followed by the Suzuki and the BMW of Morris and Ferreira. And then Derek Hendricks will be tacked onto the back of that group on his 750 Suzuki. Francois Kritzinger in the breakfast run class, the only breakfast class runner on his 750 Suzuki, still gingerly going it in 9th position.
But now we see, here comes Hilton Redlingace. This is to stop his final lap. He'll start his final lap as we watch 2, 3, and 4 come into Pertamina Fostron, and the gaps have widened quite intensely. I wouldn't say it's what we want to see as commentators, because we want to have the itty-gritty action all the time. But Jamie Hall is putting ahead, and I can see Shandon Thompson giving them a thumbs up on the pit wall. But we watch now as they go into 1, and Jamie Hall finally has managed to get past Tyler Webber that last lap ago. And Tyler Webber just does not have enough to make back. And it seems that Greg Waddington has dropped off the pace as well from these the 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, he's losing touch there with that black machine of Tyler Webber and Jamie Hall. The 2 between them, 0.8 of a second. But the leader comes down to turn 5. Pertamina Fostron. Not yet. All right. He's coming now down to Pertamina Fostron. So just a little delay there. And then he'll just have to edge it home now on that last corner towards the flag to complete his final lap. Wonderful, faultless race from the man on the bike number 87, Hilton Redlingace, comes to take the checkered flag.
He throws his dog leg out and celebrates with an incredible run in race 1. But now we watch. And will Jamie Hall have enough? This is the final corner as they make their way out of 5 and touching their knees on the curb of 5A and down the main straight under the City of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge. He'll take P2, does Jamie Hall in the Classics, followed there by Tyler Webb, the winner of the Clubman's class. Greg Waddington coming 2nd place in Clubman's, but 4th place overall. And you know what I see? Wayne Gress has managed to get back on the bike and is still running laps. But now we'll watch as Sharif Reynolds, and I believe that is Wayne Gress on that Kawasaki ZX-10R, make their way into turn 5. Wayne Gress a couple laps down, but slowing very heavily in their 5, Byron.
There's a Sharif Reynolds now that is charging it with William Morris to the line. They'll belt it out of turn 5 now, get the heads down, and it looks like it's going to be William Morris. Is it William Morris? Oh, it's going to be Sharif Reynolds, then William Morris. Yeah, Wayne Gress. Oh, it is Wayne Gress. My apologies. Yes, he's a lap down. So he got back on the bike, like you said there, Jordan.
But now, sandwiching the back marker, William Morris does come across the line ahead of Derek Hendricks, and Mario Ferreira will finish on that boxy beamer, like you said. Great racing through all the field. Everyone's split up. But Hilton Redlingace, an absolutely dominant first race from him. And if the weather stays like this, I'm pretty sure race 2 will be the same.
Yeah, it's some heavy wind coming now, Jordan. And it's I think it's bolt down the hatches, not the hatchet, like I said earlier on. I'll be a bit worried if you ever had to bolt down the hatchet because I don't know what type of personality you are. But yes, we will be having plenty of racing to come still. The weather is changing. It's good old Cape Town.
But now, as we wait, we have qualifying for the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons. They'll go for 10 minutes to get the best lap in class to start just after lunch. But we'll see you in a little bit.
It's a cold day in Cape Town, and of course we've chosen to go racing. It is unfortunately still threatening rain here at the moment, but it's not actually raining, and the drivers have been trying to make the most of the situation, most of a tricky situation here at Killarney Raceway. Of course, folks, this is the Power Series. My name is Ernest Page, and welcome to the live stream. If you're home, toasty and warm, some of us are a little bit jealous, although I've got to say, I've got a great view over here, and it's pretty warm in the commentary booth. And if you want to see these views, Killarney will be racing all day today. Rain or shine, we'll be pushing through. There has been threats of, oh my goodness, it does look like it's raining at the moment. The wind's coming this way, but it does kind of look like it's not going to rain for a while, so don't listen to those forecasts, because not all of them are necessarily and have been necessarily accurate. At the moment, we've got the Clubman's guys that have just finished their qualifying, and you can see the live stream results on your screen over there. You can also go to ZA Timing to check out the live stream results, or Speed Hive if you want to find exactly who is who in the zoo. So today's racing is going to be absolutely spectacular, and we've already had a couple of races this morning. I've taken part in one myself, which went pretty well, I've got to say. I was glad that the rain didn't come. But I've seldom seen a kind of buzz at the circuit about this level of uncertainty. Usually it's raining, or it's not, or it's drizzling, or it's not. But today is one of those days where it has absolutely been threatening a level 5 storm. And I think the best person to give me some insight into that is one of the commentators over here. Let's get him in. Let's get him in. Jay, how's it going? Nice to see you again. The voice from Killarney. Just take the mic out like that, all the way out. Yeah. You know how that works, right? That's called a microphone. You might have used one of those once or twice before.
It's kind of my job to use one. But I just want to say a big well done to you.
Thank you.
That was an incredible race watching from the commentary box.
It was a good one. It felt
I mean,
good, yeah.
Even though there was two of you just out at the front, I mean, two cars is enough of a battle to make it entertaining.
That's what they say. The moment the second car was built, we went racing. So that's what it's all about. Unfortunately, Carl Halleck didn't stick around. He was keeping me honest in the beginning there. But we're trying to grow Formula Supercars, and we're trying to get new blood in. Unfortunately, because of this weather and a whole bunch of unforeseen circumstances, the grid is a little bit smaller. We normally are combined with fine cars. They've pulled out for the day, unfortunately. But the series is growing, and the last few races, we've had record entries for the last couple of years, and we're looking to keep doing that Formula Supercars. So if you want to come join us, or any of the youngsters, we're looking for young blood to come in there and show the older guys how it's done. We are very much excited to grow the series this year.
Yeah, I can say the same. Even just watching you guys, and as the series is growing, I mean, a year, 2-3 years ago, I mean, there was only a handful. I can probably count the number of cars on the grid.
And the spread as well. We're trying to coach the guys in the entire group to basically everybody stick together. We want to have close, tight racing, and that's what we had today, and I'm glad Mr. Moffat and I got to put on a bit of a show.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And I mean, even with your guys as sponsors, and Libre Property Management coming on board, they've sponsored 2 or 3 cars already?
Yeah, 2 cars at the moment.
And that's also a very positive thing to see.
Oh, yes. I've just spoken to the Mr. Lime at the moment, Clint, and he was telling me he's excited for the series. Of course, he's excited for everything at Killarney, but I think the series has pulled a couple of heartstrings for him. His Sunshine is driving over there as well. So I think, yeah, that definitely has made the difference for us with having Lime Properties involved. Speaking of properties, Killarney, the property itself, is looking fantastic. There's no rain at the moment. So for all of those that chickened out on today,
wherever they want to touch, I'll touch wood, because
exactly.
A little bit clearer than it was earlier,
yeah.
But we don't want to speak too soon about that.
I felt some dust early on, but it's been fine ever since. Clubman's just went out now, and that is going to be mega. Clubman's is absolutely going to be mega today. A big field, lots of cars, and the buzz in the pits is what I want to talk to you about. If you want to see the results, you can go to ZA Timing. You want to see who's racing, you can check out the live stream on your screen. But the buzz at the circuit, I was here last night chatting to our man back there, and when it comes to people concerned about what today brings, how was this week for you? Because you've been at the track all week.
Well, with the inclement weather that we've been seeing, and people have been warning for maybe even 2 weeks now,
yeah,
and with all these other race events and stuff postponed, like short circuit and rallycross or whatever,
yeah,
you get a bit worried, and you think, you know what, maybe it's not going to happen. All the guys are going to pull out because of the worry of weather, but yesterday, Thursday, even people coming from up country to practice. I mean, there's someone in Clubman's, Chris Firsch, coming from Switzerland.
Wow. Wow.
So that's
I wonder
pretty
if the weather's
incredible.
better here than there.
It might just be the same. So maybe his conditions will be pretty good.
Yeah.
But it felt a little bit worrying. But now, being here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you see everyone's excited. Everyone's walking around the pits. The spectators are still out here today. Mind you, not many. But, I mean, that's also why we have the live stream.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
and
hopefully
the
better.
Clubman's guys, most of them run on full slicks. Some of them run on semi-slicks. But there's some rumors going around that some of them are looking at the allowed legal wet options. Do you think that a race car will do better on... A Clubman's race car will do well on wets here, depending on the level of water, I would imagine?
Now, that's another thing is the water level below the ground. If it starts pouring down anytime soon, that water level will raise and you'll have the puddles across the track or whatever, and then slicks especially, but also semi-slicks, just won't cut it.
Jeez, I went over the smallest of puddles there, and you can feel the car moving. It's so sketchy out there at the moment, and I cannot imagine being on full slicks in this type of weather where the rain threatens. And what you were saying about the level of, for anybody that doesn't know, there's like a flay on the other side here between us and the people that complain about the noise. And what happens is when it rains really hard, like it has been, you say as you said, the water table rises up. And what that means is then the water's kind of sitting just below the surface of the track. So if it rains some more, it comes up through the drainage systems and the circuit unfortunately gets flooded. Now, Killarney has got sophisticated drainage systems here with pumps that pumps water to various places, but that takes time. And that's the issue, isn't it? That's what we're hoping won't happen today so that we can entice some more people to come watch the racing.
And I mean, I was going to say exactly the same. The worry is that the water table's too high at the moment, especially from the previous rains, the really bad ones.
Yeah.
And I mean, the circuit had to be shut because the go-kart track was underwater, turn 3 was underwater, and that's just not what you want to see because it degrades the track. And even though we've got these very expensive systems to pump the water out, I mean, it just makes it a little bit more concerning for the drivers, especially track damage and debris on the track or whatever. But today has come out perfectly, and I think with the weather staying behind, I see whiter clouds, which is good, but the heavy wind, I mean, that'll keep the track perfectly dry.
I think so, and that's the other thing that I think most people don't realize, that the wind is a good thing. Yesterday we didn't have wind. We went out pretty late yesterday, and the circuit was actually, I think, in some ways worse than it was earlier on because some of the puddles were still there. Whereas now the puddles get blown away by the wind. So with this high wind, it's kind of playing in our favor at the moment, but time will tell how the rest of the day goes. JT? Anything specific you're looking forward to today? What should the viewers out there be looking forward to when it comes to today's racing?
Well, I'm mainly commentating the bikes, and I would say, I mean, the bikes are a spectacle at any point of the day, not just the noise, but the side-by-side action. You can have 4 or 5 wide coming on the circuit at one time. But I think the confidence in these riders is building up a little bit more because the weather isn't that bad. It's just the worry of wind.
Oh, let's talk about that. The wind, we've spoken about that in depth when it comes to the bikers. But, man, why would you ride a motorbike in the rain, bro? Why?
It's this. I don't know how they do it, but they do it every time.
Well, I think there's one person that can give us some insight into that. Why? That's the question. Why would you ride a bike in the rain? JT, I'm going to hand it over to your co-commentator over there. Yeah, you too. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you for race 2 indeed. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Page.
Please introduce yourself to the
hi, guys. I'm Francois Butler. For those that don't know me, Francois Butler.
Nobody knows this guy.
Nobody knows me. I'm so glad, especially now walking Canal Walk. Nobody knows me.
Please. Yeah. What is the Mayor of Burgundy? That's what I'm going to
the Mayor of Burgundy, yes. So having a look here, I've got an active weather system here now from Wind Guru.
I don't need to see this, bro. I don't need to see this.
That is the front. But if we look, we've got a massive, strong down northwester coming from Saldanha, which is pushing
on the escarpment.
It's pushing everything south of Cape Town.
Okay.
That's why
if we look
in the deep south, you know, if we look behind us at Table Mountain, which you can see in the camera, it's looking pretty dismal in Cape Town.
Yeah. So the south is going to get it first. Do we think that the south is going to be the only one affected by this?
You know, I don't want to say anything. Ahead of us, there is the telltale sign of ours, Bloberg Hill. Bloberg Hill's got it's got very high cloud cover, folks, and so we can't pan the camera there, but it's just off towards our left.
Yeah, I think we can. Craig can get that for us.
Show us there.
You can show us Table Mountain as well when you're done there, Craig.
Yeah.
Sorry,
But if you go to Bloberg, you've got to go
there's
right
the
around
copy
Bloberg
all the way around.
Turn the camera.
There we go. Craig, unfortunately, there's a wall
Yeah.
behind you, so it's a bit tricky.
There's Bloberg Hill. Now, that's
Did
the
you get it?
telltale
Okay,
sign
nice.
for Killarney. When that hill is closed with cloud,
Yes, then
or it
it's rain's
starts
coming.
closing,
The rain's coming.
then we start worrying.
So that was one of the first. And can we just show? You've got Table Mountain. that you
Table
can
Mountain behind us,
not
Cape
see.
Town, you can see it's
That you
pouring with
cannot
rain.
see.
And that is literally as the crow flies 9 kilometers away from us.
So GTI Challenge out at the moment. This is going to be fun. But when it comes to the copy over there, the first thing when you get here, I remember old Dieter Hochstedt and
Yes.
the old Bullies. Sorry, Mr. Hochstedt. When you first get here, that's the first thing they tell you
Yes.
is look at the copy for when it's going to rain.
And looking at Bloberg Hill, it is pretty open. And like I say, the front is moving from our left to our right behind us. So I believe in Athlone and even as far as Somerset West, it is really storming. I just spoke to...
But Killarney's always had a little bit of a microclimate of its own, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's seven different weather situations in one day. You know what it's like? Yeah.
I lived in the southern suburbs, Grassy Park. I've lived all over, or been all over Cape Town. When it rains there, it doesn't necessarily mean it rains there. You phone ahead, your buddy's like, you can pull through, the weather's perfect, or it's not, or whatever the case may be. It's a different system here almost.
It is. It's because we're on the coast. There's the wind split that we talk about.
Yes, you know a lot about this type of stuff, eh? I actually got you to talk about bikes.
Yeah, but we can talk about bikes.
Okay, so
if you want to.
Why race in the rain?
Why race in the rain?
As we watch the GTI Challenge qualifying start.
I think the main thing there, Ernie, to be honest with you, I've had the privilege of racing in the rain with wet tires. It's the thrill. It is the thrill. It's that uncertainty, and knowing that a wet weather tire can grip. You can almost do what you do in the dry on a wet weather tire. You will know from a car perspective, but a bike, the wet weather tire is a grip. You just when you're on a dry motorcycle on a dry track. You can lean off the bike. You can get off. You can use the third wheel, which is the knee pad. Lie on it, go around the corner.
Is that what they call it?
The third wheel, yes.
All these cool terms for these bikers, eh?
And in the wet, you can still use the third wheel, but you don't pull the bike over. You keep the bike up.
Oh.
So you don't, because if you pull it over, obviously that's going to slide.
Oh, we've got a big spin over there. And the guys, there must be oil or something there.
Yes, having a look there.
Okay, we got two guys off in turn 2 at the moment. I wonder if you guys got eyes on that.
One of them is Zach Layden in that blue Angry Jeep Golf.
Okay.
So, lots of action around us at the moment, folks. We have got 4 qualifying sessions taking place between the races because Friday, with this whole weather uncertainty, they only had a few qualifyings. You had your Super Pole.
But I call us, we're not part of the Premier Division yet. We're still First Division. So we're trying to grow the class. And I like this format. For me, it's very convenient. I get to qualify on the Friday. And then I come race on the Saturday morning. And then Saturday, I'm under the covers. Saturday afternoon, I'm under the covers watching the live stream. Or having a beer, one of the two, depending on if I won or lost. But I like the fact that there's this build up to the afternoon, because we got to be honest, GTI Challenge and Clubman's is, even as someone that competes here, it's a spectacle to watch. It's what I look forward to. And now we've got the Clubman's Challenge qualifying happening.
Yeah, and the nice thing is we've also got like the V8 Masters. They had a high level of uncertainty last night when we were at the function. Are we going to race? What time's the rain coming? Their first race is at 12 o'clock.
This is why I got you in here. I want that scoop about what's been happening, what's the chatter. I saw Finneran have a massive off yesterday. We were standing right there when it happened, literally on the other side of the wall.
He did.
And is that car going to make it for today?
I don't know. I don't know what
that's V8 Masters we're talking about, by the way.
V8 Masters. Those are the APV 345 V8 Mustangs. Look, I don't know. These guys pull off marvels. We know the crew that work on the cars are very good at what they do.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of front end damage. You see the whole front end came off. Whether they've got spare bodywork to put on there, I wouldn't know if the tie rod ends or the stays, the shock stanchions or something got sore.
But they've got a full crew that preps the entire series. So if there's a spare car, maybe you can hop into that. I don't know.
Maybe we'll have to see.
Let's look at now the results for GTI Challenge at the moment. As we look over at turn 2, they're bombing into turn 2 at the moment. We've got the Class A guys, they're kind of tiptoeing a little bit. I'm surprised because even Skull Caldernet is now leading off Class A. just did a 27.2. Hintenhouse did a 29. But Geldernes and Hintenhouse specifically is a bit new to the series, isn't
Look,
he?
yeah, he is new to see. Look, Ollie is old. The Internationals used to do enduro and motocross.
Okay.
And then they came into the car side of things. They ride Clubman's
Yes.
and GTI Challenge.
Yes.
Oliver International them. Now, Ollie is he's an aggressive racer.
Awesome.
And that is probably why I climbed into a Class A car, thinking I don't want anything less. Having a look at Yuri, who's lying third.
Yeah.
But Yuri he's a Brad Binder, he's a Sunday man. He comes
He's
at
a
you and he
Sunday.
just bombs
Woo,
everyone. We
he
know
does,
Yuri like that.
he does.
We call him
We've got
Wolfie
another
Scott.
off in turn 2 there. We've got another off in turn 2. If we can keep eyes on turn 2.
I think the main thing here, Ernest, is that coming into Castrol Corner turn 2, it's cold.
Yeah.
And as you come over the rise, if you brake before the rise, you're safe. If you brake after the rise, you're going downhill, funnily enough. And you're
the back is chasing the car.
Yes, and then you tend to just lose the back end, although they're front wheel drives.
I had a lot of experience with that yesterday where the car was rotating under braking just into the corner, just more than normal. Got a slow mover there in out of turn 4. That's one of the new drivers in the car. They bought that car from RDSA. So let's go through the classes again. Mohammed Kalfi in the lead at Class B, giving our championship leader there, Ryan van Eerden, keeping him honest, but only just. I mean, look at that gap. There's 0.048 seconds between the leaders in Class B.
Half a second, it doesn't seem like a lot, but on a day like this, half a second is a lot.
Half a second. Oh, now it's gone up to half a second. Yes. Okay, Kalfi's gone back to the top again. So it's 0.2 of a second now.
Here we go.
It's like a race out there at the moment with these guys, looks like it.
Well, the guys are at race pace at the moment, let's face it. I mean, that's
now they're getting there. 25 threes for Class A, 29s for Class B at the moment.
And the thing about qualification is when you go out there, you don't want to go out with your nearest competitor. You want him to be ahead of you because you don't want to show your hand. You know what I'm saying? So
there's so much strategy involved. Yeah, yes. I have to apologize, folks, if I'm looking around. We don't usually have the breakfast show in this tower over here, but the view is just phenomenal. That's why the commentators are able to bring you all the juicy little tidbits from all over the track. And let's see, we've got Dylan van Eerden, my man Dylan van Eerden. I'm a proud sponsor of that car, just ahead of Mark Fontini. Fontini's quick, eh?
Very.
The whole Fontini family's fast. That's
well,
the thing.
Fontinis come off the oval circuit, and
they're born on the oval circuit.
And I maintain, I have a thing that I say, a mantra, that if you can drive on dirt, tar's that much easier.
Yes, exactly.
So they've got all that experience.
That experience.
From
and
dirt,
at the moment, only 0.2 of a second in it. And he's going to be going for Zach Leyden in third place over there. The young Zach Leyden doing well, eh?
Yeah,
doing
he came out of
well.
karting. He showed his prowess at karting. He was one of those drivers at karting that he didn't have that little bit of oomph just to get ahead. It's almost like he was holding back. And then someone spoke to him and he just blew to the front of karting.
But that happens. It's a process.
And then his dad said, do you want to go race main circuit? He's in a Class C Golf. He's riding a 1800 Class C Golf. And doing very well under the Angry Racing crew.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's a step. I was just talking to Clint Lingenfeld now. His kid just won the national. It's his first win at the nationals. Congratulations.
Yeah. Caleb, yeah.
To young Caleb, yeah. And one of the things is it's a process. When they're young like that, even for us older guys when we're racing, you got to learn how to lose.
Hello, you know, for the
older. Not old, eh? I said older. we got to learn how to lose. We got to learn how to win. We got to learn how to be good sports. All of these things. I've been working with the guys at RDSA and having these discussions. And someone like Zach Leyden, I'm sure, has gone through that process himself. The young Zach Leyden in third with Daniel Munna, the seasoned Daniel Munna,
very
in fourth
seasoned,
place.
yeah. Look, we're going to go back now to Caleb Lingenveld. He's beginning karting. He's in what we call the Bambino class. It's the beginning stage. That young man has got absolutely no fear.
He's about this big.
Yeah, he's about yay big. He's 7 going on 70. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's brilliant, and it's lovely. And if they start their career off like that,
can you?
The only thing
sky's the limit.
Yeah, sky's the limit. The only thing that bothers me about that motorsport is when you get to one of the certain levels or one of the classes, and there's someone there that is as good as what you are, then.
But that's the game, isn't it?
That's the game.
So you get someone like a Max Verstappen versus a Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
That's what we love to see. And then the greats separate themselves. And
the boys from the men, as they say.
Gee whiz,
yeah,
man.
Guys, it's been a pleasure talking to you. And thanks for having me on your show this morning.
Lekker.
We will have someone else coming up. We'll
Yeah,
probably ask Frank to come talk about Clubman's and GTI. He is the aficionado, as they say, on the class.
we'll get our special guest Gaz to come finish off with us and give us the rest of the insight scoop.
The second gear talk show host
Yes.
himself.
Yes, exactly.
And yeah, I believe we might have a couple of special guests up here.
Well, the VIP lounge was just downstairs.
We've got Farouk Tangor maybe coming in. We've got Grant McCleary.
Oh, nice.
So I spoke to them last
Okay,
night. So
nice.
they said they might come up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I saw Grant. And before you go, let's talk about last night. Let's quickly, before we do that, Dylan van Eden leads. Class C, Fontini still in second. Zach Leyden in third place there. Mohammed Kalfi still in first place. Ryan van Eden. Brent van Escape in third position.
Gee, Brent must be on another level.
Something in his scape this morning, that's for sure. And Skal Caldenas, Dylan Joubert, and Oliver Hintenhuis. Yuri Swart in an uncharacteristic fourth place. Let's see how the race goes.
Could be tires.
Let's see how the race goes. It's not over till it's over, folks.
He's a racer.
But congratulations to Brent getting third over there.
The aging Polo, you know.
Yeah, Faisal just behind him. Zaki Hendricks, our champ in just behind him. Zaki Hendricks, the double champ from last year.
Yeah.
But this year he hasn't got it all his way.
No. I think the guys...
I keep changing the topic here. I apologize.
No, it's
Before
fine.
you go, last night was the 90th of our man
Dennis
Joubert.
Now,
that was nice.
Now, Dennis Joubert is one of the founders of Killarney. He's one of the founder members himself, and the late Adrian Pfeiffer. Look, people paid tributes to him last night. I was blown away about his history, what he's done, where he took Killarney from, where he brought it to.
As an architect,
he's an architect, yeah.
Basically built this place.
He built this whole place. He designed this whole place as we know it today. Every single
Garages,
building, stands,
everything.
walls, whatever, is thanks to Uncle Dennis Joubert. He turned 90 last month. I think I'll reach 90 because only the good guys.
Well, I left the party earlier than he did, so he's still doing fine, eh?
Yeah, no. I saw you ducked earlier there, but you had some lame excuse. You had to race this morning. You know, Dennis says, I've been there, done there, got a T-shirt.
We heard a couple of stories that we can't even talk about on.
No. But some very flamboyant stories nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's just lovely, the history. And Ernest, you will know as much as I do. You've also been around Killarney a while. To be surrounded by those legends and people and to hear what they've done in the past, you know. Yeah. And we were talking about it outside. Yeah. We the young guns, as they say, okay, we're the young guns, and guys like Dennis are the old guard. But when they've moved on and we get there, everyone's going to say, but he looks familiar, don't we know him?
I was looking at, I saw Roland Stanton, I was like, I know that old man.
Uncle Rayleigh from Paro, Uncle Rayleigh Stanton built my Golf, my road car.
Farouk Tangor was there, like you said. Anwar Levy was there.
Anwar was there.
McCleary was there.
Dirkie Kotze was.
Yes, there was.
They're all there.
Ashley Landman.
Ashley Landman was there. I mean, nice to see Ashley Landman again.
Yeah.
And the legendary Robbie Smith, no doubt.
Oh, shout out to Robbie Smith. You know, Robbie Smith gave him one of my first jobs as a stunt driver.
You did. You were saying, you were telling us about the stunt.
Yeah.
You also got called up to Killarney as well. Robbie doesn't get old.
He doesn't get old, eh?
He's 70.
Even when he looked the same when he was like 50.
Yeah. He's just. So I said to him, was it a long drive from Fishhook? He said, no. I stopped at 3 of my girlfriend's houses for coffee.
naughty
He doesn't change.
Well,
but it's been a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for stopping by.
And you can come chat to us later in the other side after your second race.
Awesome.
Great stuff. Guys, thanks for having me.
Lekker. Well, folks, we've got two more commentators coming through. First, we've got our man Frankie over here going to give us the inside scoop on all things Clubman's and motorsport here at the circuit. He's putting his mic down. He's putting his binoculars down. Binoculars are a good idea in this tower, eh? It's a good idea. You can see exactly who and what is parked on the edge of the circuit. Frankie,
let me just get up here.
Yeah.
My carcass.
I'm trying to just get us back online. We've got nobody out at the moment, so there's not much to see. So the people have to look at us at the moment, so we might as well keep them entertained. And let's talk about racing.
Yeah, well, before we talk about racing, the superbikes and the 600s and the challenge bikes category, they're all going to come out now for their qualifying. And then, of course, we start the second half
of the first half of the program, if I can call it that. It sounds a bit confusing, but it isn't that confusing.
Our producer at the back there is nodding as well. There's a lot of numbers on the page.
Lots.
But I do like the fact that there's this build-up to the main events later on at the day. And again, I've got no bones in saying that. As someone that's in the earlier classes, we're still trying to grow our class. There are other classes that don't have as many numbers as Clubman's and Challenge. As with the boxing match, as with an MMA match at UFC, any sort of event, there's the final.
Yes.
And I love that there's this build-up towards Clubman's, towards Challenge, where everybody's excited. And of course, if the rain holds, there's going to be the endurance race later on as well.
Yes, the Libre Sports and GTs, it's the 100 kilometers, which is basically 3 races and 1 lap all in one. They normally do a 10-lap race. They do 3 races plus 1 lap all in one, 100 k's around.
Some cars struggle to just finish 1 race. These are chucked 3 in 1.
They just do 3 in 1. But they do this every now and then. I think every second or third time they do come out, then they do the 100 k's.
Yes, Tristan de Nobrega out there for the first time in
Yes, the
the
350Z.
So good luck to him out there in the RDS8 car. His teammate Connor Kilbride in their Spirit. They got the Spirit team going on there. It's one of those classes where the cars are so proper, well set up, big brakes, big tires, and just fast and spectacular. And of course, we've got some of the fastest cars running today in that class.
Yeah, of course, we've got Craig Jarvis with the Janetta. That's going to be our...
The Janetta.
Yeah. So I'm sure you put that thing in P1.
Yeah.
Although I don't know, they qualified yesterday.
Yes.
So we'll have to see. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. As Francois was saying earlier on, the weather is holding. The cloud cover is very high. Our Telltale Hill is wide open. We're seeing a touch of Table Mountain. So for now, so good. Let's keep fingers crossed for the rest of the day.
Tell me about it.
It starts rain tonight, rather.
The problem that I have is that I'm racing in the next hour and a half or so. I prefer and I'd want to race in the dry. But I like watching racing in the rain, Frankie.
Yeah, but remember that the car that you're driving is probably one of the most nervous cars around Killarney.
It's got no wipers.
Car in general.
It's got no wipers.
And you're sitting too far back, so you can't move in your seat. You can't even get to the front window just to wipe anything.
The window's plastic in my car, by the way, so that's another problem. But like I said, people like watching racing in the rain. So there are certain categories here, especially the Clubmans, where I wouldn't mind seeing a wet race, to be honest.
Well, like Jess Uggett said many years ago when he spoke about supercars, when he was still racing supercars with those great dices he had with the late Neil Hawkins, he was saying that a supercar, if you get it wrong, it gives you about 2.5 seconds to rectify.
I know.
After that, you're a passenger.
Yeah. No, I know. And yesterday was one of those days where I was wrestling it for that first half a second all the time. But they're such rewarding cars to drive. I really enjoy the driving experience of the car because it's a proper tube frame, like a mini little NASCAR. So they're really wonderful cars to drive. But you were talking about the bikes earlier on. They're about to go out to qualify now. We just spoke now about riding in tricky conditions. But the bikes are giving it full send at the moment, eh?
Look, the bikers don't care if the track is wet or dry. They go out there and they do their thing. Obviously, they don't want the track to be too wet, keeping in mind they haven't got 4 wheels under them. But we've got a brave bunch of riders here in Killarney.
Indeed.
They will, as long as they can keep it upright, they will go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Any other classes that you want to touch on and highlight as we head into the rest of qualifying?
Look, the classic cars is going to be very interesting today. I just found out that Pierre Vialot had problems and he's not going to take part with the RX-7.
The one that was riding yesterday?
Yes, the RX-7 on the classic car.
Can we tell people about that car? I mean, what I know is that it spits flames out the back and it's very loud.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see that car. And then Sean Cope had brake line issues.
Yes.
And that's why he never took part.
Yeah, so Sean couldn't take part, and Yasin had some family issues that he had to deal with this morning. I think his son might be sick, so speedy recovery to the Diamond family over there.
From all of us, yes.
Yeah, and he will be here for race 2, so we'll have him coming on board for the second Supercar race. But as you said with the bikers, they're going for it, eh?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do out there. As long as the track stays dry, I'm looking forward to get back to classic cars, to the return of Mr. Sean Bester.
Sean Bester?
With the Mini.
Oh,
With
okay,
the Mini,
okay,
yes.
okay.
He is making a return to Killarney today. He's going to start in Class X.
Okay. Let's talk about classic cars.
And he's a good friend of Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box. And Tiny was chatting to him in the week. And of
Tiny
course,
gets all the juicy inside
yeah, but
scoops.
he knows Sean for many, many years. And Sean was saying to him, I wouldn't mind if the track is wet because then I can do magic things with that Mini.
Yeah, with the Mini, if you've ever watched the Goodwood Revival.
But I'm going to, Mr. Bester, Mr. Valentine, I think that's where the action's going to be when you're talking about the two Minis.
But definitely saloon car racing in the wet too is so exciting.
Yeah.
The cars have a little bit more flex so they can handle that. I took my car out, my BMW out in practice the other day on a very greasy surface where I would slide it through turn 3 with the car stepped out. But with a stiff chassis car, it's a bit more tricky. So if you got wets on a saloon car, on a classic car especially, you can manhandle that thing. We've seen it. If you've ever watched, as I said, a Goodwood Revival, you see how those guys manhandle those old cars in the wet. I think the classic cars, if it does rain, would be exceptionally exciting to watch.
Yeah, especially the slower cars. It doesn't have all the kilowatts. It will really count in
The ultimate
their favor.
equalizer, isn't
And
it?
you don't want to be in one of those Hitchcock V8s because you're going to just wheel spin all the way down to turn 5.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good stuff. But let's talk about Rallycross. Last weekend we couldn't do the Rallycross because of the circuit conditions being too wet. When is our next one?
Our next one, if I'm not mistaken,
I know it's in
think
August.
it's beginning of end of August. It's end of August, 22nd, around the 22nd of August, if I'm not mistaken. I'll need to check the calendar. But it's basically every month, and the next event is going to be going as planned. Rallycross has really grown in leaps recently, especially the traction Tatso.
I was just going to say, the
tarmac
old
class.
car. That's
exciting.
brilliant stuff.
I love it.
Man, those BMWs,
I
which
love it.
include yourself.
Yeah, I love it.
Then those 350Zs.
I haven't enjoyed coming second
that is brilliant stuff.
as much as I did that day, because the cars, it's old school racing where it's open. It's open old school racing, so that guy's gonna be faster than you, but you're gonna try and defend and keep him behind you for as long as you can. And even though a lot of the guys are, so to say, amateur drivers and first-time drivers, you can see the level up. A lot of them are sim racers that want to try racing for the first time. It's a great way to jump from track day driving to short circuit racing.
And it's a good way to start because you get a couple of racing drivers like John De Silva and those guys that pop in there with them.
Keep us honest.
And then that hopefully these guys can move up to main circuit racing sometime.
Well,
that's the whole idea.
That's exactly it.
That's the whole
and
idea,
then the other thing, speaking of moving up to main circuit, that unfortunately Sudir Matai, their car's not racing today because Fine Cars have decided not to join us today. That car was a Lemons car from the 9-hour Lemons race. And there's all these grassroots motorsports that's now taking place where you've got grassroots drifting as well, that where young drivers, and not young in age, but young in experience, get to test their mettle and then move over and come to the main circuit, because there is that natural progression. You drive around a short circuit enough times, you think to yourself, you know what, I wouldn't mind trying the big one. And then they come over, and I love the fact that, I speak to Claudio about this often, about the heyday of motorsport and how many people say that the heyday of motorsport is behind us. I think certainly the glory days in many ways, because it was paid factory sort of funded. It's now more privateer funded.
You're talking about the days of the Stanley Group N.
Exactly. Which incidentally, Group N, I didn't know this, Dennis Joubert started. Hey, I didn't know that. I heard that last night for the first time. So, yes, there was...
The likes of him and Ines Yennis. I just had to say that.
Yeah, no, please do. and the thing is, and that's a relation to you.
Far relation, yes.
No way.
Uncle Ines.
Nice. And we show respect to those that paved the way. So when it comes to that type of racing, yes, there was that era. But, we've just heard now there's a GTI car being recovered, and that's why there's a slight delay at the moment, folks. You can see on your screen over there that...
that is Reza Levy's car.
Yeah, that's one of the Levy's cars.
That's the 45 Class C
Hopefully
car
nothing absolutely terminal. They will have time to fix that. But the point is that there are so many grassroots series.
Franz just gave us information now. It seems like the steering rack of the 45 Golf backed up.
So,
they will have time to sort it out.
And they have been having weird issues with that car. They've been saying that something's off on the car. And it could more than likely have been that. And at least now you know before the race starts. But my point being that there's so much grassroots racing. You can go if you want. Let's say you are just a guy in Cape Town and you want to do this car racing thing. You can go do rallycross. You could literally buy yourself an Opel Cub for 12,000 Rand and take it to the rallycross the next day. Yes, you won't be competitive, but you'll have a jaw. Then you've got drifting, grassroots drifting. We've got our producer over here that's just gotten a grassroots drift car.
Nice.
Yeah, she's smiling in the background there. Alicia's smiling lekker. And then you've got karting. You've got rallycross. You've got the Lemons race. And the Lemons race, I love it because
Short-circuit bikes
short
as well.
circuit
Yes,
bikes.
yeah.
Because you can take your Lemons car and then come to the main circuit. So effectively, you've got spinning, you've got drifting, you've effectively got these sports where now almost anyone with 20,000 Rand and but between 10 20,000 Rand can at least just try the sport.
Yes.
Yes, it's not going to cost you 20,000 Rand if you decide to go further with this thing. It's going to get very expensive, but that's when you can start getting sponsors on board, get your friends and family to help out, fix the span of the car. But I just feel like we are currently, and I've been convinced of this by Claudio, that we are currently in an era where the entry point has lowered quite a bit.
Yes, which
For
is
more
good,
people.
which is good because your prices are low, so there is
Yeah.
a way to get in. But another class that we should actually touch on, they do tend to do lots with the rallycross, is the E36s.
Yes, E36
The
Cup.
BMW, Jean van Wyk
Yes.
is the chairman of that category.
Oh, Jean. Jean's our guy.
that
Shout out,
is-
Jean.
That is also a category where you could not only do rallycross with it,
Anything.
you could do all-tar rallies, you
Anything.
could do main circuit racing, you could do oval track, dirt and tar. That's a category that you could literally, Jean could say, I want to come and race with you guys oval track tonight.
Yeah,
You
there
want
were
to-
talks of them doing a guest race with Clubman.
We want to enter on our own 15, 16 cars for a main circuit event, if you could, obviously if there's
Yeah.
time and space. So that's also another category that people can get into relatively cheapish.
Yeah, so
and
you're
Jean
looking
would
at-
be the man to talk to.
Yeah, we can talk about numbers here. You could get an E36 that's pretty kitted out for between, I would say, about 50 to 100, depending on where you're at with the budget. 120 up if you're looking at a really well-prepared one. A lot of the E36 guys in the club are, I mean, Jean, for example, from Into Towing is
Jean
just,
Meyer,
Jean Meyer, just his preparation is just insane. You buy a car from him, you know it's perfect and it's done. Then you can take that car anywhere. The boys are doing the all-tall, as you said, next week. And then rallycross is just a jewel. It's just so much fun to drive.
And lovely to see the ladies come through as well in the
They got a
rallycross.
ladies category now
Yeah.
as well, and the gents share their cars.
Yolani Meyer is the lady to catch.
In and into car, by the way.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's handing out some hidings over there at the moment. But the girls don't like it, eh? The girls are going to come for her. So I suspect
Yeah.
at the next one there'll be a bit more
I
stuff of
think it's going to
competition.
be good stuff, but that's in the future.
Yes.
I think we must give Gary a chance just to round it off for the commentary team.
Yes.
He's sitting pushing buttons there on his little computer thing.
Yeah, Gary
So,
does the
The
cameras.
camera work for us here.
So we're just going to hand over
IMUSAT.
someone else to manage the cameras. We just got to get someone there that knows exactly how to do it. And then Gary's going to step over here. Gaz,
Hectic,
how's it going?
hectic.
What do you mean? What's hectic? Tell me.
Well, how do we describe it? We've got an amazing race day. We've got lots of motor cars, a whole bunch of bikers that don't know that it's actually going to rain.
Yeah, no, they
heavily.
don't care. It looks like it.
And we've got a pending
they're out at the
massive
moment.
storm, and it seems to, according to the butler is determined that the way the weather's going to work is going to blow right past us. So when there was
Did
talk,
you see early on? He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. He's talking about escarpments and low pressures. And when they do this, then you know when they do this with a low pressure.
he's got one of those bigger screen phones, so you can see a little bit more on the weekend.
Yeah, my
But
Nokia doesn't show that.
look, let's be honest. There was a lot of talk about maybe cancelling the whole day.
I remember.
And not having the day's racing at all. So far, so good. We were expecting heavy rain around about an hour and a half from now, which could probably stop the racing for a short period of time, but then carry on from there on out.
Yes.
We were a couple of minutes ahead. And with the recovery of the GTI Challenge car, the bikers are now out, and there's about 9 of them out on circuit. Some of the guys obviously are a little bit weary. Very, very green circuit.
Yeah, green.
But at the end of the day, we're going to have a full day's racing.
Yeah, looks like it. It looks like it. Rain or shine, the copy's looking good. And just to touch on what that means, there's these technical terms for circuit. When they say the circuit's green, it basically means it's like something that's not quite ripe.
The one that you rode on this morning.
That one,
With
yeah.
the amount of rain that there has been, obviously obviously it takes away a lot of the rubber, takes away a lot of the grip. In certain areas, it brings fine sand onto the track as well. And with that situation, you have a green circuit, and not only the fact that there's not as much grip. By the time you were out this morning, and congratulations on that win, I actually said to Frankie with 3 laps on the end, Mr. Page is going for a win. You could see you were on it, you were pushing it.
Yeah, we tried.
And with the track being so much colder, that also affects the amount of grip you get from the tyres. So for all the bikers, I see Pina is the fastest out on
with the
14.548 at the moment, just ahead of Slade van Niekerk, and there's not much between them. There's a couple of hundreds between them. They now have to judge how much less grip is there. And the other thing which didn't really affect you but affects them is the crosswind.
Yeah, the crosswind. Look, we feel it a little bit in the supercar, I must be honest, but not as much, I think, as a challenge car, because the face of those Golfs, it's just a brick, isn't it? I remember driving a challenge car through turn 3 for the first time, and you can feel the push. I think, as you said, the bike certainly, but a 14.5 is, I mean, 14.4 is not a slow time at all.
On such a cold circuit.
Oh, someone's gone wide.
It all looks like it's pretty good.
We got someone gone wide there. Nothing major, though, and you'd rather have that situation going slightly wide than, again, falling off, as Slade van Niekerk maintains first place. Tristan Pinner just behind in the gap there. Less than a tenth of a second between Tristan Pinner. Kieran Snyman in third place over there.
Matter of time. Matter of time. Kieran will pick up a faster time. That 1:19, that is not his fastest lap, that is for sure.
Yeah, Kieran Snyman is... when people talk about the young guns in Cape Town motorbike racing, and I chatted to some of the bike racers, I'm getting to know them through, because some of the supercar guys are ex-bikers from short circuits, and now, you know, you got to cater with these guys, you know, they party hard as well, eh? But there were also
we'll never talk about that on the
We'll never. But there were also lots of interesting conversations, and one of them is that national bike racing is not where it used to be.
No.
So what's happening now, and you know this, I mean, I'm not that in touch with it, but now what's happening is the local categories have exploded with talent. They've got nowhere to go, so they stay here, and that's why we got guys like Slade, Tristan, and Kewen that are just absolute monsters on the bike.
Well, today's the first day that we don't have a massive bike contingency. Bike racing at Killarney International, historically over the last decade, I think it's about the strongest that it's ever been.
Yeah,
it's purely because of possible dangerous conditions today that the numbers is slightly down. But at the next event, I'm pretty sure we'll have more bikes than any other track in South Africa right now. Let's be honest. The biking is very, very good. Kewen surprisingly still in that 1:19. That, yeah. That's very strange. That's
let's see.
Of time.
You know, this is the thing, with motorsport, there are storylines for every single person that's on the bike, in the car, for every single mechanic that's working on that bike and car, and we don't necessarily get access to all of those stories. And this is a classic example, as our man Wayne Ardenser, the Masters champion, makes his way into 4th position over there. Old Wayne looking good at the moment, but we don't know exactly why some of these guys might be having issues. You're 5 seconds off the pace. All we see, and what the audience sometimes sees, is a number on the screen. But like you said, there could be tire issues, there could be bike issues, there could be all these sorts of things.
Well, unfortunately for us, there is just so many competitors at Killarney. We start 8 o'clock in the morning. The last race due to go off 5:20. Doesn't give us enough time to tell you about the stories which we can tell you about on air.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is the guys were here at 5 o'clock this morning, set up 3 pumps down in turn number 3, and whatever water, standing water there was, they were starting to get rid of then already.
Wow.
They dug furrows on the inside. If you look down towards turn number 1, there is a furrow that has been dug on the inside and a furrow on the outside.
What's for those that don't know, what is a furrow?
A furrow is a little hollow where water can flow, but not deep enough that your wheels, when you sideways, can dig into it, throw you upside down. So it's halfway between sort out the rain and not kill the driver kind of thing.
Yeah, let's not do that.
And that was the early hours of this morning. I mean, 5 o'clock this morning, they were already busy with that. So, and the other thing is, with all the rain that there's been, to the IMUSAT crew, congratulations, guys. Everything working perfectly. We're up to in excess of 11,000 views per race. If you think, it used to be around about 6 and 7.
Yeah.
So since
people are tuning in.
Since IMUSAT has come on board next level, we're getting that kind of coverage for Killarney International, which is amazing.
Look, my folks, they tucked in at home at the moment, so shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Page over there and the rest of the family.
Hello,
all of
Mr.
them.
and Mrs. Page.
William, Cecil, Glynis, Amanda, everybody else. I've got to drop some names over there. It's my only chance. But it's one of those days where the track is still clear, so if you guys want to pull through, you can do so. Come to the circuit. There's going to be good racing. Some of the racing is already done. The main events are on the way. The qualifying is almost finished. What are you looking forward to most as we wrap up today's
Every single minute from now until about 10 to 6, we're probably going to have to walk in the rain to the car. But what I can tell you guys is before we go, there was going to be a parade today, which was basically sorted out by Dion Joubert for Dennis Joubert with his 90th birthday, with a party last night. And there was lots of clubs that were invited. Desi eventually said Dion must slow down because we had the beach buggy club, we had the
and I understand why you wouldn't want to bring your beach buggy out on a day like that.
So that is still going to happen, and it'll probably
so that'll happen in the future.
It will be probably the next event, which is the end of August. It is thought that that is going to be the right time. Should the weather not be conducive, that parade will then move one race meeting on. But that parade, Dion has said, we're going to make it the biggest parade in the history of Killarney, which is now, what are we on, 77 years, I think it is.
I'm there.
So we're looking at 200 plus vehicles, bikes, trikes, everything that's going to be out on circuit for that parade, and that for Mr. Dennis Joubert, that for almost 5 decades headed up Killarney International Raceway.
And has driven almost anything with wheels.
He's driven, he hasn't flown anything, I don't think. Flying about the only thing that Dennis hasn't done. He's done everything
I've heard
else.
he's done some low flying though, but we won't talk about that.
Well, from all of us to Dennis Joubert, awesome stuff. What we enjoy here on a daily basis, to a large extent, is thanks to Dennis. Yes, there's a lot of people that helped him, but the way he went about what he did all the years, he got the best out of you and me and everybody else. He made you feel welcome. He made you feel good. And by getting the best out of everybody, he created what is for the home of motorsport in South Africa.
Yeah.
You're sitting right in
Exactly.
it. This is it.
The
only thing we haven't got is the rain. With our cameraman, we can do a test on him. Can you give us a clear shot of the mountain?
Which mountain, the Koppie or Table Mountain?
Okay, well, that's where Table Mountain used to be. Somebody stole it.
Well, folks, we're going to wrap it up. And just for myself as well, thanks to the team for joining us today. Thank you for joining us today. I'd love to have these insightful conversations. But I think you're going to use that mic for something else now and get back to the commentary as the race day starts.
Well, it's the commentary, I think, is going to be awesome. I know we're not allowed to say it, but I will say it. You said it, I'm going to say it. Let the rain come. It makes the racing good. It makes it interesting, it makes it exciting, not for the bikers, sorry,
and not for the Supercars.
Bikers, but at the end of the day, if there's some rain out there, GTI Challenge,
it's going to be fun to watch.
Classics, fines, V8s,
and as you say that, the rain starts coming. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing.
Cheers, everybody.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen.
What did you do best, brother?
Well, it's welcome back after our trio of qualifying sessions, and we are right back to the action now. Formula Libre, race number 2, and well, the wind is heavy. The temperature has dropped. The talk is that the rain is coming, and it could be around 12 o'clock. We are after 10 a.m. in the morning now, 10:26 to be exact, and the Formula Libres, they're getting back onto the grid now, as Joshua Smith into position. The V's on their semi-slick tyres, no wings. And then we have the one wings and slick man in the Reynard. That is DJ Boyson. I actually don't see DJ Boyson. There he is, coming through the kink. And this will be a 10-lapper for race number 2. And we'll see that Hey Simon, that red machine, number 44, will be pulling into position. There's De Ridder in his green V. And then there's DJ Boyson that will pull in to the back of the grid like he did in race 1. So, sorry Jordan.
I wonder if he's just... Either the car's cut out, which is very doubtful, even though the safety bucky is putting to the side of the track. So that's a little bit concerning. And I see that that is Ricky Anderson with the black 96 with the pink nose.
He wasn't in race 1.
No, he was not.
He was not in race 1.
So I think there was some issue that they had to solve, and they managed to get it back out. So that's always good to have another car on the grid. But I'm a little bit concerned about DJ Boyson's situation at the moment. I wonder what is going on there.
Unless they want to give him an extra challenge. I'd start him behind those cars, actually. And then he can snake through like a little chicane over there and then challenge the rest of the field. There's 11 of them out there in all. Like you said, Jordan, Ricky Anderson has joined the field. He's there with Idrich Haysalman, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey. But we still auspiciously look at DJ Boyson's Reynard.
Well, the whistle blows, and the Lollipop Man will get ready to throw the 5-second board and get out of the way. There, it's up. Now we wait. Richard Carr on the front of the grid, in grid position 2, but he'll be on hypothetical pole as the Lollipop Man throws up the 5 seconds. He gets out of the way. The lights are on. And the lights are off, and away they go. And Richard Carr gets the lead once again. But will Kelly Fletcher try and grab that position back? As you know what? DJ Boyson starts further back to give himself a challenge, like we said.
Look at a lightning start into that first turn from Wynand De Ridder. You can see that green Formula V Lantis making his way up into 4th position. Wonderful start there. They'll charge up towards Castro Corner, turn 2. And it will be Richard Carr that will lead the way from Kelly Fletcher. They had a ding-dong battle in race 1. Joshua Smith ahead of Nick van der Westhuizen, leaving the door open out of turn 2 was, of course, Richard Carr, leaving a sniff there for Kelly Fletcher, but maintains the lead into 3.
As you look to the north, Byron, look at the specs on our commentary box window. They are building up, and this can only mean one thing. The track is about to get speckled in little bits of rain, which could throw up a spanner in the works as we watch now this gaggle coming through Sarl sweep at the moment. We watch going down the main straight. It is, the back straight rather. It's Richard Carr making his way into turn 5. A good margin ahead of Kelly Fletcher at the moment, but here comes Joshua Smith just behind them.
Look out for the dark horse. There's Aidan Elwood there as well. Jordan, he is currently 3rd at the moment, right behind Kelly Fletcher there, and he'll be ahead of Joshua Smith as they charge up now towards the line to start lap number 2 of 10. So it is going to be Richard Carr in the Raymer, and then Kelly Fletcher between them 2 seconds. Hayden Elwood in the Swift, the only Class C runner. Joshua Smith, and then DJ Boyson up into 5th now as they make their way through turn 1.
I don't think DJ Boyson gave himself a big enough of a gap because he's already made his way through half the field. As we see Ricky Anderson's Formula V sputtering a little bit. But we also see going into Castrol Corner, Hayden Elwood has made his way past Kelly Fletcher and might even slow Kelly Fletcher down a little bit. That's not letting her catch up to Richard Carr like she wants to, because obviously that humdinger of a battle that we saw in the first race was heated up by them two being so close together. But now the gap has sorted itself out, and now it's just to Richard Carr to see if he can hold it ahead.
Yeah, a little battle going down further down the field there, Jordan, as they go onto the Tygerberg Straight on the second lap. There's DJ Boyson, followed by Nick van der Westhuizen. Wynand de Ridder has lost a place, and I think he's lost it to Cyril Somerville. Cyril Somerville comes through the picture now, and onto the back straight they'll then run towards turn number 5. There you caught a glimpse of Richard Carr, our leader. 2 seconds at the end of the last lap from Kelly Fletcher that he had there, but now Kelly Fletcher is in third, and Hayden Elwood is up into third and could be the speckled rain man.
Yeah, you're correct. There we see just behind Joshua Smith sitting on that 4th place. DJ Boyson followed there by Nick van der Westhuizen as we come through shot. Wynand de Ridder, Cyril Somerville, and Udrich Haysamen coming through our picture. But now we look into one, and there we see Richard Carr leading through turn 1, followed there Hayden Elwood, Kelly Fletcher, Joshua Smith, and DJ Boyson.
Hayden Elwood, 0.6 of a second faster on the last lap in that second position. You see him now go into Castrol. Look at the speckles on that camera, the dark clouds overhead, and the strong wind. This is playing havoc with everybody as DJ Boyson tries to pierce through on Joshua Smith, and that will be from 5th to 4th as they leave Nick van der Westhuizen, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey, and Wynand de Ridder behind in 9th position. Wynand de Ridder had that brilliant start on lap 1 and was 4th, but now 5 places down.
Yeah, that was a bit of an uncostly and unlucky situation for him, dropping so many positions. But DJ Boyson does manage to get past Joshua Smith through Sorrel Sweep and down the back straight once again. But we see Richard Carr just has an untimely lead.
Yellow flags.
Yellow flag, yes, Byron.
Yeah, double waved yellows. I think it's actually a single waved yellow, my apologies. And a car is off in the gravel. Jordan, I'll have to see who that is. I see Ricky Anderson hasn't classified. Only 1 lap for Ricky Anderson. But I'm looking from this angle. And we will let you know soon. I can see that the color of that car is red.
It could be Udrich Haysamen. And I believe it is. The number 44 has gone straight off into the gravel. I wonder if he had a little bit of a snap of oversteer, or maybe a little bit of late braking, and it sent him into the dirt, and now he's stuck there. So they'll keep that yellow flag for a little while until it's safe for him to get out. But now we look, DJ Boyson making his way through and past Kelly Fletcher and his next target, Hayden Elwood. But it should be a piece of cake for him, unless he just wants to toy with them a little bit.
I don't think he's in the mood to play around here. Seeing that this weather is doing what it's doing, I think he wants to pierce through that as quickly as he can, as Hayden Elwood now will not be as easy work, I think, as he thought, but he goes on the inside for turn 4, and it's the man, of course, DJ Boyson, is up into 2nd position and has got missile lock on Richard Carr as we move from initially 11 starters to 10 to 9.
And luckily this is the last race of the day, so that we don't have another race where the numbers might keep dropping, so hopefully it stays at this 9 and we can run it till the end of the race. But there we still see that stricken Haysamen car, but DJ Boyson managed to get past 2nd and 3rd place, moving up into 2nd overall. But now all he needs to do is track down that number 49 of Richard Carr out at the front of the field. That might take a lap or 2, Byron.
Well, let me tell you one thing. I'll have optimum grip through the corners compared to the Formula Vs because of those front and rear wing. And you'll be catching them in bounds at 126.424 compared to a 128.652. A foregone conclusion with 6 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on there, Jordan. But the thing is, look at Kelly Fletcher has closed up the gap. In turn 2 now you saw on Hayden Elwood. So that battle is not done yet.
No, absolutely not, and I'm pretty sure she's just waiting for Hayden to make some sort of error, maybe even as the rain comes down. A little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake from any one of them will give a good result to the other. But we watch as the leaders make their way through Sorrel Sweep, and look, Kelly Fletcher's getting ever so much closer, and she might just be in the tow as they make their way down the back straight. We can see there, look at the grey sky in the background as we watch DJ Boyson take the lead. It only took just less than a lap for him to take the lead. And now jump past Richard Carr, and maybe Richard can just get behind that Reynard and just sit in the stream to get a little bit further ahead.
Well, watching as they come out of turn 5 now, Jordan, it's still going to be Hayden Elwood, third place man in Class C, and of course overall in Class C. Kelly Fletcher, fourth overall, but second in the Formula V section. They charge down towards turn 1 and make their way through Holzhoek for yet another occasion. Joshua Smith is in fifth position. He just crossed the line and into turn 1 now. Nick van der Westhuizen ahead of Cyril Somerville, and as well as Donovan Ramsey and Wynand de Ridder. That is the 9 that remain in this race as we see the Elwood Fletcher battle make its way into turn 2.
And we'll see the camera pick up Interceptor Corner and DJ Boyson. Richard Carr's actually sticking with DJ Boyson a little bit.
No.
I'm surprised he's not pulling away, but maybe the wind and the little bit of puddling, as even if we look again on our commentary box window, it's almost difficult to see through the window, it's so specked. Hey, look at the camera. We almost can't see anything.
Well, the weather always is a great equalizer, the wet weather, and this is no exception as we make our way onto the back straight now. In the slipstream of Hayden Elwood is Kelly Fletcher. Will she maintain that racing line or will she dive on the inside? I don't think she's close enough to do such a thing, but they'll come around. 4 laps will be left to go. She looks around the outside, but Hayden Elwood on that inside line will hold that line and at least for the next little while keep that third place and only man in Class C, as I said.
But we look to one, and again, it's difficult to see through our window, but I do see DJ Boyson is a couple of seconds ahead, followed there by Richard Carr, still leading out. He's running perfectly at the moment. I have to touch wood just in case our commentators curse it, but he's doing incredibly well. But now look just behind there, it's Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood, and Kelly, I'm pretty sure, is maybe getting a little bit agitated with this.
Yeah, look at that. All over the back of Hayden Elwood. She'll come out that second phase now and really go through the kink towards turn 3. And having the measure on them is Richard Carr, who leads the Formula V section second. They are incredibly close to each other, making their way through turn 3 and onto the Tygerberg Straights.
And now look at that gap closing to Richard Carr. This could bring Hayden Elwood and Kelly Fletcher all together by the end of this race. And to think we've still got 3.5 laps to go, there's more than enough time for this to come to a 3-car battle for second place overall. But DJ Boyson makes his way through the frame and into Pertamina Fostrand. And he'll just lead out, obviously not pushing it too hard because he is on those slick tires. And any little bit of power, even though he's got those very helpful spoilers, will spin those tires and spin that car out. But we watch as he crosses the line. We'll watch the gap. Let's see the gap between Carr, Elwood, and Fletcher. Oh, and Elwood's caught Carr coming across the line like it was nothing.
Yeah, like he's virtually standing still there, Jordan. And Hayden Elwood now gets second position. Remember, Richard Carr still maintains the lead in the V section. But for how long? A bit of a snap there through that section. And a little bit wide and a tighter line there from Richard Carr to challenge for second place. But coming back in front of him there is Hayden Elwood. Kelly Fletcher right on there as well, on the gearbox of that red V.
The tarmac must be feeling the water at the moment, and they must be feeling it even worse because look, 2-3 car lengths and watch into Interceptor Corner. Richard Carr might make a move, and he does. He dives up the inside on 3, and Kelly Fletcher also wants to give it a go. But Hayden Elwood will put that little 7-Up vehicle in front of her, and Kelly Fletcher will just sit on the gearbox of that 76 of Hayden Elwood as they make their way through Sorrel Sweep. But look at the gap widen once again. But it is getting very wet out here, Byron.
It is getting incredibly wet. The officials will be looking at this, Jordan, because remember, we have a mixture of slick and semi-slick tires on these cars. And down the straight they will then run. Now they'll be searching for the grip that isn't there. And Kelly Fletcher makes her way through on Hayden Elwood, goes a bit wide and slightly leaves the door open for Hayden Elwood, but does not come back, and they'll charge down now to that line. DJ Boyson has now started his penultimate lap.
But now we watch coming across the line, it was Hayden Elwood and Fletcher once again going side by side. And this little battle, they're going to keep squabbling as Elwood goes very wide, obviously getting a little bit of a snap understeer coming onto the brakes in the dampness. And this is giving Richard Carr the perfect opportunity to storm ahead once again.
Storm ahead. I like that one. And he is doing very much that. Oh, Kelly Fletcher loses it. Going into Castro Corner and leaves the door wide open for Hayden Elwood, who says, thank you very much. And they are side by side, though, like you did say there, Jordan.
But that side by side was enough, and it gives Kelly Fletcher the position. And she'll move up into that third place. But now the gap's going to grow. And you can't have any sort of error as a big slide from Hayden Elwood just coming out of Interceptor Corner. Any little mistake of any kind will cause a big issue in these conditions, Byron.
These are challenging conditions, to say the least. Jordan, we still have this lap and the next lap left to go. Boyson is 9.7 seconds ahead of Carr, and he's even going to be just feeling his way around the remaining lap in a bit. As we watch Richard Carr come through that turn 5 section, followed then by Kelly Fletcher. Hayden Elwood now in third position as far as things are concerned, as they cross the line to start that final lap as Wynand de Ridder goes through turn 1, almost a lap down.
And the track is really soaking now. I can just see in the distance. I can see in the distance the wind blowing that rain all over the place. But we watch now for DJ Boyson. He goes into Castro Corner in the lead on his last lap. 4 more corners to go for him, Byron.
Oh, all I can say here is, Frankie Francois, get the squeegees, please. We need to see through that window, but we can see on the screen as it is the final lap of this race. And through the kink towards turn 3 is our leader.
And now we watch Kelly Fletcher's just had a bit of an issue going through Castro Corner, and she's lost a lot of pace. That gives Hayden Elwood a little bit of a nudge to get ahead and keep that third place overall. Richard Carr, on the other hand, he is just trundling along in his own race. And who's this? We've got a back marker holding it. It's de Ridder that's holding up DJ Boyson at the moment, but he manages to get past now. But, I mean, DJ Boyson does not need to push at all. He just needs to cross the line with 1 more corner to go, and that'll be done.
Yeah, here he comes towards turn 5 now. And his heart will be beating in his mouth, basically, over there as he comes around that last turn past Udrich Heisamen, who, of course, put that out a few laps back. And now he will gingerly make his way to the line. No heroics from DJ Boyson, who will, at a relatively pedestrian pace, make his way across the line and tiptoe to the win, as de Ridder will finish a lap down. And then with him as well will be Richard Carr, who will win the Formula V section. Kelly Fletcher is not going to finish in third,
but she will take second place in class. Hayden Elwood comes first in class and third place overall. But Kelly Fletcher comes across the line to finish that race. A bit of a struggle for her, I'm sure. I'm sure she's going to have a comment or two about that, about maybe just not having the pace as the weather started to come into play.
Yeah, and then we're going to have Joshua Smith coming out of turn 5. Pertamina Fastron will gingerly make his way to the line for a confident 5th position, but 3rd in class. And then we still have Nick van der Westhuizen, and I think it will be making it. Sorry, first we have Donovan Ramsey to the line. So waiting for Donovan, number 95. And then we have Nick van der Westhuizen, who had a bit of trials and tribulations in race 1, but has made it to the flag in race 2, a full 10 laps. And then on his lonesome, Cyril Somerville, that will still have to take the flag. I think, where is Cyril? Don't see him anywhere around here. I still see DJ Boyson on his cooling down lap. But here comes Cyril Somerville in his red, white and blue machine towards the line and will complete the running order. Well, just looking at some replays here, what happened to Ace went right into the back right-hand side of Wynand de Ridder, lost his nose and into the gravel, beached in the gravel over there. So just a racing incident there, of course. I think what happens is he was coming quite quickly. And look at that, riding over that right rear as... luckily for Wynand de Ridder, no damage that we know of that has been suffered.
Property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Libre Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Libre Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Right, here we go with the Supercars coming out. The Keltron Formula Supercars. Now, the motorcycles were supposed to come out now, but there is a change around in the program, and the Supercars are coming out before the bikes. Hopefully the cars can get the track and touch dry. They're going to have to put the right, there we go, they'll put the right sponsor on now. The Keltron will come on. You just saw Battech there for a moment. That's for the bikes. Keltron is back on the screen again. A big thanks to everybody, Steve Rhodes and the entire team down at IMUSAT for doing all the necessary for us, and as per normal, they do a fantastic job.
Well, Frankie, just downstairs during the qualifying sessions, I spoke briefly to Sean Boscombe, and he was mentioning, because he came third in race one, he inherited that third, he was very happy about that, but he said in race one there was a little bit of a dam of water that was causing havoc in that first turn. And remember, as you've many times said, these cars are difficult enough in dry conditions. In wet conditions, it's a completely different story.
Well, we found out what was wrong with Sean Cope's car from Line Property Management, and that is he had brake line issues, and that's what put him out of race number one. Yassine Darman wasn't there for race one, and Ernest said hopefully Yassine will be out for race number two. Obviously, Sean, we will not see him for the rest of the day due to that brake line issues.
Sorry, I meant Shane Boscombe. I think I said Sean Boscombe. My apologies, but we had only 6 cars start race one. I spoke also briefly to Ernest Page, like all of you guys did earlier on. He had a smile from ear to ear because he was really loving that battle that he had with Andy Moffat.
Yes, Ernest says that he had a great dice there with Moffat. It's a pity we haven't got Glenn Phillips out today. That would have been awesome to see Moffat, Phillips and Page. Glenn had initially entered, but didn't make it out to the circuit today, so it'll be a major fight between Mr. Moffat and Mr. Page, I presume. Carl Alec was right in the fight in the opening race until he slowed down and eventually retired the 31 car, and that was the end of him, unfortunately. So the cars are now beginning to line up and work their way into turn number one, into holes behind the safety car. It's okay when we look at on the TV, Gaza, but when we look out the commentary box windows to the north side of the track, you can see absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, it's getting pretty hectic out there. There's no doubt about it. And I think it's going to get worse over the next hour. Now, historically, these cars, Frankie, as you know, after 20 years of being up here in the commentary box in the winter time, once the engine is up to running temperature and the humidity levels are high, the front windscreens on these cars tend to mist up and it becomes almost impossible to drive. That situation could come up before the end of this race. As the southeaster comes up, the rain comes down, it's not going to be too much fun out there. It'll be great for us.
Yeah, great for us. Well, as Francois was saying, you need one of those long extension squeegees for the driver to get to the window. But Ernest and myself were chatting about it during the morning show. Obviously, he's been strapped in the seat. You can't move, and the front window is so far ahead of you, you can't even get your hand with cloth to wipe it, should that happen. And I know in the past, the wheel arches on the front of the car was open back in the day, so water could actually get in there. So with the engine temperature, as Gaza was saying, heating up the inside of the car, if water does come through the bottom of the front wheel arches, then you've got the cold joining the heat, and you're going to have a problem with your front windows. You haven't got a fan in this car or an aircon, that's for sure. This is a fully blown race car.
Well, we make our way up to the start at Killarney Flay, if we can put it like that. I think Peter Lindenberg would love to come out of retirement to race on this.
He's F1 powerboat, yeah.
I think so, definitely. And this is going to be interesting. It's going to be like a tightrope walk, as I compare it, or a knife's edge. It's going to be precision driving on this wet circuit.
Now, if I see right on the screen, and I do not see the 31 car of Carl Halleck out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there's only 6 cars out there. 7 names on the screen, but only 6. A 31 car of Carl Halleck is not out there. So obviously race 1 issues is still there. But we'll have a look and see which one is out. I think Diamonds might be out there, not Halleck, as the lights go off and away we go. This one's been brought down to 7 laps, Byron, as they head into turn number 1.
Very gingerly through turn 1 now. It is going to be Andrew Moffat ahead of Ernest Page. And then we have that number 18 car of Shane Boscombe that will be ahead of Andre Rowe. Yassine Darman joining now as well. But no Craig Hume, no Carl Halleck.
Yeah, we've lost both of them as they work their way into Castrol Corner. And we can have this fight once again between Mr. Moffat and Mr. Page. Somebody going very wide there. That could be Darman. Oh, there's a spinner. That's Rowe. That's Andre Rowe, the 74 car that's turned it around in the exit of turn 2 Castrol.
Well, the rest of the field make their way through turn 3 now. I do see Craig Hume is in. I made a mistake there. My apologies. I think it just came up onto the timing screens as the leader and second place are now through the double apex right-hander at Saddle Sweep. Shane Boscombe in 3rd position, and that means that Craig Hume has come up nicely now into 4th, and that will be, of course, Andre Rowe. Did he get going again? I think he would have.
So the leader's going down the back straight into turn number 5, working the way into Pertamina Fostron. And even the camera lenses are full of water. That is Andrew Moffat making his way out of turn 5. Right behind him, we've got Ernest Page in P2. The gap between Moffat and Page, pretty big at this stage of the game, but it's only the beginning of the race. Then it's a huge gap before we see Shane Boscombe. And right on Shane's case, I believe that could be Yassine Darman, as the leaders are now making their way towards turn number 1. And there you see Moffat being chased down by Page.
Yeah, Boscombe will cross the line as we go now into this first two. You're quite right there. I made a mistake again. Yassine Darman is in 4th position at this moment in time. Yeah, they gingerly make their way. You can see how nervous they're going through that first turn section. And there is an extra car out there. That will be the Andre Rowe car, Shirley, who had that spin on the exit of turn 2.
Right, so here they come, out of Castrol Corner. Andrew Moffat, he was 2.8 seconds behind him, or should I say ahead of Page when they started this lap. Ernest will try and catch up to him as they make their way into turn 3. Interceptor, very, very nervous supercars. These are in general. And now you put some water down on the racetrack, and it's going to be a lot more tougher for these guys. We'll ask Page, Ernest, when he comes and has a chat to us later on how race 2 was. Shane Boscombe still in 3rd position. As you see the water on the camera lens there, difficult to pick up those cars, Byron. But down the back main they go. Andrew Moffat P1, Ernest Page P2.
Yeah, down the straight as they go. That curved back straight towards turn 5. Lots of rain we've had over the last number of weeks. You can see it by the very green grass around Killarney. It looks absolutely stunning. And, well, there goes Andrew Moffat, a veteran in this class. Many, many years now, and also another veteran of racing, Ernest Page. They were 2.8 seconds between each other the last time around as Shane Boscombe and Yassine Darman make their way into that right-hander at turn 5, and the leaders have made their way across the line now, Frankie.
Yeah, there's 2 seconds, 2.084 between Moffat and Page as they make their way out of turn number 1, heading down into turn 2 Castrol. We'll watch Boscombe cross the line, and he makes his way into so that's Darman, that's Yassine Darman, and he's 16.3 seconds behind the combination of Moffat and Page in that 3rd position. Shane Boscombe crosses the line. He's 10 seconds behind Darman, and we're still waiting for Andre Rowe to finish this lap as we head back to turn 3, Interceptor Corner. And still, as the rain has now subsided a bit, it is Ernest Page trying to get past Andrew Moffat. The gap is a little bit closer, but not too much, as they make their way into the double right-hander that is turn 4 saddle sweep.
Yeah, last lap of a 1:45.746 for Ernest Page. That was the quickest lap out there. But I see that more quick sector times are happening. So the quicker of the two drivers at the front is Ernest Page over Andrew Moffat. Down the straight, they will then run into turn 5. Not close enough to make any sort of a considerable move. But remember, it's a wily old fox, Andrew Moffat. He's been around for a long time. Both have, and it's drifting a little bit wide there on exit, was Ernest Page in his battle against Andrew Moffat.
Well, as I say, the rain has subsided. It has not subsided. It's actually picked up. I can see through the commentary box window on my right-hand side as we keep an eye on the two leaders heading into turn number 1. There is third place man on your screen there. That's Yassine Daman. And he's working his way into turn 5, into Pertamina Fostron. And he's quite some distance behind the combination of Moffat and Page.
Well, they'll make their way across the line as they have 5 laps left to go in this race. Yassine Daman will cross the line. Here come our two leaders now. 10th of a second. Ernest Page was quicker on the last lap. But you can't really watch the times here in these conditions because anything can happen. You just saw it now as Andrew Moffat just drifted out a bit wider than Ernest Page did. And that would allow Ernest Page just to come a little closer this time again. Through turn 3 they will go. And then onto that Tigerberg straight. They've got a mighty advantage over Yassine Daman. And he too over Shane Boscombe.
You were talking about times earlier on. Look at that time. Ernest Page, the quickest man, 1:44.198. That shows you what the track conditions are like as we keep an eye on the two leaders through the double right-hander saddle sweep down the back man. They're somewhere behind that water droplet you see on your screen as they work their way down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron corner. Moffat from Page and a huge gap before we see Daman, Boscombe and Rowe.
I always say a big kudos to the marshals, photographers and everybody out there in the rain. And thank you for keeping us going in these conditions. But we now make our way down to the start-finish. It's going to be 4 laps left to go when they cross that line. And every single time you see, is Ernest Page close enough? He is not close enough. Now, a 1:44.8 for Ernest Page, a 1:45.1 for Andrew Moffat.
Well, he was only a 1/16 of a second behind Moffat, so Ernest is really hunting him down. He wants that win. He might just, as they work their way up the Joubert Straight towards Cashel Corner, be playing the waiting game, I was going to say. And as I say that, the conditions catch out Andrew Moffat, and he sends the car into the countryside.
The officials will be watching closely to see when they will call this race. We thought it was going to be a 7-lapper. It is a full 8-lapper at the present moment. And thankfully for Moffat, he gets going again. Loses the lead, though, to Ernest Page, but keeps ahead of Yassine Daman at this time because of the massive advantage.
Well, Page will be laughing. I was going to say that as we watch Ernest Page make his way towards turn 4, I was going to initially say that he's sitting behind him playing the waiting game and putting a touch of pressure on the man you see on your screen there now, which is Moffat, and maybe a touch of pressure, lapse in concentration. It's not an easy car to drive in wet conditions, and he just caught Andrew Moffat out as we watch Ernest Page race down towards, if you can call it race, because he's trying his hardest out there, working his way through turn 5, through Pertamina Fostron.
And 3 very tricky laps lie ahead for our field as Ernest Page makes his way down to the line. His fastest lap, a 1:44.1, was last time out 7/10 of a second off of that pace, but across the line to a 1:45.456 for him now.
As we look at Moffat, that's now in second position. Just before that, the very same shot you see there now, when Page came through, you saw the nose of that supercar walk around as it searches for the track under these very tough conditions. That's Yassine Daman, you see on your screen, working his way through Fostron Corner in a distant third position as the leader makes his way into Castral Corner. We still stay here with Daman. Diamond making his way into turn number 1. Shane Boscombe, that's the man from Lime Property Management, the main sponsor for 2024, making his way through Foster on turn 5.
That is turn 4 that he's 4th position going through turn 5. And then don't forget about Andre Rowe, still circulating. He did go farming earlier on, probably the first man to find the infield, and then he will be making his way around still in turn 5 at the moment. But here comes second place man, was going through turn 3. Turn 5 is going to be Andre Rowe at this time, and only 5 of them are left in this race. No Craig Hume, no Carl Halleck.
Lead again down the back straight, all on his own. And he's 15.2 seconds ahead of Moffat. He's race leader Ernest Page, working his way through Fostron corner. When he crosses the line, he'll start his penultimate lap. Oh, it's not easy. That supercar is walking around and wandering around underneath Ernest Page. And he is fighting this thing to keep its nose pointing in the right direction. Here comes Ernest, getting the thumbs up there by the start-finish line as he makes his way into turn number 1. And he is a sizable distance ahead of Andrew Moffat, that's in that second spot.
Started that penultimate lap, Ernest Page. Andrew Moffat will do likewise now. And he'll go off the racing line and charge it up to turn 1. And Holzhoek, and then Yassine Darman in 3rd position. So everybody all well spaced out as far as things are concerned.
Not that easy for these supercar guys. Somebody has lost it there.
I think that is again going to be Andre Rowe.
I would think you're correct, yes. That was on the exit of a Castrol corner. That would be the 74 car of Rowe. As we look at the leader go through Interceptor corner, that is Ernest Page, making his way up the Tygerberg Hill towards turn 4, Saddle Sweep. Not easy conditions. The rain is now pelting against the commentary box window, and you got to feel for these guys out there in these very nervous supercars.
So it's only this little bit and the next lap left to go for Ernest Page down the straight as you go. Now you can see on the screen at home how considerable the track is as far as it's being wet. And now down towards the last turn on the lap, turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, as you can see on the boards to the left-hand side of that Ernest Page car. And then one more lap left to go.
Well, Andrew Moffat put in purple sectors in Sector 2 and Sector 3, did Andrew Moffat. So let's have a look and see, will he be the quickest man out there? Or will the 144.198 of Page still stand? That is Andrew Moffat. That's going through screen now. That's in that second position to race leader Ernest Page. Ernest has started his final lap already. Moffat will now start his final lap. And he will not be the quickest man out there because he had a slow Sector 1. So the 144.198 for Page still stands.
All right, so Page makes his way into turn 2 for the last time today for him. And a sigh of relief will be breathed at the end of this lap, definitely. But he must first get there. He's coming very slowly out of turn 2 and towards turn 3 now. And likewise for Andrew Moffat, as they gingerly, at pedestrian pace, make their way through, but there's no other way to do it. This is knife's edge stuff.
Can you believe that Ernest, the man on your screen there's last lap was a 148.814. That is how this track conditions with the rain is causing havoc to the supercar drivers. Byron, put yourself in that man's seat there and Moffat and everybody else. Can you imagine? Yes, we're repeating ourselves when we say the car's nervous, but being in a car that's like that, can you imagine the level of concentration that's going through Ernest Page's mind right now, knowing it's almost there. I'm almost there. I'm nearly at the checkered flag.
Oh, he's really sweating it out in there. I don't think he's cold at all in there.
I agree with you.
He's going to get out into the cold weather and he's going to feel it afterwards as well. But he's put in a fantastic drive, as we know Ernest Page does. What a Superman. He was down here in the commentary box doing the breakfast show as well. He's out there taking the victory. Beautiful stuff from the man there. The Opel Supercar winner for today, Ernest Page.
Yeah, Ernest Page comes home in P1. So now we're going to pick our attention. Here comes Moffat. Moffat storming across the line. Wow, what a fight back by Andrew Moffat. He was 15 odd seconds behind. It's now only 11.416. So he made up a good couple of seconds there on race winner Ernest Page.
Well, we look out to Yassine Darman, who's now on the back straight, making his way towards turn 5. So there we go, turn 5, and we still have making his way around. That is Andre Rowe. That's had 2 spins and a bit of an adventure today. He finishes a lap down, so he'll be relieved not to do an extra lap. And then Yassine Darman and Shane Boscombe. Here comes Yassine Darman out of turn 5.
Yeah, Darman will finish in that 3rd position, working his way towards the checkered flag. Yassine Darman missed out on race number 1. Comes back and finishes 3rd in race number 2 as he crosses the line now. And he finishes 51.3 seconds behind 2nd place man Andrew Moffat.
And then just keeping our eyes peeled over here for, there we go. He blends in, he's got a grey silver car. He blends in with the mist and the rain and everything like that. It's Shane Boscombe, who finished 3rd in race 1, finishes 4th in race 2, and gets his way across a full 8 laps.
Yeah, and he was 27.3 seconds behind Yassine Darman in that 4th spot, with Andre Rowe in P5, and he was 1 lap down.
Oh, there we go. There's the other one.
That's just a replay of that incident with in the Formula V's, and that's the replay of the first spin by the 74 car of Rowe, and that's the replay coming out of turn 1 of the little off-circuit expedition there by Andrew Moffat.
Frankie, 120 kilometers an hour sideways heading towards a cement wall. Little.
I don't think they were doing 120 k's an hour on that track conditions. That's why I said a little off.
A little.
It wasn't a major off. It was a little off.
I'd hate to see what you call major.
Right, folks, welcome back to commentary for those that are around the circuit, braving the weather, sitting in their cars and their 4x4s, and probably got the car's heater running. That is the picture that you have at Killarney. The rain is pelting down. And Gary, you were talking to Ernest a little bit early on about the nutcases, the guys with half a brain.
You have to be a different sort of person to be able to go out with a motorbike in these type of conditions. And you know what, the real bikers actually love this, because this is where they get tested to the full, and they can actually use their experience to beat out on the younger guns that have got bigger einies sometimes, going down into the big brake markers. And this is where you find the older hands come into play, keep it on the island and come up with good results.
A little bit of a double whammy here today, in the sense that you've got the rain, but you've also got the wind. I mean, we've got about a 30km/h northwester blowing here with the rain. The rain is not raining hard, it's that fine rain, but it pelts down on you.
Francois, I don't think it's so much the wind, it's the fact that it's gusting. So you can't preempt exactly what it's going to do when you come down into the brake markers. You've got to go with the conditions as it happens.
Yeah, and the other side of it is that, Jordan, you can jump in here. Now you don't know what's around the circuit. Where did they drop oil previously? And when the water brings that up to the surface, you're coming to a point, you hit the brakes, and suddenly the bike just keeps traveling. And like they would always say, you're a passenger.
Well, Francois, that's one thing I can tell you, with both of my kids having raced before, for all Carmen on the main circuit, when there's a little bit of water, you cannot see the oil marks. When there's the amount of water there is now, she says you'll fall on your back if you see the actual, the discoloration of where the oil parts are. So the only difference now is that it's not such a surprise when you heading towards the scene of the accident.
Yeah. You know it's coming.
You know it's coming. It's a case of what can you do about it.
Yeah.
Let's just hope that all of the guys keep it sunny side up and they all get to the end of this race. All 17, from Ashton Heidemann at the back of the pack, right up to Paul Medell, Jamie Hall and Lance Jonas at Bedeck, the front row of the grid, Jordan.
Well, having a look at all the motorcycles out there, they all predominantly got wet weather tyres on. And just for the listeners at home, a set of wet weather tyres is probably the cost of about 3 or 4 sets of dries, because of the speciality of the compound and the graining in the tyres, etc. And if these guys ride hard, their tyre don't last long, so that is the expense. But having a look here, Jamie Hall looking ready, Lance Jonas ready, Max Bunton. You can see the oil lying on the start line here already. It's all coming to the surface.
Sorry, Francois, but I see there's no Paul Medell.
No. But Paul might not have wet weather tyres.
And I don't think he would go out of his way to race in these conditions. I mean, look at his spot. Where he would have been sitting was right next to the oil patch. But we'll watch now. Boardman, Lollipop Man runs out of the way. Lights are out and away we go. A little bit of a jump start, but they've got to be careful not to put too much power down into, off the line and into turn 1, but we'll look. Everyone just needs to stay up. They gingerly go through. They're going to try and chop and change between each other, but not make any contact or undeceiving decisions as they come into one, now down the Joubert Straight and into Castrol Corner.
Have a look there, going up into second place, Max Bunton. He's on a 400, he's got wets on. Now Max comes off the short circuit. Short circuit rides in the wet a lot. They're used to that part of the circuit. Max got a great start. Lance Jonas has been caught napping. Oh, wait, someone goes down. Oh, 2 bikes down. Max is down. They've hit the puddle of water. Yeah, they hit that puddle on the inside of the circuit. They're both up. They're looking to pick their bikes up. These are hard taskmasters. Yeah, I think it's Abby and Max. And they're going to get their bikes picked up. Stuck in the mud. Abby says, please help, I can't pick the bike up. Max is trying to get his bike started again. There you can see on screen, frenetic activity there, but they've lost out now. They will not get back into the race. They can actually call it a day, because once you've lost that gap on the rest, it's not going to happen. Down the back straight, they go towards turn number 5. This is another place where you've got to watch the water, because it lies on the inside of the corner. If you take it too tight, you're going to catch some water there. Jamie Hall was leading out. Jamie Hall should be still leading out there. I'll try and pick up who's in second place. Could be Lance Jonas. Here comes Jamie. He's giving it a good run. So too Lance Jonas. Having a look for third place there as they come through towards us. I'm having a look, see. Raymond Alexander's in there. And Ethan Diener, all the way down from P, sitting in 4. So now you see how the little bikes handle against the big bikes in this weather.
And luckily enough, you don't need that much power in these conditions. And for someone like Styx, Adrian Solomon, who's actually a little bit further down the grid than he should be, or that what he's known for, a lighter, maybe slightly less powered bike might suit these conditions a little more, because you don't need to throw it around and push it as hard on a wet track, especially if you have wet tires. So some of these guys you'll see, even if you look now, third place through 7th place is all 300 class motorcycles.
You see, they're nimble, they're lighter, they're easy to control in the wet. I think that when Max Bunton went down, his front wheel caught a puddle on the inside. He aquaplaned because the bike just left, and Abby was right behind. I think she put the bike down because she got a bit of a skrik, as they would say, a fright. And yeah, that's unfortunate. Have a look at the bikes on screen now, going down through turn number 4. That's Sorrel Sweep, making their way now down the back straight, down towards Perdamina Fostron corner. And those are the leaders. Now, Jamie Hall, who's now really come to the fore. There he goes into turn number 5. Have a look. You see the bike is relatively upright in a manner of speaking. He's not lying down. He's got to keep as much tread as he has on the tar in order to have the grip. Comes out there, Lance Jonas, much the same. And Raymond Alexander on the 400 will be doing pretty well. And up behind him, young Ethan Diener, also on the KTM. And up behind him, I think Mitch Robertson, Ashton Heidemann. And then Mitch Robertson. Now, Mitch has said all the 400s doing fantastically well, going down towards, coming there into turn number 1. That's commonly called Holzhoek, as they work their way around. And you can see the little bikes are, as I said, easier to handle.
Now, and I see that actually Ethan Diener has actually taken 3rd position now. So he's made his way past Raymond Alexander. And he's sitting there up on his own at the moment, which is probably where he wants to be. Just trundling along, taking it easy. I see all these riders still putting their knees down.
Well, I'm having a look at Ethan's body language. He's looking very confident, and he's seeing Lance ahead of him. He's on a KTM 390. He's got the power, and he's not very phased by the wet. Maybe he's got a little bit of experience in the wet coming from Port Elizabeth. I mean, they do ride wet races there. But he seems to be attacking the circuit more than just circulating, and he's up behind there. There comes Lance into picture. There's Ethan Diener. Lance is on a 650 Suzuki, and he's on a 390, and he's really giving it stick.
I see a bike down there just across from the oval. That is one of the orange or red bikes. It could be Ethan Diener, actually. That would be very unfortunate if that's the case. We're looking for the number 3. We'll try and get a number on that if possible. We're just waiting for a bit of verification, but we look now into 5. 72. That is Ashton Heidemann, unfortunately, starting at the back of the grid. He's had a bit of an incident there coming out of 2. Obviously looped a little bit on a puddle, or maybe just overcorrected a little bit, and that is very unfortunate from the PE rider.
Well, crossing the line there now, there's Ethan Diener going into turn number 1 into holes, and he's looking very confident. Jamie Hall going into 2, still leading out in picture. Jamie go there. Lance Jonas has picked up the pace a bit, and Ethan Diener is doing pretty well on that 390 up behind him on the KTM. And Ethan is riding the bike, essentially. He's not racing, he's riding it at his best capacity, and he's doing extremely well. He's not too far behind Lance.
And that's exactly where he wants to be, like we'd said before. Just being calm and collected and letting the laps count down. He mustn't try and think of himself as competition for Lance Jonas, because when you try and push yourself too hard in a situation like this and in tricky conditions like this, it just causes for disaster. But there we see Raymond Alexander on his own, sitting there in 4th place. He's basically got the track to himself as we see him cut through Shot and through Sorrel Sweep.
So now just to go back to Raymond Alexander, he's got a lot of experience in the wet. He's ridden many wet races. Oh, there's the replay. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he just looped it coming out of Castrol Corner. He was on the very inside, and the inside is a little bit dipped in turn 2, so maybe a little bit of puddle of water caught him out there. but hopefully his backside's not too sore after that.
Yeah, as Jamie Hall goes over the line, there you see him picture. He's followed by Lance Jonas and Ethan Dinner. Lance has picked up the pace. Lance is now the quickest man in the circuit, doing 141s versus Jamie's 142. He's the second quicker. Ethan Dinner just did a 141.904. That is blindingly quick on a KTM 390 versus the 650. So he's not doing too bad, taking obviously the weather conditions into account. Brilliant riding there in picture. Jamie Hall going in there. Lance Jonas coming in there. You see they take a wide line to have a look at it. There's young Ethan Dinner all the way down from Port Elizabeth, doing fantastically well in third place. Raymond Alexander will be coming into picture. That's on the red 11 Kawasaki as he comes up here into Castrol Corner. Look at the line. They all take a wide line going around sort of middle of the circuit. You don't want to be on the edge of the tarmac because that is where the water is predominantly. There you see Raymond. You see how he leaned over and he kept the bike upright. That's the correct method of riding in the wet.
Yeah, that is the right thing to do. Just keep your posture right, keep your confidence up, because you don't want to overdo it in any manner. Tucking it in too deep or putting your knee down too far will end in disaster. But all these riders are doing very well at the moment. We watch as that is, I believe that is our leader, or maybe
that's not the leader.
That's
no.
I believe that might maybe a back marker making their way around turn 5. I believe that's not. There's our leader,
There's
Jamie Hall.
Jamie will collect that back marker. You can see the pace of Jamie as he comes past that back marker. Jamie is now, he's riding the same as he would ride in the dry, just a fraction slower in order to control the bike. There's Lance Jonas there and young Ethan Dinner. Hats off to Ethan. He's doing a sterling job. Look at him tucked up behind the screen, you know, not to get too damp as they work their way down into turn number 1. You see Lance taking it a little bit easy around there. Not gingerly, he's taking it easy, not to pitch the bike out. Ethan Dinner, however, on that 390 is really milking that bike and really bringing it into his own. He's doing fantastic. Jamie Hall, we know, very experienced rider, does fantastic all the way from Knysna. Local lad here from Parklands, Lance Jonas there. Ethan Dinner all the way down from Port Elizabeth, doing a fantastic job. And unfortunately, the rain dots in the way there, just to show you. See how he keeps the bike upright and he leans over? That is the correct manner to ride. So the young lad's got a bit of potential. There, the water collects there through the dip. That kink has got a bit of water, and that's where you got to be careful. And then when you come out of your interceptor corner, not too much on the inside because the water will be lying there. You don't want to catch the water because if it catches the front, it'll twist the front, and you're going to perpetually get eye-sided there. There they come into Sorrel Sweep. You can see the rain pelting down on all the cameras. Our local producer, Gary Fleming, said, which camera do I choose? What do I do? I can't see null. Hell of a thing. Down into turn 5 we go. There goes Jamie Hall. Down into 5. Have a look at that surface. It is stupidly wet. And these boys are hurtling at a speed of 120 miles an hour. And doing fantastically. Jamie's staying up there, coming out of Pertamina Fastron corner. Then he gets on the gas, works his way out through the left-hand bend. And makes his way down the main straight here towards turn number 1. Ethan Dinner is having an absolute screamer out there behind Lance Jonas. There's Lance in picture. Look at Ethan sitting up behind that screen. He hasn't got up once. He is down, tucked up behind the screen, giving it absolute horns as he comes down here into holes.
I think that's what's keeping his confidence up as always, that he can see Lance Jonas in front of him. And maybe he's got that little thought in the back of his mind that maybe if Lance Jonas slows down ever so slightly more, obviously, him being a little bit older, it's going to hurt a bit more if he hits the tarmac. But you can just see him tucking it in there, sitting up, getting ready to settle himself for the corner and putting his knee down through 2. He'll make his way out of Castrol corner in a pretty prime position. But like you said, Francois, look at that. It's almost like a glazed surface. It looks icy. And that's where Max Munton and Abigail Bossen had their little bit of an incident at the start of the race. And now it's only going to get more damp and a little bit more treacherous as the day continues.
Just have a look how fast Ethan came out of interceptor corner behind Lance. Lance was cruising. Ethan came clocking, and Ethan's getting closer. He will ever lose touch with Lance down the back straight now because of the grunt of the 650. But his corner speed is immaculate in the wet, and it's actually lovely to watch. I can't help but be complimentary of watching him because I know what it takes to be out there in this kind of weather on a motorcycle. So, yeah. Raymond Alexander still in 4 there. Mitch Robertson up to 5. Anna Ferreira there in 4. Peter Hill up into 7th, ahead of Abdul Essek. Elmer Mostert there in 9th. And Nigel Everts in 10th. Nigel will be relishing this one. And then, of course, Heidemann up behind him. And then Max Munton, Shannon Thompson, Abby Boston, Paul Medell, Adrian Solomon, Andre Symes, all not in this race. So we're only 11 bikes out of there out of a potential 17.
We started really well before the conditions came down, and then it mixed up the whole show. And now, like you said, we've got a whole 10 running bikes left. But they're just going to trundle it along with just under 2 laps to go until the end of this race. And the conditions are only going to get worse at this rate. You can see all of our mountains and our little markers in the distance have disappeared into the ether. But look at that. A 4-way battle almost, even though it is between back markers. As we watch Jamie Hall go around the outside through Castrol Corner. Look, every single lap it gets more and more mirrored.
There's a lot of water out there at the moment. Jamie Hall coming through. There's Lance Jonas, and have a look up there behind him. There's Ethan Dino on the KTM 390, doing very, very well now as they make their way through Sarl, sweep that double right-handed apex. And Ethan just getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, just here on the back straight, he loses a little bit of touch. Lance gets ahead of him. But Ethan is tucked up. Look at him, tucked up behind that screen, chasing. And he's riding in the wet. He's not riding on the dry line, so to speak. Not that there is a dry line, but a drier line. There comes Jamie Hall down into Pertamina Foster on turn number 5. That long winding right-hander. It is cambered to the inside, so you get a bit of an embankment that you're riding. You can see the riders coming through there. But look at young Ethan Dina up behind Lance Jonas. Lance Jonas had Adrian Solomon in the first race. Now he's got Ethan Dina up behind him. And this is brilliant to watch. Brilliant to watch. They're going to... don't know if they got about another lap to go. One more lap to go. Down into turn 5. There will be Raymond Alexander. He'll be ahead of Mitch Robinson. Andre Ferreira will be there with him, and so too Peter Hill. There's Raymond. Raymond also, you know, taking it gingerly through there, but when he gets on the straight, he'll give it a bit of oomph. And he's quite a way ahead there of Mitch Robinson as Mitch goes down into 5.
Yeah, but we watch now as the gap between 1, 2, and 3, they all pull away from the rest of the grid. Raymond Alexander's 25 seconds away from Ethan Dina. As we watch now coming through Interceptor Corner, there's backmarker Paul Hill.
Jamie Hall coming out of Interceptor Corner there, followed by Lance Jonas there with Ethan Dina up behind him. They make their way up the Tigerberg straight away up towards Sarl sweep, that double right-hander. Ethan Dina comes in hot and loud there up behind Jonas. He wants to get creep right up. Oh, he's right there with him. He is right there. He's not going to lose a bit of touch now. Lance will open up the throttle a bit down the back straight. But Ethan on the 390 is doing brilliantly. This is an absolute stunning race from the young lad. He's going to go down to 5. He's looking late on the brakes. You'll watch him pitch into 5 up behind Jonas. And look at him. His corner speed is exceptional. He's closing right up on the back of Lance. He's sitting right up there on his tyre. They're going to come out. Lance will just grunt it out slowly out of the kick. But Ethan up behind the fairing, not giving it one iota. Checkered flag. Checkered flag, and Lance will take second. But a big shout out, and I would seriously punch a hole in the sky that big, because Ethan Dina had a sterling race, a brilliant race. We wait for Raymond Alexander to come back in 4.
That was brilliant stuff from that youngster. Almost the whole race behind Lance Jonas, and he just couldn't find a way past until that last lap, and he had the opportunity, but the bike just wasn't quick enough in a straight line to get him at the line. As we watch Abdul Isak and El Mostad for 8th and 9th come across the line. There comes Raymond Alexander finishing in 4th place and 2nd in class. Now we just wait for Mitch Robertson taking a very incredibly well done 3rd place in class in race 2.
Mitch is down into turn 5. There goes Mitch down into turn 5. They'll be happy that they've run their day. Let's face it, this weather is very treacherous out there. And the leathers are going to be a bit wet. Most of them don't have rain suits on. So you're going to have to wash the leathers. You're going to hang them up in the garage and let them dry for about a week or two and give them the odd shake. Otherwise, they get a little bit hard. So they'll be pretty chuffed with that one. Yeah, on screen you can see the conditions at Killarney are treacherous and they're going to get worse. So if you don't have wets, well, I'm afraid that's your day called.
Sorry. We just see now that replay of the incident between Abigail Bosson and Max Munton. Look how they run. And that Ashton Heidemann, a very unfortunate high side there coming out of 2. Just got on the spot, but here's this incident again. We watch as they go through and Max just gets an unlucky twitch and drops it, and Abby does get a bit spooked seeing Max on the ground there. And she drops it in the same puddle, unfortunately. And they scramble to try and get their bikes back up, but unfortunately they could not get back out on the circuit, and that was their day done. So we watch.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
That was an advert from our title sponsor, Lime Property Management. So awesome to have them on board around our circuit. And I'm pretty sure we'll have more, or they'll have more to do with us in the coming years. But we've got more sponsors. Castrol Energy for the bridge. City of Cape Town for the bridge, sorry. Turn 1 is Holzhoek. Turn 2 is Castrol. Interceptor for sponsoring Turn 3. Fastron, Pertamina Fastron for sponsoring Turn 5. King Tony Tools for the subway. Porsche Club for the main straight. And then a bunch of individual sponsors per club, or sorry, per section, like Thermofires for Clubman Saloons, API Property Group for GTI Challenge, Lauda for their classic cars, Caltron for supercars and fine cars, Le Joubert for the sports and GTs, Pirelli for the V8 Masters. Still no sponsor for Formula Libre. So if anyone wants to jump on board there. And then for Superbikes is the Seal Pro Winelands sponsorship. MGA Racing for Clubman's Classic and Breakfast, and BatTech for the Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. Big thank you to everyone for their sponsors and contribution to our wonderful circuit. And, you know, it's helping us out a ton.
Right, so MGA Racing, Clubman, Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles on pole position. Hilton Redlegaze, 5-second board up, waiting for the lights. Away they go. And have a look there, Jamie Hall on the S-Rad Suzuki. He's just been out. He knows what the conditions are like. He gets a fantastic hole shot. What will Hilton do going into turn 1? Does Hilton look up on the inside? Jamie a bit loud there, hanging around the outside. Hilton's up on the inside there of holes. Hilton Redlegaze and Jamie Hall looking around the outside as they work their way out. They come up here and it's a lovely squabble here between Jamie Hall on the S-Rad ahead there of the Kawasaki of Hilton. Hilton goes in loud and proud. Is he going to be able to hold it? Oh, he gets a bit of a squirm and he's got to go wide. Jamie Hall, and getting a little bit overzealous there was Hilton Redlegaze, and now finds himself down in about P3 or 4. No, he's P3. And working his way through. Jamie Hall just been out. He knows what the track is like. Now, on a different bike, though, now, on a bigger bike, the S-Rad, he was out in a 650 as they work their way through. And Hilton will want to come back there. I think Tyler Weber is lying in second place as they work their way out and make their way up the straight. It could also be Sharif Reynolds, I think, on the Ducati. I think Sharif's in second place. Jamie already getting the hang of it. These guys haven't been out in the wet. Jamie has. He's got a bit of an advantage. He knows where the track is what. And Hilton there sitting. It looks like Sharif there on the Ducati. Yep, it's Sharif Reynolds, I think. Yeah. So Hilton is lying there in third. They're going down into turn 5. Treacherous stuff. Hilton, ooh, going very loud down into turn 5. He's trusting those wet weather tires very, very much. And Hilton manages to get past. It looks like Sharif Reynolds as he works his way through. And coming out now, and Hilton on the gas now. He's going after Jamie Hall, and Jamie's not hanging around. There's about a 4-second gap between the two of them as they work their way over. Hilton's got his hand up. He's got a problem.
Yeah, something's happened there, and he's pulled to the side. I wonder if maybe that issue where he went off a little bit has caused something. I don't think he went into the grass. But he pulls off into turn 1 as we watch the rest of the field come through. There's Derek Hendricks and Willie Morris, Sharif Reynolds. We watch this man, Jamie Hall. Like I said a little bit earlier, he's on double duty today, and he's absolutely rocket shipping this whole day so far. And this is his perfect opportunity after that mistake from Hilton Redlingace, or issue mind you, that could be the case.
Yeah, I think it's more an issue than it is a problem. But Wayne Gress is there now. Mario Ferreira lies in third now. Derek Hendricks 4, William Morris 5, Sharif Reynolds 6, Francois Kritziger 7th, Tyler Webber 8th, and Greg Waddington down in 9th.
But now we'll continue to watch as they make their way through Interceptor Corner now. Coming through down the Tygerberg Straight. Our camera's getting a little bit flooded at the moment as Jamie Hall makes his way towards 5.
Jamie Hall is absolutely rocketeering on that S-Rad, that Lucky Strike livery that he's got, which is not Lucky Strike, it's 888 motorcycles, but using the colors of the old Lucky Strike. And I think Jamie's having an absolute blast out there. He's got the hang of this. As the rest of the field now work their way down into turn 5, that'll be Gresser, Ferreira, and Hendricks.
These guys on the 2 wheels are really showing the 4-wheelers
how it's done. Yeah, no, if you want to come and play in the puddles.
There's a yellow flag in turn 1.
Yeah, that's because Hilton.
Oh,
that's for Hilton. It went off.
Yes, you say.
And there you see now Jamie Hall going into turn 1 holes, and he's keeping it together. There coming through was Mario Ferreira. Jamie Hall doing a 144 when he was out on the 650. He did a 141. So the conditions always, but Jamie Hall, like I said, having an absolute blast now into turn 2 he goes, and he'll work his way down through the King down towards the Interceptor. Coming up towards us now is Ferreira and Gresser. Mario Ferreira, I think, is on the BMW Boxer, the Boxer Cup. And yeah, it's a heavy bike. It's a heavy bike. Wayne Gress there behind him. Mario Ferreira enjoying the wet. Got wet with the tires on. Wayne Gress is there. Up behind him is William Morris. And behind Morris, it should be Reynolds. I don't think it is. No, it's Derek Hendricks. Derek Hendricks looks like he's got an old pick and pay packet drawn over him.
Well, you have to have it in these conditions. We can hear in the commentary box, it's storming down now. It must be slamming into this concrete and into their visors. I mean, it must be quite distracting, if you say so the least. I mean, I don't ride a bike, but I'm sure it's a bit treacherous, even more treacherous than it has been all day. But Jamie Hall still powering through on that S-Rad as he makes his way into Pertamina Fostron. He'll just trundle along through there. You can still hear the sound of the bikes coming past. They don't care about this rain at all. As soon as they see a straight line, they know they can power down.
I mean, look at the speed they're doing in the wet here. It's on screen. It's visible to the naked eye. Getting a little bit of fishtailing there, going down into turn number 5. And we're having a look at the likes of Wayne Gresser there and William Morris. They're coming down here into bikes coming into turn 1 into holes. Very difficult to identify the bikes because of the wet weather. And that is actually not the lens that's out of focus. That's how hard it is raining that you can't see them. But hats off to the bikers. I'm telling you, brilliant stuff here in the wet, and even competing in the wet. You know, it's great to see. There, I think that's Gress and Morris. Gress and Morris having, or Hendricks there, having a bit of a tussle. And there's Ferreira and Jamie Hall. There's Wayne Gress, William Morris up behind him. And gingerly going around Castrol Corner, turn number 2, as they work about. So once they get a bit of straight, they can go again. But coming through that kink, you've got to be careful there where the water dams up. There's sometimes a little stream that runs across the road there, and that can cause a bit of an impasse. There you see how it sprays up when they go through the kink. You've got to be careful going through that stream.
Yeah, and it makes it extremely difficult if you hit any patch of water on the circuit, whether it's a puddle or a stream going across the track, as you say. But there we see, there's Mario Ferreira. And here comes this little battle between Wayne Gress and William Morris. They, like you said, just trundling along at snail's pace. And here comes Derek Hendricks. I think this is Derek Hendricks' opportunity. You can see both of them up front and go, you know what? I'm currently P3 in class, but I can aim for P1. And that might just be what could happen at the end of this race. We have just over 5.5 left to go as this little group of 3 makes their way around Pertamina Fostrond. And that is Mario Ferreira, as we hear the leader go into turn 1. But look there, Wayne Gress, William Morris, and Derek Hendricks. Oh, a little bit bunched together. But this rain is just something else. It's calmed down a little bit. It's not hitting the ground as hard, which might be helping them out ever so slightly.
Yeah, big kudos to the bikers out there weathering the storm, so to speak. Jamie Hall is leading out. Jamie Hall over Mario Ferreira has got a 15.5-second gap. Give you an idea what Jamie Hall is doing. Having a look there into turn 2 now, it's Wayne Gress with William Morris up behind him. And just a little bit further behind him is Derek Hendricks. So Wayne Gress still holding out. William Morris trying to get a bit closer. There you can see it's difficult. You cannot twist that handle. If you twist that grip just the iota too much, then the back end steps out on you, and then the tarmac says, "Good afternoon, how are you keeping?" So they gingerly go through turn number 3 there, Interceptor corner, proudly sponsored by Interceptor Shoes. And there's your leader coming up now into the sorrel sweep there now. Jamie Hall, he's on that, no, that's Ferreira, Mario Ferreira on the BMW Boxer Cup. And behind them, Wayne Gress and William Morris having a scrap. And there's Derek Hendricks coming out of turn 4. Down the back straight they go. Out of sorrel sweep down towards Perdamina Fastron. Have a look at them crank the handles as they go down in the wet. And then you've got to start applying brakes. And that is the joy of the wet weather tires. They start biting into the top because they've got these soft, deep treads that bite in there and afford you then to slow down to that pace to go around the corner. And when you come out the corner, you've basically got to have the bike lined up before you start winding up and working your way through the gearbox.
Look at that puddle that they just splashed through there, cutting it like a knife, a hot knife through butter, as Mario Ferreira, sorry, no, I lied, that's the 15 or the 13 of Willie Morris. Like you were saying, you can see that that poncho almost that Hendricks is wearing, flapping in the wind, or in the storm, if you will. And as they gingerly run along, or ride along, it's difficult for them not to be competitive and want to race each other when you're side by side. But in conditions like this, you have to have that second thought in the back of your head, just saying, don't overdo it, don't crank the throttle too hard or jump on the brakes any harder than they already are, just to get these bikes stopped. But as they make their way out of Castro Corner and through the kink to Interceptor, the gap is getting much larger as we watch Mario Ferreira followed there by Wayne Gress, Willie Morris and Derek Hendricks as they make their way through Interceptor.
I seem to think that Wayne Gress is taking William Morris with him, and they're trying to chase down on Mario Ferreira. Mario Ferreira gapped it early on that BMW Boxer Cup, but Wayne Gress has suddenly got the idea that, listen, I might as well just wind it up just a fraction to see if I can close in there, and we might have a little bit of a fight on our hands. Jamie Hall there on the leader on the Israel Suzuki. He'll be coming up towards us. When he crosses the line, we'll have 3 laps left in this one. Jamie Hall, absolutely sterling stuff coming out of him on the 65. Now, there you go. There you see now Wayne Gress closing up on the back of Mario Ferreira, and William Morris sitting along for the ride.
And that's the perfect spot as they jump through that puddle once again. You just need to sit comfortably and be happy where you're riding. You've got to have a bit of confidence in these conditions. You don't want to do anything uncharacteristic or jump to a conclusion that you're not ready for. But these guys look like they're ready for this, and they're making their way through.
Did William Morris got past Wayne Gress there in turn number 1. He's bit the bullet and get a bit gung-ho, and he's now pushing on as he got past Ferreira. Oh, look at Morris has suddenly got the idea, listen, I can just wind up the handle a bit more. And boom, 2 places in the question of 2 corners. And now he's really winding up the Suzuki as he gets going.
Yeah, I'm sure he's excited about that, but you don't want to get too excited after you make some overtakes in the rain like this. Because, I mean, it is a little bit sketchy to say the least, but he managed it very well to get both those positions through 1 and into 2. And now they just check. I see Willie Morris looked down on the left-hand side as he was going through there. Obviously looked through a puddle, maybe look at his feet, because they could be slipping off the pegs. But at the moment, they all look comfortable riding in this rain.
There's a red flag out.
Well, red flag comes out with 2 and a bit laps to go. And I think they just had to call it because the conditions are too bad. No, I'm just listening to Frank Eunice speak at the moment, and I believe they've got the percentage to classify this race as a points finishing race. So they will still get points for this, even though full points after 77%.
Jordan, I just want to give the bikers a big shout out for entertaining us in this treacherous conditions out there. And we've had 1 or 2 falls, but nobody's been injured as such. Maybe a little bit of a scratch and a dent here and there. These guys were giving it full clappers. Okay, the times will say they were not going fast, but hello, it's very treacherous out there. But what great entertainment. I mean, look there at William Morris in the last 2 corners, quickly making up 2 places and look where he ended up. He did it at the right time. Strategically, he attacked at the right time, which is very important. So great riding from them all. To all the riders out there for riding. Brilliant stuff. Great to see them out there. Whether we'll have some cars out. The rain pelting down. There's actually a bit of mist moving in here now, so visibility is becoming very poor.
No, I can say the same thing that you've just said. Brilliant stuff by them. Even though the conditions are so bad, they made the most of it. And I think they're putting it to those tin top 4-wheelers and saying, if we can do it, you guys can too. But awesome stuff.
first, so eager to get going. And, well, that of course is going to be the Pirelli V8 Masters. Of course, Killarney in association with Lime Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM. 6 cars in all. So I saw there Fabio Tofani, but the wind, Jordan, and the pelting of the rain. Frankie was pointing out the window here to me. You're saying, look at that back straight. As you can see, the drops hitting the tarmac, the asphalt, very, very hard. And, well, yeah, they come around now. So this is going to be something interesting to behold.
Well, I've heard some of these drivers say before, these things drive a little bit like boats, but maybe now they're in their prime. But look at them, and they're just skating across the water there. It looks so sleek, it's almost like they're driving on ice, and I'm pretty sure it feels that way.
They got so much power that you know you don't want to release it so much. You're going to be short shifting very quickly over here, and the pit lane is just underwater almost.
Pushing brows of water out of the way. Do some of these Clubman's cars do coming through the pit lane, and I can only imagine the dips on the circuit are even worse. As we watch there, that's Sean Moore waving at the safety car, maybe telling him that we can't do this, call it off.
It's a speculation that that is the case, but he is gesturing to the safety car driver, which I believe is Phil Herald. And we will bring you that news when we have it. But these conditions are absolutely impossible.
Yeah, that would be my assumption, that he's throwing his hand up to say, let's cut it. But, you know, I mean, you can see it's only getting worse, and the rain keeps getting harder and harder. You can see as it flushes down the track, they're going to carry on.
Well, the safety car peels off, Jordan, and while the way the grid was supposed to look is Sean Moore, Dennis Guydick, Gary Thompson, Roy Campos. There are rivers running across the circuit, and are we going green? No, we are not. Yes, now according to the screen we are, but according to the lights somewhere they weren't. So away we go, Jordan, and we cross all our fingers and toes and see what happens. Sean Moore will lead them whole shot into turn 1. That is then alongside him Fabio Tofani, and I think Roy Campos is in the... No, he's a little bit further back, excuse me. It's a little difficult to see going through that turn 1 with, of course, the rain coming down.
Watch them go into 2. You know, I'm almost certain that Sean Moore does not want to be racing in this. Look at the puddles throwing around there.
Yeah, Sean Moore sticking his hand out the window. There is zero visibility. Zero visibility. And look at how gingerly they are going around at pedestrian pace. It's still under green conditions, though, Jordan. Fabio Tofani, look at the dams of water being displaced on that Tygerberg Strait.
I see Dennis Guydick is in the lead at the moment, and maybe he just wants to run all these laps out and take first place. But nope, there it goes. The red flag comes out as we expected, because these conditions are so terrible. And you also got to remember that these V8 Masters cars don't have side windows. They open with netting. So the inside of those cars are also going to get drenched, which doesn't help the matter at all.
You can see these conditions are not for racing. I'll tell you that much. And they will make their way back into the Joubert pits. And that race, as you have seen and as has been mentioned, has been red flagged.
But the question is, what do we do now? What do they do now?
Are we going to get our cars under the bridge? Oh.
This... We haven't seen treacherous weather like this in a good while. It usually doesn't do this, but this time, this year, July has had a different story for us.
Frankie was just pointing at pit lane exit over here. It's underwater at the moment. The entire turn 5 is you're pointing to there as well. Jordan, look at... Oh, that car is steaming. Went right through the water. That's the Sean Moore V8, the APV. And the steam coming off of that machine. right through. Look at that, the water. This is boating conditions. This is a flay, not a racing circuit anymore. This is a dam, a swampland. It is not going to be any condition to go racing. Oh.
So we have just got a little bit of confirmation from Frank Eunice and the teams above, or below, I should say. They've called off the racing until further notice. Oh, sorry, postponed it before I say the wrong thing here. They've postponed it for the time being. I'm assuming in hopes that something changes and the weather subsides.
So for the folks sitting at home, the marshals have been called to stand down. Everything has been halted for now, but the day is not over. It has not been called off. So, yeah, while you go and do what you'd like to do at home, just keep the TV on, keep the IMUSAT running. If it is possible, we will continue with the racing. And I'm pretty much expecting about an hour or so from now, when the worst of the rain is gone, we'll probably be able to go racing again. So for those of you at home, thanks for joining us so far. It's not over yet. We will come back to you later.
All right, I'm joined with Flynn. Flynn, first race out, you put a new motor in your car. Why don't you just give the viewers, how did it go?
Yeah, so it went well. Put the motor in last year, but only tested it this year. Went out for the first time on Saturday. Was about 4 seconds faster than I was before. And then today I set a target for myself of 128 and got that in the first heat. So I'm really happy with the way it's gone.
So the motor that you had in before, 2-litre 8 valve, or was it also 2-litre 6 valve?
No, so this is a 2-litre 8 valve. The old one was a 2-litre 8 valve as well. Okay. But this one has got some spice to it. Yeah.
Spice, okay, so Cape Town stock. So we're not going to say kind of what's in there. But we know the car's running side offs.
Yes.
You also had a bit of oil leak this morning.
Yeah, so I saw a bit of oil underneath the oil cooler. So I was a bit nervous about that. I had to check out, went out in qualifying, there was nothing, went out in race 1, there was nothing. So I think it was just, I'm imagining things. You know?
Myth, it's all a myth.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just give the viewers a little bit of a taste of Clubman's racing. What is it like for you?
So last season was my first season of racing, and to be honest with you, joining Clubman's was probably the easiest way to get your foot in the door when it comes to main circuit racing, because you don't have to spend too much money to get there. I mean, you can start off in Class F and have some fun. And then also the guys in Clubman's are very helpful. So me being new, I asked a lot of questions and needed a lot of help and advice. And every single time I asked someone for help, it was met with a positive response. So they were more than willing to share their knowledge and advice and tips and tricks.
So good, thank you so much. Well, Flynn, we wish you the best of luck for race 2. All the best, and we're going to watch you. Thanks, Flynn.
Cool.
All the best, Dan. Cool. All right, this is a kind of a cool thing to see. You don't often see a Ford XR6 or XR8, I'm not sure, but it's a Falcon, Ford Falcon, on the track. There used to be the Steve Wyndham one, which was an ex-production car, but this is kind of a cool car. Better engine, exhaust coming out the side. I don't know if you guys can have a look at this. Exhaust coming out the side, semi-slick tires. It sounds so glorious. Let's have a look around the front. And this is really the epitome of Clubman's racing. Really bring whatever you want, come with whatever kind of car you got. He's been in a little bit of an argy-bargy over here. Nothing too serious. Let me just do that for him. That's all sorted out now. Looks mint. Better engine, straight 6, fantastic little car. Difficult probably to get some parts, but I'm sure that he's got some connection somewhere. Look out for him on the track. Michael Lessieur. Michael Lessieur is what the driver is here. Looking forward to it.
So sometimes you get race cars that are purpose built from the ground up. And then sometimes you bump into James at the gate over there driving his car from Stellenbosch. James, this car is a road legal fine car. Tell us more about this car and what was the drive like to here?
Oh no, it was very nice.
Did you wear the Hans device, the lead brace on the way?
Everything was packed in the suitcase and stuff, yeah. So this morning we fired up, drove from Stellenbosch, did some racing, went very well. I had a nice dice with the Beetle, and yeah, very nice dice, and now it's the second hit again, and let's hope for the best.
So as someone that's got a road legal race car as well, don't you worry about any new noises?
No, not really.
I suppose it's a Honda, so it never breaks. And lastly, tell us a bit more about this car. It's a Honda dock. Has it got the Japanese spec, South African spec?
Got the South African specs, B1600 motor. Yeah, so we did dyno tune it a bit, 120 kilowatt. We got out. Yeah, normal aspirated. Did some coil overs on, some slicks, and roll cage and everything. So yeah, it's lekker.
Well, there you go, folks. Run what you brung has never looked this good. And it just shows you, it doesn't matter what you drive, bring your daily. As long as it's got a reliable Honda engine, you'll be fine.
This is Clubman's Classic Racing at Killarney. This is race number 2 of round 1. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. Looking forward to seeing these guys go toe to toe. The Clubman's Classic guys, they are absolutely out there with fantastic cars, looking in great shape, and they're going to give us a good race. Let's go out and go watch them.
Cool guys, Simone here. I am here with the no introduction needed, Mr. Ernest Page. How's it?
Isn't this mine?
No, I have officially taken it over. So Ernest, you had a rough last race session. Okay, there was some gremlins, but you qualified second yesterday and you won your first race today. Tell me, how do you feel?
I feel fantastic. We've done a lot of work. My competitor is behind the camera there, so if I'm laughing, you know what. But yeah, Glenn put up a good fight and we had a good dice, and finally we figured the car out. I'm also learning how to drive the car properly. So the car's right, I'm learning how to drive it properly, and once those ingredients start coming together, then you can start getting results. Otherwise it's just trying to figure things out all the time. But there is one main reason why the car is working, and it's
this guy here. Please introduce yourself. I always say there is teams behind the scenes that make things work. So please, we need to give you some showtime also.
So I'm Daniel, I'm the race mechanic. We're basically the team at Fury, we run the car. We've spent many hours developing the car, trying to fix kind of old gremlins, things like that. It's put up a hell of a fight, but we figured it out now. And yeah, so the goal going forward is just to make Craig go faster and faster.
And in your opinion, and we won't hold this against you, how much of it is the car versus the driver?
It's all the driver, trust me, it's all the driver. Ernest,
except when things go wrong.
Yeah. Ernest is a world-class pilot, that's one thing sure. But with these cars, because of the lightweight chassis and the way it's set up, the driving is 90% of the car. That's also one spec series, so technically everybody should be on the same playing field. So yeah, it comes 90% in this class as a driver.
So driver, how are you going to do in the second race today? It's at about 11:40, I think, that you're racing.
So look, we're going to have to see how it goes. I know that he knows what my tactic was for race 1, and we have to employ the same tactic going into race 2. So we're going to see what happens. And I'm still learning the car, I'm still learning the series. A lot of people have said it takes up to a year to learn these cars and stuff. So whatever the results are, I'm going to do my best. And the team's going to do their best, and whatever the results are, that's what it's going to be.
Well, your best is pretty good right now, so keep it up, and good luck for later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, I'm here with Mark Vandenberg. Mark, you are racing your Suzuki bike today. You have been gone from racing a little while. What was the rationale by coming back?
Well, I've been racing the national series, which is called MRSA, and that was up in Johannesburg around the country, nationals. And then last year in April, the second race of the year, my Suzuki decided to break, the engine broke. And then I was waiting for parts. My son from GFB Johannesburg sent me a ZX-10 down to ride. And the first day I got on it, I crashed at Killarney here in practice and broke 4 ribs. My wrist in 3 places, and then also my foot, so I was out for a couple of weeks. And then eventually my bike has just been fixed now in October, been running it in, and now it's my first race back since April last year.
Awesome, and tell us a little bit about this bike.
It's a Suzuki GSO XR1000 2018 model, and yeah, out of the factory it's got quite a bit of trick bits on it, and it's quite fast.
Cool, and where have you come in your race thus far, your qualifying?
Today I qualified 5th only. And I'm first in the Masters, so hopefully I can clinch the Masters title today. And yeah.
Cool. Well, after being away so long and coming back, that's not a bad place. So we wish you all the best today. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye.
Cool. I'm here with one of the GTI Challenge guys. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Ron Vergetten, race Class B GTI Challenge, number 28.
Awesome. And how long have you been racing now?
This is my 3rd year. I've been on and off for the last 2 years, but this is my first official season that I want to do.
Okay, that's amazing. And you have done qualifying this morning. Where did you come?
Put it on pole this morning by, I think, 0.3 or 0.4, so hopefully it follows up throughout the day.
Amazing. So you're hoping that you stay in that position for your races today?
Yeah, the guys, everyone is very similar in pace, so hopefully I can get the jump on them, but everybody's got a good start. The race pace is generally like a 28.5, which is exactly what we all are doing, so I think it's going to be close. Probably top 5 or 6 of us are going to all be going for the win. So.
Okay, and I hear you have a brother that also races.
Yeah.
Is there some family competition there?
Sometimes, but we've been putting a cart.
Brothers in the background over there for everybody.
We've been putting a cart before at Cedric karting, and on the same day, same cart, I was still 0.1 quicker than him. So.
Oh, okay. So there's definitely some competition.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Cool. Thank you so much.
I'm here in the V8 Masters pit area with one of the V8 Master drivers. Please introduce yourself.
Morning, Sean Moore. I'm in the championship with some pretty healthy contenders. Been racing for 15 odd years and loving this V8 Masters format.
Awesome. And Sean, you qualified a half a second behind Fabio Tefani yesterday in second, and Marcel was very close behind you in 0.2 of a second. How are things going to go today in the race? Is it going to be tight?
Let me tell you, I expected only third yesterday, so it was quite a surprise to pick up that second. Fabio's been about half a second quicker than me for around half a season. I'm struggling to find that half a second that I lost, so some changes to the car, and I think it's going to be a very different race to what we qualified.
Awesome. And just tell the people a little bit about V8 Masters. A lot of people don't know, what is this race all about? What are the cars all about?
So V8 Masters is a one-make series, very important. It's V8 racing at its best, but trying to keep it budget-friendly, very, very important. So every single car here remains in this vicinity all the time. We share the same mechanics. We cannot race with a checkbook, so there's no mods, changes, upgrades. None of that stuff exists. We're all on a very even footing, and all you can do is really make setup changes. So really, it's around about the 4 nuts on the wheels and the nut behind the wheel.
And speaking of nuts, this is a very competitive class, but you guys are also so close and really a bunch of goofballs behind the scenes.
No, it's really amazing. In fact, 2 or 3 races ago, there must have been 8 of us qualifying in a second. So, you know, to get 8 runners in 1 second means you've got a very, very tight and competitive category. Of course, there's lots of guys, Marcel Angel, Fabio Tefani, Mark Ridgway, lots of experience, so it's always tough to beat them out.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for chatting with me, and good luck today.
Thank you. Thank you to my sponsor, Ziegler South Africa, and thanks to the V8 Master Series, Daryl, Eddie, and the team. They really make a massive difference for us.
There you go, guys.
You join us in the middle of what looks like it could be the start of some rain showers. You got your Dunlop cap on there. That's the winner's cap. I'm standing here with Charles Visser. Charles, you've just joined Sports and GT. This was one of the cars that you've driven before. There's another one back there. All very fast cars. But the Sports and GT car just did a 1:12 around Killarney. What is the difference between a 1:18 and a 1:12?
Geez, I think if I have to explain it plain and simple, 1:18 feels extremely fast, but a 1:12 feels like you're flying. Like literally some of the corners, it feels like I'm airborne. But I wouldn't trade it. I love doing a 1:12. I probably can't do it consistently because obviously with the tires and stuff like that, but
just doing a lap like this around the track, I think it's an achievement.
I think it's an achievement. It's also an experience that you can tick off the box. But your motorsport this year, VW Motorsport, your calendar's busy, bro. How did you manage to find time for sports and GT as well?
I just want to apologize to my boss, Mike Rowe, for wearing a BMW hoodie. But
and Mike, of all the days, Mike Rowe is here today. Eh?
Exactly. He really gave me some steam for wearing a BMW hoodie, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I'm all committed in the SA Champs for Super Polo and with VW, so I want to do some seat time. My brother's racing this Polo today, so I didn't really have other option really. So my dad said, let's drive a Porsche a bit, and I do think driving a faster car, I feel gives me a little bit more experience. So when I jump in the Super Polo for the 16th of March, I think we'll be on for it.
I found that as well. When you drive a car that's doing flipping 112, anything after that feels a little bit slower. Even if it's a fast car, there's just time in your mind to deal with whatever comes.
I would say it excludes the fear. It definitely makes it a bit less. Even though I'm a Polo Cup champion and stuff like that, I still do everyone gets a bit scared sometimes. I will admit it. But it does help a lot. And I just adore driving any car on the circuit. Because I'm just doing what I love at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh man, and you do it so well. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Charles Visser and Kyle, we can find him here as well. Young junior Kyle Visser also in the mix. 2 VW factory drivers from the same family and very deserving, no less, both of them. I look forward to seeing how your guys' career goes from here.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
It's not often that when you're in the paddock area and you're wearing your VW Motorsport hoodie that you spot someone from VW Motorsport. I'm sitting here with Mr. Mike Rowe. Mr. Rowe, fantastic to have you here. VW Motorsport has been so instrumental in motorsport in South Africa. But I did pounce on you though. You are in your civvies today. This is a civilian mission for you today. So thank you for chatting. So thank you for chatting to us.
Cool.
But let's jump straight into it. Why is VW Motorsport so committed?
Look, I think we've been building polo in South Africa since 1996. Polo Cup turns 28 years this year. So we really Polo's done a fantastic job for the brand. And we see that across from club, regional, and international motor racing. So, we just keep on nurturing and feeding in the system. I think our whole program at the moment is very focused on developing young drivers, and we've been doing that for a number of years. That's what we keep.
I'm a massive supporter of your brand because of that. Because for me, motorsport development is so important, and I can see that the ladder is now starting to get more legs filled into it, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what we're doing now is our Rookie Cup champion goes into Polo Cup the following year, and the same with Polo Cup. The champion goes into Super Cup.
Wow.
So just keep nurturing that talent and coaching, coaching the youngsters. Keeping the old dogs, feeding the information to the youngsters, and I think that's what it's about. Just keep on building the sport.
And then locally, we got GTI Challenge over here, which is both ways being a feeder series. The local guys use it for practice, and the national guys use it for practice too. We got some guys coming back, going there. What's that relationship been like for you?
Look, I think we're not that close to GTI Challenge. They've pretty much done their own thing, which is also a good thing because they do lean on us for part supply. Like the regional championship up north, so they're very similar in many ways. But and hopefully those will feed into our national platforms.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, is having that tiered approach.
Yeah, I love it.
And the triangle must always look right. So the club and regional must be strong, feeding into the national championship.
Love it. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. I'm going to leave you to it. I take it you're just going to be walking down the pits, having conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mike Rowe. This car has been causing quite the stir on the scene. It's an M4, but what makes it so special?
So it's a BMW M4 GT4 spec, factory race car. I suppose it speaks for itself. It is what it is. It's a BMW M4 race car.
And it's the details. You've got those slats for the vents over there. You've got the front spoiler. Everything looks proper on this car, but that's how you operate though.
There we go. I don't play around. Everything's got to be done right. It's got to be done properly. pay once, do it properly, or pay twice. So I paid once.
The ATM guys, I mean, I know Renato and the guys, they love being involved with this car. They've been a big part of this car. What's it been like developing this car?
So, yeah, they made the process a lot easier. I'm not a mechanically minded guy.
Me neither.
So working with them is beautiful. They've literally handled everything. The guys from ATM, Ravenol, all looking after me, making the whole process super easy for me. I just get in and drive.
So speaking about getting in and drive, what's it like? I mean, up the gears with this thing, on the brakes, everything must feel like, okay, this is the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly. I'm sure you know my street car is also an M4, so I'm used to the chassis. I love it. It was the right car for me. It feels the way it's supposed to feel. Yeah, all the way.
Well, it certainly looks the part, and I think I'm going to just cut this interview now and go stay at your car for a little bit longer. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Enzo in Sports and GT. I think this car's going to make some waves.
Bravery of history, this train is racing straight ahead. No man can do like I can, I'm the queen of the land. Haters gonna hate, won't be sorry now. Shoot me down but I'll rise again. I'm laying down the law and you've been served. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky. Raise your hand if you're ready and willing, if you know it's time.
So to the folks at home, thanks very much for sticking with us. As we said earlier on, the rain is causing a delay, not a delete. You know, that delete button on the keyboard, it's not that one. We're hoping to be able to carry on with the racing. Just had a chat with the clerk of the course, in fact, and he said he's guessing about an hour before we'll be able to go racing with the amount of standing water that there is. But then, yeah, the rain's just started coming down again. Took a bit of a walk down into the exec lounge, and wow, it's a good couple of very, very well-known people that have been brought in by Dion Joubert, the son of Dennis Joubert, the man that's run Killarney International Raceway for very close to 5 decades. And one of those esteemed guests sitting here with me today, the one and only Mr., what shall I say, Sir Serge Damso. Good day to you, sir. It's fantastic to have you here. I know there's not a lot of gravel here, but does this feel like home to you still?
Yeah, you know, it's a couple of years ago we raced here last time, and it's nice to be back here, especially for Dennis's 90th birthday. You know, it's a special day, so very, you know, sort of glad to be here today.
He's been involved for the better part of 6 decades. What year was the first year you actually put hands on steering wheel and buried your right foot in a rally car?
If I correct, I think 1974, 75.
Wow. And a duration of 4 decades, but more.
Yeah, something like that. I stopped it, I think, in 2007. I retired from the motorsport.
And your son, he's had a good run as well. Has he now also stopped completely?
Yeah, he's also stopped completely when total stopped the motorsport, and that's, you know, we call it a quit at that time.
I know it's impossible to add it all, but a rough collection, national titles, regional titles,
very different.
Ballpark.
10 South African Rally Championship, and a couple other modified racing, you know, of course the Group N, we used to race quite a lot there, those, you know, for Toyota, so can't remember all the numbers, but
talking about that Group N, there was 2 Group N cars in Castrol colours. You had one, was a gentleman by the name of Steve Wyndham that had the other. You must have cost quite a couple of body panels back in the day and given us hundreds and hundreds of minutes of amazing footage.
That was, Group N was not easy racing, I must say. You know, it was a bit rough sometime, but those days you could get away with it. I don't think you can get away with it now so easy.
Running at the front of a national rally as opposed to running at the front in Group N in your class, which was Class C back in the day, which would you class as being the highlights of your career?
Rallying, how far?
All the way rally.
All the way rallying. You know, I really enjoyed the roads and the gravel and the cars that we use, the 4x4 cars. It was an interesting time I spent with them.
The slowing down, if we can refer to it in general, for rallying South Africa, is that pretty much based on the bigger dealerships in these economic times not being able to come up with those big sponsorships?
For sure, the days with Sarah and myself, we used to rally, and quite a few, all the manufacturers involved, and that helped a lot. We had Ford, we had Volkswagen, we had quite a few, and those cars were always passed down to the privateers, and the manufacturers definitely helped a lot, spares, and so that's, I think, the downfall at the moment.
Going forward for your son, is he intending to get back into some form of racing again, or is it a case of bring up the kids and go swimming and surfing?
I don't think he'll come back and, the sport, it's an expensive sport to do, especially rallying these days. And I don't think he's really interested, to carry on with that. I mean, his son is already 18 years old, so he's got, he's kept them away from cars.
Yeah. Well, the only way to become a millionaire in motorsport is to start off as a billionaire. Search for all the years and years of amazing footage that we've had of your racing, the exhilaration that you've brought it from all of us in South Africa. A big, big thanks for your input into motorsport. Will never, ever be forgotten. We talk about Dennis Joubert as a legend. We refer to you in the exact same line. And a closing word from your side to Dennis for his legacy in motorsport as well.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, folks, we're going to have a bit of a break. I hope the rain has a bit of a break as well. We'll show you some of the footage of what it looks like around the circuit. And then I think we're going to come back to you with the likes of Grant McCleary, Janelle de Villiers, Dennis Joubert himself. We're going to be coming back to you soon. So for the folks sitting at home, yeah, thanks for staying with us. And as we said earlier on, we're definitely going to be trying to go back to racing. But in the meantime, it gives us an opportunity to speak to, well, the man that today's race was actually dedicated to. I think it's quite fair to refer to you as Sir Dennis Joubert, because Dennis, at the end of the day, last night, everybody who's anybody in motorsport was here at Killarney International Raceway. What was it like for you after virtually 5 decades of directly being in charge of the running and building up of Killarney to arrive here last night and just see all of these people that are there purely because they support you and what your ideals were all the years and to create this megalopolis that we've got in terms of motorsport today?
Well, many of the people I hadn't seen for a long time, and it was nice to see them. You know, after all, some of them I hadn't seen for 20 years.
A couple of unexpected faces that Dion brought in?
Yeah, unexpected people who arrived from quite far away, from Port Elizabeth, and one from East London, and another one from Joburg.
Fantastic. Even the likes of Janelle de Villiers that's here with us as well, which is fantastic. Dennis, when you started here, what was on this premises when you started initially?
Well, there was an old circuit here before we built this one in 1960. The first race on this circuit was held in September 1960. It was a local.
I was 2 years away from being born at that point. I'm 60.
It was a local race meeting, and then of course we had the first Grand Prix, which was in December 1960.
Wow. Utterly amazing. The days of when Eddie Kaizen and the boys used to be out here on the circuit. What we've ended up with today, is this exactly like what your original vision was, or did you, as the years go by, adapt your vision to what you thought would work in the modern era?
Are you talking about the circuit itself?
The circuit, well, the circuit and everything else, the embankments and everything which we have today.
No, well, we got into building garages and workshops at a later date, but the circuit itself, the layout hasn't changed. It's been widened and it's been rebuilt, resurfaced twice.
Wow, fantastic stuff. For you going forward, what is your plans for the next couple of years, apart from being here every Saturday that there's a major race?
No, I'll just come to Killarney and watch the racing, and that's it.
Fantastic. So folks, for those of you at home, Dennis Joubert, the man that headed up for almost 5 decades Killarney International Raceway and created what we enjoy on a weekly basis, not only with the main circuit racing, but with all the other racing and formats of motorsport that goes down here. Dennis, I know they thanked you last night, but from the whole of South Africa, thank you very much for what you've put together for us here. Your legacy will live on forever. And thank you for joining us today as well. A closing word for the folks at home from your side.
I'm sorry the day has changed out turned out the way it has today. We don't have many rained out days at Killarney, but this looks like one of them. So, sorry for you people who will come out here and you're not seeing any motor racing, but that's the way it is. Thank you.
Definitely trying to make sure that we do get going with the racing again, and that parade which was planned for today, it's not cancelled, it's purely delayed. Probably end of August we'll be going to do that parade for Dennis Joubert. Back to you guys downstairs, and we're going to go fetch another esteemed guest downstairs in the exec lounge. So, folks at home, we haven't given up yet. We've got a couple of vehicles that's out on circuit that's checking to see where the water is. And it looks like we're definitely going to be going back to racing again. But while we've got time, let's speak to some of the celebrities that have joined us here today. Geniel, this so tydjie terug. It was like December last that we spoke. Geniel de Villiers, good day to you. Welcome to Killarney International. Great to have you here. Talking about what you do best, the Dakar, 22nd running for you this year coming up.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, thanks. It's really nice being back here. I haven't been here for ages, and
Sis on you.
obviously this is where my racing career started, right at this track. So yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of good memories of this place. It used to be my favorite racetrack, and I think it probably still is. But yeah, it's great to be back here. Hopefully we can get some racing going. You know, the rain's obviously put a spanner in the works there, but yeah, great to be back, and yeah, hopefully do another Dakar in 2025 come January.
Wow, that's going to be awesome. Going back to the days, the old BP Nissan, that Sentra, what was the first cars that you raced on this circuit before the days of the BP Nissan, which was probably the pinnacle of your main circuit racing back in the day?
Well, we were just speaking about it downstairs now. The first car that I raced here, I think it was back in 1988, was a Opel Ascona, which we bought for 2,000 Rand. Can you believe it? You know, in those days you could still buy a car for quite cheap and come and race. And I think nowadays it's changed a bit. And after that, it was a Ford Laser in Group N, and then an Opel Kadett. And from there, I went on to get my first factory drive with Nissan Motorsport, and also in Group N. I think that was 1994. In a Group B car, or Class B car. So yeah, and then touring cars, and obviously after the touring cars, off-road racing. So yeah, that I've been doing ever since.
22nd time that you're now going to be doing the Dakar, but you've got a couple of records in terms of number of races, won back-to-back, etc. And how many wins overall so far?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've done 21 Dakars now. I've last or this year I managed to finish my 21st Dakar. So, yeah, fortunate enough to finish 21 of them in a row, and
amazing.
That's a new record. Before that, a Japanese guy held the record for 20 consecutive finishes. So. Look, I mean, it's nice to have the 21 consecutive finishes. I had one win in 2009, and then 4 second places and 3 third places, so 8 podiums, and then finished of the 21 races. I finished 15 in the top 5, so I had a really good run. I always had a good team behind me. You know, the Dakar is an incredible event and a great team sport, more than people normally would realize. So I mean, we have a team of 90, 100 people on the race every year. So you know, there's a lot of guys that have got to do their part to enable you to be successful. And I've just been very fortunate in my career that I've had. You know, I've had the support of all these guys, and yeah, it enabled me to finish 21 races in a row.
But even with that support, physically, how heavy is it day in, day out to be on top form all the time at your best? Does it really work you physically and mentally very, very hard, even with that support?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always believed that you got to be fit to do the Dakar, especially if you want to be racing at the front end. You know, and as you say, you know, mentally it's very draining as well, because you spend very long hours per day in the car. The longest stage I did in my life was 11 hours and 15 minutes. So it's a long time to concentrate, you know, and to make sure that you don't make any mistakes to get to the finish. So. You know, and the thing that drains you is the race is 15 days long, and back in the in the late 2000s, when the race was still in Africa, some races were 18, 19, 20 days long. So it's that, it's that day after day, that compounding tiredness that catches up to you. So if you're fit and if you make sure that before the race you're as fit as you can be, it definitely helps you towards the end of the race.
Awesome stuff. Janelle, fantastic to have you here with us today. It's actually great that it's raining because it gives us an opportunity to have a chat with people like you. Love to see you down here. If ever there's an opportunity that we can stick you in something or other, we definitely need to do that and get you out on circuit as well. Good luck for the Dakar this year coming up, and we will touch sides with you nearer the time for the second year show, and we'll keep the folks all up to date on that. So folks, there you go. That is the man himself, Janelle de Villiers. We're going to go downstairs. We're going to see if we can find the likes of Grant McCleary. I believe he's downstairs with us as well. At the moment, the rain has semi-subsided. It's looking good. We're definitely going to be in with a very good chance of racing again later on. Back to the studio. Be back with you soon. the second year, folks. Here we go from the car.
Right, very good afternoon to the folks here on the circuit and at home. And we're breaking a bit of time here while we wait for the rain to abate so that we can go racing. And sitting with me, one of the legends of SA Motorsport, my age. So I feel good with this one. Grant McCleary, welcome to Cape Town. But I don't know when last I've seen you in Cape Town. I mean, it's been a while.
It has been a while, and I hope I didn't bring the rain down, yeah. But it's fantastic to be here. Really, I mean, it's part of my life. Grew up with Dion. And yeah, when he said to come down to Dennis's 90th birthday, I mean, he'd been part of our lives growing up here. I actually started in the 70s across at the motocross track.
Right.
And
yes.
then progressed into Group N racing. And thanks to Dennis that got that series going. And I mean, it's put a lot of us on the map. All the racing drivers, nice to see them all here today, including Janelle. I mean, he's a little bit younger than me, but we race Group N's together, and look what he's become, one of the great legends of the Dakar. So, yeah, it all started here. So we got very fond memories of coming to Killarney. Great track, and what Dennis and the Western Province Motor Club have done over the years is fantastic.
Great. For the folks at home that might not know, Grant is the son of the legendary television commentator for South African Motorsport, Roger McCleary, and I had the honor of, and Gary and myself had the honor of commentating with him at the hill climb. And Grant, I hear your dad's health is not doing so great. He's also, what, 88 now? If I do.
He just turned last week. He turned 89.
89. There we go.
Yeah, we're blessed to have him around, and yeah, I know. I suppose when you get to that age, you do start picking up problems.
Yeah.
But healthy, still drives every day.
But he's a legend in his own right. I
Great
mean,
guy, absolutely.
He reminds me of old Murray Walker. You know, he's the South African version of Murray Walker. Grant, tell the folks what you do nowadays. You told me last night.
So yeah, what? Obviously had to do my national service like all of us.
Yeah.
Then I got into the Group N's, and then fortunate enough to become a touring car driver with the great Opel days and the BM days. And Dion was in the BMs with Viana, and I was with Mike Briggs in the Opels.
Yes.
And then I always was a driving instructor, working at Killarney with the Audis and the Mercs, and I did a big stint in the South African Police for 35 years. I retired 3 years ago,
So
just
you're
before
like me.
COVID. Just like you.
And old Mr. Plod.
Yeah, and that became my passion. You know, I enjoyed it, and worked in some of the great units like the Joburg Flying Squad.
Yeah.
So it was just up my alley, shooting guns and chasing people in cars.
That's what I do today.
It's wonderful. So I'm still in the driver training business.
Yes. You said you with the Isuzu, no?
Been with the Isuzu 41 years.
Yeah.
Been 41 great years all over Africa. So I still do driver training. You know, that's all I really know.
If I remember correctly, Isuzu had that Into Africa thing where they, I don't know, were they helping the poor or the flood
No,
victims?
so what we did was after the civil war in Mozambique in '91.
Yeah.
There were a lot of guns floating around. So we got involved with the South African Police, the Mozambican Police, United Nations, and we went in and got and picked up all those weapons and all the landmines. And
Okay.
Suzu was the vehicle partner in that, and we
Lovely.
did that for about 10 years.
Well, Grant, it's been great having you here with us. I wish you all the best going forward, and don't be a stranger to Cape Town.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting us. It's
Yes.
been a great evening, and it's a great day. So hope they can get the cars on the track.
Get a bit of racing out. Well,
Maybe
folks, that is Grant McCleary, and all the best. So it looks like we're going to go racing at about 2 o'clock.
Well, everybody around the circuit, to those people at home, we are going to go racing. We've had a period of time where we were waiting to see what the weather's going to do. It has cleared up for now, and let's hope that it can stay like this at least until the end of the race event. And we're going to go racing Thermofire's Clubman's saloon cars, scheduled for 8 laps. We'll have a look, see if it's going to still be 8 laps or not. On our timekeeping device, it still says 8 laps. We will look and see. Remember, we are now way behind time and schedule. The cars will be coming out shortly. There are still maintenance vehicles out on the circuit, just doing final checkups and inspections and see whatever they can do. And then from there, we will be going Clubman's saloon car racing, sponsored by Thermofires. Now, there's supposed to be 30 cars if you're going to have all of them out on track. That, of course, I don't know. I can tell you of one car that I do know that's not going to be in there, that was supposed to be in there, and that is Jess Huggett. Jess picked up mechanical issues in qualifying this morning, and sadly for Jess, he's had to withdraw. But yeah, 29 left. How many of them will come out, we don't know, due to track conditions, but we'll see. They are busy rolling out of the pit lane as I watch the television screen behind the fire bucky. There are still, as I said, some safety and maintenance vehicles out on the track, so the Clubman's drivers must just keep an eye out. The yellow flags will obviously be waving around the track, just to make sure that the drivers are aware that there are safety vehicles and maintenance vehicles out on the circuit doing checkups and inspection. There you see the first of the yellow flags that's been waved by the marshals. Safety cars out as well, chase car is out, all behind the Clubman's cars. Now, trust me, people at home, what you are seeing on your screen is a lot lighter than what it looks like out of the commentary box windows. It's very dull and gloomy. Obviously, the TV cameras make it look a whole lot more brighter than what it really is. But through the windows, it's dull and gloom, and you cannot see our Telltale Hill. Well, you can see a little bit of it, not too much. Table Mountain has been abducted by aliens. So, yeah, I hope that the race meeting still... well, we're going to continue. Let's hope that the rain stays away until the end of the event. A big thanks to Lime Property Management, Mr. Clint Ridden, and the team. A big thank you to Pertamina Fostron, to Castrol, to the City of Cape Town, to Porsche Club, to Interceptor, King Tony Tools, and Smile 90.4 FM. And of course, all our class sponsors as well here at Killarney International Raceway. Well, quite a few of the Clubman's cars did go out. We'll look and see when they do line up on the grid exactly how many cars there are. So joining me Mike's side with this one, he's going to operate the cameras and grab the mic. He's Mr. Gary Gaza-Fleming from Western Cape Commentators and from Second Gear Talk Show and Productions.
Oh, there's everybody at home, and hi Frankie and the rest of the commentary crew that have done a brilliant job of bringing you the action so far this morning. Yeah, it's been slower, it's been calmer, there's no doubt about it, but I personally believe, my prediction was we'll have decent-ish racing, pace-wise, then we would stop for a period of time because of rain, and then we would be able to carry on racing thereafter. So far, my prediction has semi-come true, and I personally believe that we will be able to carry on for the rest of the day. I don't think we'll have any further stoppages at all, but that's my personal opinion. Looking at what there is out there, there is a fair amount of standing water all around the circuit, but that is why they've actually let the Clubman's cars go out, the Thermofire's Clubman's cars go out, while the safety cars and recovery vehicles were on track, so the guys can take a slow ride around under double waved yellows right around the circuit. All corners was double waved yellows, which indicates that there is vehicles on circuit that are not racing vehicles as such. But I think this is going to be pretty interesting stuff. As Frankie said, the bad news, Jess Huggett with a rebuilt motor with a new crank in it and clutch plate, pressure plate, release bearing, trigger wheel, everything, and the trigger wheel has broken. So that throws the timing out. So Jess is, in fact, I do believe, sitting at home watching. So Jess and Carol, enjoy this one. Would have been much nicer to have you out there on the grid. I believe Yusuf Hendricks and Jaco Lambert are, in fact, going to be on the front row of the grid as we get these cars to come through. I've got a funny feeling you'll probably find you'll hear the radio light up in the background, and Clark, the course, will probably give the guys a lap or two to do a sighting lap to have a look-see where the water is, how bad it is, what areas to stay away from. What I can tell you is if you look at that shot over there, look at the water on the left-hand side of the circuit. That is between turn 1 and turn 2. And that alone, obviously, the guys, and you see where the buckies, that Navarro bucky's just gone through, there is water across that side. And then the other spot, which obviously is of major interest, you could actually see there, look at the water that's running across the track. That's on your braking markers going down into turn number 5. The water on the inside of turn 5 that Sean Moore went through was around about there. That water is transferred onto the infield, so that is not parked for May. That's the last spot you want to go and park, is on that side. There's a lot of water on the grass areas as such, but I think that you'll probably find that the guys with semi-wets will be semi-okay. Coming back, the Spurman has decided to join us with the racing again. Gavin Surf said to me, I think you picked the wrong day. He says, no, it doesn't matter. I've got semi-wets on. So, oh, so you think that'll be fine? He says, yeah, up to 4th gear. Not sure about 5th. So nice to have Gavin Surf back out there on circuit again. Frankie, yeah, predictions? Wet.
Wet. I think the guys with a lot of kilowatts are going to battle out there, especially the super quick BMWs. People like Yusuf Hendricks is going to have to be very easy on the throttle. Otherwise, he could find himself doing a bit of a swapper.
6 laps the board. It's gone from 8 down to 6.
Yeah, and on the monitor as well, yeah, the TV device, or should I say our timekeeping screen. So they've chopped it with 2 laps, purely because it is approaching 10 past 2. So we are pretty far behind. So if the weather holds and they can cut a bit of laps down, then we can still get to the end of this race event successfully. I see Gary Smith, and then on his outside we've got Gary Manwaring, Shane Smith as well. He's there with the 71. Gary Smith and Shane Smith, and then JP Share is just there behind him. And behind that 71 car, there is that Skyline, the Origin Oil Skyline of Steven Heidenrich. Is right in there as well. Stevie, all the kilowatt in the world, but he's going to have to be very, very easy on the throttle there, Gaza. Otherwise, he's going to find himself in trouble together with Yusuf Hendricks.
Yeah, the man we just spoke about, Gavin Surf, the spur man, just to his left. And then directly behind that, Seth Griffin Wintle, which is the second generation Griffin Wintle coming out on track. Nice to see that the older hands, oh, they're talking about a start delay. Yeah, there's the start delay board that is being walked down.
Gaz, that would be because there are still maintenance vehicles on the track. If I look out of the commentary box window to the north, heading towards turn 4, there is a bucky on the track. So we still got safety and maintenance vehicles on the circuit.
And we got another problem. Somebody that whoever brought Table Mountain back has just stolen it again. She's gone.
Yeah, that is the nature of the situation that we are finding ourselves in.
In fact, I'm going to predict, Frankie, that during the course of this race, the rain's going to come down and come down pretty hard. If you look out towards Blouberg's side, that's the closest that bank has been to us so far all day. And with the wind that Francois predicted was going to blow everything past us, it's blown a lot of it past us, but not everything, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it was never going to blow everything away. As long as it's blown most of it away, that's the most important thing. But yeah, we'll have to see. There you can see there are still maintenance vehicles on the track heading up towards turn number 4, sidle sweep.
Now, for the folks sitting at home, in fact, that... now it's bucketing down. That movement that you see on the camera there, Frankie, that is not what we're doing from IMUSAT side. That is, in fact, the guys downstairs in the clerk's office that override us, where they need to be able to see certain items and whatever's happening around the circuit. So that was obviously a double check by the clerk of the course to see where the worst areas are.
Oh, that's quite right. There's a lot of mud. If you have a look at that very same shot going through turn 1 on the outside, this is the Tigerberg straight you see just at the bottom of your screen. Look at that sand trap that's now turned to a mud trap.
And look at the water on the inside of the exit of the corner after the apex. If the rain allows us to see it, there you can see that patch of water that there is on the outside. That not being too much of a problem. That, to me, if somebody is unaware of it, is going to be a major problem. That's in the middle of the Joubert Straight. That's not where you would normally ride. But then again, if you've taken many laps to catch up to somebody and you go for a dive in the wrong spot, excuse the pun, dive.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to have to be very careful. The rain just came down in a quick burst. It's lightened up a lot. So it's a very, very brave decision that's been made. But we will see what happens as we're about to go off there. Stephen House in the Thermofires Jetta. He is the main sponsor of this class, the Clubman Saloons. Clubman Saloons is actually a regional category, so you can get Western Cape or Western Province colours for motorsport if you do Clubmans. Classes A, B and C is classified as the senior Western Province championships, and classes D, E and F is junior. It's got nothing to do with your age, it's got to do with the category, or should I say the class that you race in.
And those classes are determined by cut-off points in terms of seconds that you take per lap out there. So you classified according to the type of lap times that you and your car are capable of.
Right, the cars are beginning to roll through. Oh, it's difficult to pick everybody up. That is Anton Jacobs that you just saw go through there with the Sentra. There's John De Silva. That's Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon. And there's the block of flats, the Chrysler, that's busy making its way through. Dexter Bruce, who just picked up Dex. Oh, Gaza, sorry, look at what the Rallycross path, the Rallycross track looks like. It's an absolute mud bath.
That block of flats might not be a bad option. Look at the Bucky trying to get up the hill, up the embankment to try and get a better view, and it doesn't seem to be working too well. It's a bit slippery there. But that block of flats might not be a bad option due to the fact that you've got that amount of weight that will force the water away underneath the semi-slick tires that most of these guys would be running.
Well, let's see exactly what is going to happen out there. Look at that mud bath. You don't want to go there, that's for sure. Unless you bring your bucket and spade with. Otherwise, you don't want to go play there, that I can promise you.
Well, Stephen Gous, the head honcho of Thermofires, the headline sponsor of Clubman's for this year, finds himself on the second row of the grid. Spoke to him earlier on and said, what do you think? He says, well, with the turbo, it's not the smoothest power supply that you could expect, because when that turbo kicks in, all of a sudden your power goes up phenomenally. So with the turbo, he's predicting, although he's got the pace, it's going to be more difficult to get that car around the island quickly.
Right, the cars are rolling. My left, your right. under the Castrol Bridge. The lights on pit lane is on, and we're going to go racing shortly. 6 laps of Thermofires Clubman Saloon Cars is about to go green, very short, or should I say lights off, and away they go. You can hear the revs pick up as they make their way into turn number 1. Now you've got to be very, very easy on that throttle. We see the cars filter through. Josef Hendricks says you got to get the run. Josef Hendricks, Lambert's lost a couple of positions already. As Jaco Lambert, he was on the front row in P2. He has dropped down a few spots already as you see the cars work their way. Already there's a car into the wall.
Yeah.
Into that dam of water that Gary spoke about.
Hendricks is okay. That might be the
Stephen Goos.
No,
Yes.
Stephen Goos is still there.
Stephen's still
Stephen
there.
is still there, but it's definitely one of the Jaco Lambert. It's probably Jaco Lambert. I'm going to hazard a guess that might have gone off at that point.
Well, we'll get confirmation on the radio exactly as to who went off there and the car number. But no, there's Jaco Lambert.
Yeah,
He's
so
still
he's
on
still
track.
there. Stephen Goos is still there.
I think it may be Steven Heidenreich. I got a funny
Heidenreich was
no,
further
no,
back.
no.
There's
There's
Heidenreich
Steven
coming
Heidenreich is
through
going
as
through
well.
as well. So we're going to try and pick up who went off. It's
Wow.
very difficult. So please excuse us if we make a few mistakes here, folks. It is difficult conditions. The rain is pelting against the commentary box windows and on the cameras around the track as well.
Well, on the way down the back main, it looks like it's Josef Hendricks will come out of that cloud. Yep, it's Josef Hendricks. He's the first man coming through. Is it Jaco Lambert? No, Jaco Lambert's dropped down to that 3rd position. I see Stephen Goos is still in there. The first of the Golfs, that is probably Gavin Surf. That was the next man inside that spray.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. What's happening out there? There is all sorts of chaos out there. There's a car that's gone off in turn 5, one of the Golfs. Oh, there's a BMW that's also leaving the circuit as well. Man, this is not easy conditions, that's for sure.
There's a 3rd car that's gone off, as that's John De Silva that has gone off.
Looks like a car park over there in turn 5 in Pertamina Fostron.
All goes well up. Oh, Stephen
Stephen
Goos has
Goos.
gone as well. That takes him out of the top 3.
Well, now our commentary box windows is completely steamed up. You can see absolutely nothing out of any of the windows. Even though it is cold, guys, I think you're going to have to open some of them. But it is virtually impossible to see anything on the racetrack. JP Shea, I just saw him go through now. It is very, very, very difficult. So at the end of lap 1, it is Hendricks that sits out there in P1. Gary Smith is in 2nd. Jaco Lambert crossed the line in 3rd. 4th was Gavin Surf. And 5th was Stephen Goos until he went off the runoff road in turn 1.
Yeah, he took the drag strip route, nothing less, and that took him completely out of it. There you can see how heavy the rain actually is as Smith works his way through. Let's have a look down the back straight, how the guys are going down there. Is it still going to be Josef Hendricks? Yep, it is Josef Hendricks that still leads out, but now it's getting tight up front.
It's getting very difficult up front now. Gemma O'Lean, I've heard, has also pulled off there around about the... just behind the clubhouse of the karting circuit. Jordan's trying to show me through the window, but you can see nothing through those windows. Right, so let's go. Here we go. And it is Josef Hendricks that sits out there in P1. Shane Smith in 2nd, and he's the quickest man with a 1:45.667. And he sits there in P2. Gavin Surface right in there behind him. Surface 7.3 seconds behind Smith. That's in that 2nd spot as one of the cars are coming down pit lane. I think the guys are saying it's enough. I don't think that is Stevie. Stephen Heidenreich is cruising down pit lane.
Yeah, he went down the back straight and just slowed right up. So a pity for that. You see the cars going down into holes, battling a little bit. There's water about. Look at that whole bunch of cars coming in there now. And all gingerly working their way through. The big thing that you want to avoid here is aquaplaning and bumping your competitor. That's, I think, the biggest concern. And you have to avoid the water at certain insides. Yeah, Josef Hendricks is really giving it a good clout. And Gary Smith is sitting there with him. Now, Gary... Oh! and he goes and he puts it sideways, and Gary says, thank you very much.
Yeah, Shane Smith was right
Shane
on his
there.
case there. And Yusuf had just gone to play where I said he shouldn't. This will be Gavin Surf coming past. And Gavin will now move up into that second spot as Yusuf Hendricks gets himself
lucky to get out the mud.
of that mud. Lucky for him, he wasn't in too deep. That is the first three that's heading down towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. Wow, it is hectic out there. Renzo Torrente sits now in that 5th position as we keep an eye on the cars going through.
Now that Renzo Torrente's BMW very quick there. And there's Shane Smith coming through. Shane Smith's got a healthy lead. He's got to keep it together. He's quite a way ahead there of Gavin Surf, who will now be in 2nd place, and then Yusuf Hendricks down in 3rd. There is Yusuf coming through there now, so he's working his way through. He would now have to take care coming out of turn 4.
There's a lot of cars trying to find their way back on the track at the
Looks like Gavin went off.
In turn 5 in Fostron corner. So we'll have a look and see who's going to come past us now. This is very difficult. This could be Torrente.
Renzo Torrente.
That is coming through, although, yeah, it's very hard. There is Dexter Bruce coming through. Just behind him on your shot there, you saw Yaku Lambert coming through.
Gavin Surf down in 6th. He went off in turn 5. There you see Gavin Surf coming down into turn 1. He's there behind Van Sale in the Spur car. And then up behind them will be JP Shea and Dexter Bruce, then Lambert, and then Phillips coming through there with him as well.
Yeah, there is Lambert coming through. Where is Anton Jacobs? He's right in there behind him. So we have a look and see. That is Gemma O'Lean's car that you see standing there on the inside, just behind the karting race control. So let's have a look and see. There's Dexter Bruce, and it is JP Shea that's just ahead of Bruce. Then it's Fourie that is there behind him in car number 80. That is Gary Fourie. Welcome back, Gary Fourie, sitting there in a P7. There's a car that's wandering off the circuit. I'll tell you what, these are brave guys taking on these conditions as we watch the cars make their way into turn 1.
Plenty happening out there. Lots of the drivers negotiating puddles here and there. The big thing is you have to avoid aquaplaning because you're moving at pace. And with aquaplane, you lose control, and that's when you're heading for a scene of an accident, as Gary would rightly state. Guys going down now towards turn 5. So Shane Smith leading out ahead of Yusuf Hendricks. Renzo Torrente is there in 3rd. Then Gary Smith sits up there behind him. Jaco van Zyl, Gavin Surf. And then it's going to be Gary Fourie, JP Shea, Dexter Bruce, and Jaco Lambert behind in P10.
Yeah, and that's that group of cars that's going there through a turn number 5 through Fostron corner. And the three of them are having a go at each other. Dexter Bruce, and right there with him is Gary Smith. And then Jaco Lambert sticks it up there on the inside of Smith as they make their way across the line to start another lap. A lot of them just diving through into turn number 1. That's that fight we're talking about. There comes Dex. Right behind Dex is Lambert. Right behind him is Fourie. And then we'll see them now as they go down the back straight.
Right, cars going down into turn number 5, which is Pertamina Fostron. And that water lying on the verge there on the inside of the corner, but a lot of the drivers just sort of staying off that line, getting a bit of traction as they work their way out, trying to pick up numbers on the cars as they come through. The camera is not making it easy for us as commentators to see. We try and recognize a car here or there, and they make their way through. That's the Silver Coast, Hendricks and Van der Merwe clan that were going down there. They work their way down into turn number 1. No.
Well, the leaders are on their final lap as they make their way down into turn number 5. So that should be the 71 of Shane Smith that sits out there in P1. And Torrente, Renzo has gone all the way into 2nd, and he's there in Class X. And the checkered flag is out, and we're waiting for the leaders to go to the checkered flag. Remember, the leader was on the last lap because it says one more lap to go. So we're waiting for the 71 car to come around. He is your leader. That is Shane Smith. Right, down the back main. Here comes your leader. Down the back straight is the 71, that yellow BMW, racing down towards turn number 5 into a Fostron corner. That is Gary Smith, man, and he was 31.5 seconds ahead of Torrente when they started this last lap. So, Francois, this is your leader at the end of lap number 6. That will take the checkered flag, Shane Smith.
Yeah, Shane coming out here now up towards the City of Cape Town, Castrol and Lime Property Management Bridge. The checkered flag beckons. Shane will relish this one. He's won races before, and he'll say thank you very much, showing that he knows how to drive in the wet. Renzo Torrente should be going into turn number 5 about now, working his way out. He's got a bit of slow traffic. And Gary Smith should be up behind him. We're trying to pick up Renzo now in the BMW. But it's nearly a half a minute gap that Shane Smith had over him. So the rest of the field coming through under the checkered flag. There comes Renzo Torrente now in the BMW. Lights ablaze under the City of Cape Town Bridge up towards the finish line. And this man has grown in leaps and bounds. I mean, he's been working on that BMW for quite a while. Up behind him, Gary Smith. And Gary Smith there, together with Kai van Sale in P4 and Gavin Surf there in P5 as the rest of the field make their way up towards us.
Yeah, we've got a back marker that's coming towards the checkered flag right now. It was one of the first cars that went off. So now we are waiting for Dexter Bruce, Jaco Lambert and Gary Fourie, and this could be that fight. Here they come. Here they come towards us. Dexter Bruce will lead Jaco Lambert across the line. But what has happened to the 8-0 Golf? Here it comes. That is Gary Fourie inside there. And right on his case is JP Share as the two of them work their way towards the checkered flag.
Well, Frankie, that was somewhat of a difficult race to commentate on, both to see on the screen and see outside. As we rightly said, the commentary box, we've got all the windows open, so we're taking a little bit of a cold spell just to get the mist or all the rest off. A couple of replays out there now, and we see a couple of the drivers going a bit high and wide, going deep in there, and they're aquaplaning. A little bit of aquaplaning there, making it very difficult there. For the drivers, you have to take the right line, and they just ran a bit deep. So as they grab the brakes, they aquaplane, and then they run deep into the corner, going off, and then working their way back on.
Yeah, this is, as you see, replays of cars all over the place. That looks like JP
Share, yeah.
Yeah, it is JP Share. Doesn't look like JP Share. It is, and this is Joseph Hendricks that lost it coming out of Saddle Sweep. And he lost it right in front of Shane Smith. Lucky boy was Joseph that he could get that BMW back on circuit again. And Francois, this is guys that are just bouncing all over the place, trying to keep control of their vehicles.
It's very difficult. You don't want to come back on circuit. You could have been involved in somewhat of a skirmish there, down in Interceptor corner. That water on the inside of Interceptor is a little bit, that's the bikes have gone down on that little river that runs across, causes an aquaplane.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that one, folks. We tried our best to give you proper commentary. The commentary box windows are beginning to clear up again. Are beginning to clear up again as we wait now for the GTI Challenge drivers to come out for their race. The API Properties Group GTI Challenge race number 1. 29 cars entered. Let's see who of those 29 is going to come out. And this one has also been brought down to a 6-lapper. Right, folks, we're just waiting for the API Property Group GTI Challenge to come out onto the track for their opening race.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Right, so other than Lime Property Management, a big thanks to Pertamina Fostron, a big thanks to Interceptor Shoewear, Porsche Club, King Tony Tools, and then a big thanks to Castrol. They sponsor the bridge together with the City of Cape Town. They sponsor the spinning pitch, and they also sponsor the race tower and the commentary box area. A big thanks as well to the City of Cape Town and as well to Smile FM, or also known as Smile 90.4 FM. The WPMC shuttle is busy working its way around. A big thanks to Hyundai Milnerton for the provision for that shuttle. So if you need to go anywhere from the pit area all the way around turn 4, turn 3 and get dropped off by turn 2, you can. I don't think too many people want to move wherever they are at right now, but you're more than welcome to do so. Just waiting for the rescue and recovery vehicles to get those cars back into the pit area that's stranded there on the outside of turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. And the moment the marshals have got those cars and the breakdown services have got those vehicles back to the pit area, we will continue with API Property GTI Challenge over 6 laps.
I die. Swing those hips around, can't stop, roll back down. My ladies, short, tall, thin or wide, always down and ready to ride. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky. Raise your hand if you're ready and willing, if you know it's time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Whether you're ready or not, time for break free of history. This train is racing straight ahead. No man can do like I can. I'm the queen of the land. Haters gonna hate. Won't be sorry now. Shoot me down, but I'll rise again. I'm laying down the law, and you've been served. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky. Raise your hand if you're ready and willing, if you know it's time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Whether you're ready or not, time for a girl on time. Whether you're ready or not, time for a girl on time.
Right, I think the replays are now done. Yep, here we go with the API Property GTI Challenge over 6 laps. There are lots and lots if they all come out of Class C cars. A
Frankie?
decent amount of Class B, but only 4 Class A cars.
Is this splash 1 of splash 2s for the day?
Well, I must say for now, the rain has cleared up. The telltale hill there towards Melkhorst is completely visible. So the track is very wet, but at least the rain has gone and we've got some form of visibility out of our commentary box windows. We've had to open windows here. It's pretty cold, but we had no choice. Otherwise, we'll see nothing through the windows. Right, so who is in pole for Class B? I think it might be Mohammed Kalfi, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just wait and see. I'm skipping Class A for now.
Frankie, while you were doing the interviews, it was in fact Kalfi that was up front. It is still Kalfi with Ryan van Eerden, who I think is the top point scorer in the class at the moment.
Yeah, Zaki Hendricks and Faisal Jacobs, they will be on the second row of Class B. Class A, only 4 cars out there. Remember that Jean-André Marais and Nathan Victor are doing Polo Cup, the Nationals in East London, and Marco Busi is there with them as well. So it's Geldenhuys, Schubert, Swart, and Oliver Hintenhuis. That's the 4 Class A cars in that order on the first 2 rows of the grid. The pole sitter for Class C, if my facts are right, is, it is Dylan van Heerden. Then Mark Fontini, Zach Leyden, Daniel Muna, and Adriano Ferrari in Class C. Then we've got Ace Flashman Finneran and Tristan Hubert and the rest of them all the way down to P30. Reza Levy, if he starts, will start at the back of class and at the back of the field because he went off into turn 1 on the outside while the qualifying laps were on. So Reza, who is a good little karter, that's for sure, did not post a time. So he will start at the back of the field if he is going to take part at all. And I certainly hope he does because he's a good little karter and a great little race driver. So that 76 car you see there, that is Ollie Hintenhuis.
Looks like the GTI Challenge boys, somebody forgot to tell them that it's rainy and wet out there.
Well, you know, but it doesn't matter what you tell these guys. They are going to race, whether it is dry, wet, sun, hot, cold, windy, it makes no difference. They will race.
Well, there's a lap board that's busy coming down there. I suppose it's going to confirm 6 laps.
I would think so, yes. On our screen it says 6 laps on our timing device. Sean Liebenberg, that's a 75 car you see there. That is a new driver car combination.
The guy that's got the car in reverse.
Yeah. Brake lights on. Looks like it's in reverse because of the camera that's on it. Oh, this is going to be some good stuff. Well, there's Ollie Hintenhuis. He's one of 4 Class A cars. The others are all ahead of him. Skalkheldenhuis is the man that will be in pole position. Mohammed Kalfi, that is the man just behind them that you see that's in pole for Class B.
And he's got Ryan van Eerden and Zaki. So that's a 3-way battle that's going to be. Oh, and
let's not forget Faisal Jacobs, correct.
And the quietly spoken Brent van der Schuyf is in there as well. So this is going to be pretty good. There was a time that Class A was the main thing. There was a time that Class B was the main thing. Today, I believe Class C is going to be the real deal because that is where the most cars are. Will they make it through turn number 1? We're about to find out.
Well, they all went on 1 light. Normally they do the 3-light sequence. They all left. There was gaps between A and B, B and C. 1 light on, 1 light off, and they all fly away through turn number 1. And everybody has made it through turn 1. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Well, into turn 2 they go. So far, so good. Everybody's staying away from the deep patches of water. Let's see if everybody can make it through turn number 2 as well. See Daniel Moona running around on the outside line. All looks pretty good so far. The guys are doing a brilliant job out there. A big pack of cars, and everybody's doing it right.
Tons and tons of Class C cars out there. We had a car that went very wide in Castrol Corner, and it was a Class B car, but he picked it up very nice indeed. That car you see going through a shot there, that was the car that went very wide in Castrol, but he's pulled it all together again. As you see the Class A, B and C guys work up the hill. Now, it is Yuri Swart that leads them down the back straight towards turn number 5. He is the leader in class and overall leader going down into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. Into Fostron he goes. Oh, and he's off the circuit. He's off the circuit. It's Umpi. Umpi Swart in turn 5 has gone playing in the mud there. Is he back on again? I think he may be, but he would have lost a lot of positions, Gaza.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can see he doesn't have the pace coming out of the corner, and that's why he's been closed down. And in fact, it is Skalkheldenhuis that's gone to the front of Class A. And then I think it's Ollie Hintenhuis is the next man that's coming through there. We'll try and pick up as much info as we can for you. You can see about as much as what we can.
And Gaza, the leader of Class C, he's in first in class and P5 overall. He's virtually plumb center in the middle of Class B.
Well, lots and lots of water that's still busy coming down at the moment as we see the leaders going into turn 2. All seems to be going under the circumstances. If you think how competitive this class is, it's actually gone exceptionally well so far.
Right, cars working their way through Castrol Corner. It's a combination of a B and C. This is the Class A boys you see working their way up the hill into Sarel Sweep. And Skalkheldenhuis is the man that sits out there in P1. Ollie Hintenhuis was in second. I think Swart might have just taken that second place back, and he has done so. as they go down the back straight. As you watch this group of cars heading up the hill towards turn 4, and we'll pick up the leaders now going down the back straight towards turn 5 Foster. So it is Killarney on track with Umpi Swart there in that second spot.
I almost think it could be Zaki Hendricks that's gone up into the lead of Class B as they splash their way down the back main.
We'll have a look as they come down towards us. We'll see a lot of motor cars go through. I don't know who that is. So the leading Class A cars are going through. There's Ollie Hintenhouse coming past us now. That 7 car, that is Hendricks. He sits second in class. As a matter of fact, Shane Williams is the leader of Class B with Hendricks second, and the pole sitter Mohammed Kalfi is in P4 in class. But look at Mark Fontini. Mark Fontini sits second just behind the leading Class B car.
Well, that is a very, very tight battle, but we're going to have to very soon break away to the entrance to turn number 3, because that is where the battle is with the 2 lead vehicles.
One light system doesn't work.
There they come down towards us now, Killarney and Umpi Swart. Umpi Swart has in fact gone past Killarney. Ollie Hintenhouse holds on to that 3rd position. Then it is Joubert, then the first of the Class B cars, that's the 46 car of Williams. And can you believe it, behind that, the leading Class C, Mark Fontini, ex-South African V8 oval track champion, is the next man coming through behind that.
Well, if we can pan to turn number 3 into Interceptor, you will find that Golf is right there with those Class B cars. You watch, just not coming up the hill. And no, this is not the group that I'm talking about right now. This is the... There he goes through. You just saw him in screenshot there. He was working his way through. He's right there with those Class B cars. Down the back main they go. And it is indeed, as we have a look and see, we've got down the back main, we've got Mohammed Kalfi that's having a go there at Zaki Hendricks, and right with that group of cars, there is the Mark Fontini Golf that's heading down into turn 5 Fostron.
I don't think that'll be a nice thought for the Class B guys to have a Class C car right amongst them. Williams still leading out from Hendricks, Kalfi, Van Eeren and a Volskenk in that Class B battle. The Class C battle, second in class behind Fontini, is in fact, there's somebody off in turn 5. It is in fact Van Eeren that is in 11th position and second in class.
Right, have a look at all these Class C cars working their way into turn number 1. The cameras are very, very hazy indeed. It is virtually impossible to pick up all the cars. Mark Fontini is sitting way out. As a matter of fact, if we can pan to Castrol Corner, you'll see that Golf there. That is the man that sits in P5 and P1 in Class C. That is Fontini. Busy making his way through. Then Hendricks is in there behind him, followed by Van Eeren, Kalfi, and then the second Golf that you see in that group, that is Van Eeren. And just behind him is Wayland Volskenk.
Well, Van Eeren has gone to front end of class, so I think he'll be pretty chuffed with that one. But it's not, it's a long way from over. There's still 3 laps to go, and just keeping it on the island alone is going to be very difficult. Keeping in mind that Umpi Swart in Class A leads out from Killarney and Ollie Hintenhouse. That is your first, second and third.
If we go down into turn number 5, we'll have a look and see there that Oliver Hintenhouse and Williams is right there with each other. That's the 2 of them that's making their way out of Fostron Corner, and that is Hintenhouse and Williams, car 76 and 46, that's making their way under the bridge. That is Hintenhouse, and right behind him is the 46 car of Shane Williams.
Then the next car to come through behind that, can you believe it, Fontini, a Class C car in the wet, showing the boys the way around.
Well, Mark Fontini can, and then right behind him is Zaki Hendricks. Then it's Van Eeren. Behind Van Eeren is Kalfi, and there you see Van Eeren coming through. That's Dylan Van Eeren that is sitting 9th overall and second in class.
There was Zach Leyden that just went through ahead of Mario Roux, who has not come through. So Zach Leyden finds himself 5th overall in class right now.
trying to find the Class A guys because we've given them a miss. Here they come, down the back straight. Down the back main comes your leader in overall and in class. That's Judy Swart. Skull Keldernice is right behind him. Then we've got a Class C back marker. There is Swart. That's Keldernice. That's the Class C back marker. That's heading down into turn number 5. And then we have got Ollie Hintenhuis that is coming through. We'll see Oliver Hintenhuis, and right behind him is Shane Williams.
So Ollie Hintenhuis doing a brilliant job, and that red car, that Polo you see coming towards you, that in fact is Williams as he works his way down into turn 5, and he is leading out the class. That is Class B. And directly behind him is the leader of a Class C, which is in fact Mark Fontini, that should come into view in a couple of seconds from now.
Yeah, you'll see him come out behind that building very soon. There he comes, splashing his way through the water. P5 and first in Class C, Mark Fontini, oval track racer of note of the famous Fontini racing family. He sits there in 5th position. Hendricks is coming through. There goes Fontini under the bridge. Behind him is Zaki Hendricks. Then it's Dylan van Eden. Mohammed Kalfi coming through. Ryan van Eden. And then behind him is Weiland Volskenk. And then Ruan Eis coming through as well in P11. Followed by, no, that's not Zach Leyden. Zach Leyden just making his way underneath the bridge now. But that is the whole group that I mentioned there that's working their way towards turn 1. So looks like we lost picture, but we are back again. Hope the people at home didn't lose the picture, but we've got our monitors back again. So there they go through Castro Corner, whole group of cars making their way through Castro. The checkered flag is out. The checkered flag is out, and here comes Judy Swart and Skull Keldernice coming home across the line, first and second. You're waiting for Ollie Hintenhuis to come through. There's a couple of back markers in a Class C. Boy, do we get to lap 6 pretty quickly if they cut the laps. Here comes Ollie Hintenhuis towards the line. And then behind Hintenhuis, we will have
Williams.
Yes, Williams coming through. He will win Class B. And then behind him, Gaza, will be the winner of Class C in P5. That will be Mark Fontini. Here comes Mark.
That surely has got to be the driver of the race. Mark Fontini, Class C, all the way from a massive Class C, and that up to 5th overall. Behind Fontini will be Zaki Hendricks, the first of the Van Edens, and Kalfi, that was the fastest qualifier in Class B, drops down to 4th overall, and that ahead of Volskenk.
Yeah, then Ryan van Eden taking the flag as well. Volskenk coming through, and the rest of the guys. There's Zach Leyden coming through as well. The 45 car of Reza Levy also gets to the checkered flag. And then Mario Roux in Class B, way down. Obviously, track conditions, he will finish in P14. Overall is Mario Roux, and he runs in Class B. Kalfi gets shown here in P18. Mohammed Kalfi.
Did Reza Levy not start from the back of the pack?
He did. Well, he was supposed to, yes, because
that's amazing.
He never posted a time. Reza Levy.
From 27th to 13th.
That's brilliant stuff. Well, that's where the karting experience comes in. Levy from the famous Levy racing family as well.
Well, folks, we try to bring you as much info as possible, but very difficult to see much in the wet conditions. But as you know, in the history of Killarney International Raceway, we don't stop meetings very easily. As far as possible, have car, will drive.
1 minute 39.384 was the fastest lap set by Yuri Umpi Swart. So that concludes the API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 1. And we move on with the program. And the weather so far, dull and gloom, but looking pretty okay. At least our telltale hill towards Melkbos is completely visible once again.
Just a big shout out to all the API Property Group guys who are here today. I met them last night at the Sunningdale Soccer Club. Great bunch of guys, and big shout out to them for sponsoring GTI Challenge.
Okay, it's only going to be like 16 of them out there in all, yeah. Well, as the Fire Bucky does a reconnaissance lap, we move on to the Louder Classic Cars for their first race of the day, and it looks like it's going to be a 6-lapper. For this lovely class, one of my favorites, one of Francois' big favorites as well.
Yeah, I'm a big lover of the classic cars. Doesn't look like everyone's out there. Franco Donadio in the Chevy Can-Am. That's going to be something to behold. He's going to have to try and control the power and not spin. Michael Hitchcock in the Ford Mustang. Glenn Aiton Bogart in the Ford Granada Piranha. Trevor Momberg. Lovely to see young Jared Evans here in the Capri Mark 1. All the way back from the UK. Ferdy Maton, also in a Mustang. And Father Brian Evans is out there also in that beautifully turned on Escort built there by Richard Quixley. Lovely car. Wayne Lotter, also in an Escort. Robert Rowe in the BMW. And Trevor Hutchings, well, he'll be out in the Sirocco, the orange one. Lane Hutchings in the Golf.
To see out there.
Yeah, I know we won't miss him. Matthew Rowe in his little 2002. It's got multiple colours on it. Calvin Beekman in that Morris Minor. Now that's what we call the greatest feat of engineering. There's so many pipes and wires inside that engine compartment for various purposes. And then Davy de Beer out in his Escort. Nice to see Davy there.
Unfortunately, I did see on the group that Davy had withdrawn, and yesterday we saw some footage which was internal on the group on Wayne Lotter that went off on the exit of turn 3 Interceptor, turned it right around and went nose first into the barrier. Luckily nose first, not at an angle. Definitely took the radiator and some of the nicer looking parts off the front of the car. Within a half an hour of that footage being posted on the internal group, there was a message from Davy de Beer saying, "Don't worry, I've got panels for you." So if that car is out on the circuit, they've obviously had their own spare radiator, and Davy de Beer has come to the party to make sure that Wayne Lotter gets that Class B Ford Escort 2-litre out on circuit again.
Now that will mean, Francois, that Dean and the guys obviously burnt the midnight oil to get that car out on track if it should be out there.
But is it not nice? We talk about this family of racing. That you want to have a competitor that does go out and do battle with you, that you actually offer him armory to come and join you in battle. It's so nice.
The beauty of amateur racing, I think, no cloak and dagger or, you know, I don't want you to see mine and all kinds of things like that. We help each other out, and that's what we do.
Well, Gap Motorsport, there was some videos that was put out on the internal group as well after midnight last night. And yeah, there was a car up on the lift with a gearbox, no side shafts, no front struts, no calipers, nothing. And that was around about 25-1 this morning. I can't tell you what was said. The question was asked of Mr. Gap Motorsport. He answered, but let it suffice to say it meant that he was going to be working pretty late.
A symphony of four-letter words, in other words.
Yeah, no, he brought out some personal thoughts about what he thought of motorsport at that stage of the fight. But they got the car out on circuit, so well done to Get Motorsport.
I think it's brilliant. Unfortunately, PV Low, that lovely Mazda RX-7 that we were watching yesterday, throwing 6.5 feet flames out the back as it decelerated and overfueled down into turn 5 was spectacular. Had a chat to Louis Powell. He says, no, the Mazda is on its way, where the Stay Furniture's RX-7 will be out possibly at the next meeting. Dave Kopka was also here. Dave unfortunately ran a bearing seal. He says the car's been standing for a couple of months and years now. So
2 years, I think it
2
has
years,
been, eh?
and you know those seals aren't constantly oiled; they get brittle, and then eventually they pop. So we know rotary. If the seals go, the seals go.
Yeah, there was some lovely photographs on Facebook of flames spitting out of the exhaust pipe over there as well. That was lovely to see. It's unfortunate, as Francois, of course, is saying, those rotary motors, those twin rotaries can be very temperamental. And we hope to see him sometime in the future. But 16 of them are due to be out there.
Just a quick shout out here to Wayne Lotter. Just dropped me a message, said the damage is too much. Sorry for that. Huge support though. Thank you for that, Wayne. Only a pleasure. Pity you're not out there, bud. Next time.
Well, that's -2 escorts already there. Of course, Francois David de Beer, as was being mentioned in that 2-litre escort, but this escort. But that means now we should have about 14 of them out there in general. But remember, rain and wet conditions, the great leveler. Power is not optimum over here. The less power you have, the better. And front-wheel drive will trump rear-wheel drive, most likely.
That is why I'm not taking anything away from him. Franco Donadio with that Can-Am, but a Hitchcock, the Eighton Bogarts, Momberg, most of them are rear-wheel drives. Most of these cars, the front-wheel. And, well, Lane and Trevor should have a little bit of an upper hand there with front-wheel drive. So let's see how that one pans out.
Well, just go off air for a short while. A bit of recovery occurring on the circuit, some of the GTI Challenge cars, but we'll join you shortly for the first 6-lapper for the Lauda Classic cars. All right, so we are green in the Joubert pits and the old pits. The wind is pumping quite nicely here. And we have the little Chev come out, the Forenza of Donadio coming from the right-hand side, our right-hand side, and from the left-hand side, you have Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. There come the Hutchings. First, it is Trevor Hutchings in the Sirocco, followed by Lane in the Mark II Golf.
Well, I see a Mini on the circuit.
Yeah. Little green one, which should be
Sean Bester. Yeah.
Just a smidgen under 1.3 litres that Sean Bester Morris Mini in British Racing green.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
very eclectic being in its green.
Morris is out on the circuit. There is Trevor Momberg in his trusty blue Capri. I saw the Cortina of Jan Engelbrecht going out onto the circuit, going through turn 1 right now.
Lovely to see all these cars from yesteryear. And yeah, I have to admit that the camaraderie in the classics is something to behold between those guys. No matter what you drive, if something goes wrong, everyone jumps into the basket and helps out. That's really nice to see.
Turbocharged 2002 BMW there of Matthew Rowe has just spun it on the sighting lap. But we'll get it going again. No harm, no foul. And he's joined by the other Rowe family member in the 325 IS Beamer. And of course that is Robert Rowe in that boxy-shaped machine making his way through the kink right now. Like I said, only 14 of them set to be out there. We've lost 2 of the escorts of Wayne Lotter and David de Beer. But we could have ourselves an interesting little race. We were mentioning our premier front-wheel drive competitors, Trevor and Lane Hutchings in their VWs. But no Bruce Avon Taplin, unfortunately. No Dion Conradi in the Toyotas. Those would have also been no Dion Valentine in his Mini. Wayne Lotter crashed it yesterday. But poleman Franco Donadio is alongside Michael Hitchcock. We did not see, did we see Aiton Bogart go out there? The Granada Piranha, number 66. I did not catch a glimpse of that car, did I? Or is he coming right down here now? There we go.
Yeah, Malcolm Bogart is out there. Jared Evans in the Capri is there.
Ooh, the rain is coming down again, Francois. Here comes Fadi Mouton's bright red Mustang. We like the bright cars because we can see them when it rains.
Yeah.
There's Jared Evans with the lights on, the headlamps.
That is absolutely a beautiful Capri there, to say the least. Another Richard Quixley build.
V6s, those Capris. Beautiful sounding, the Mustangs as well, the V8s.
Yeah, the 67 coupes are one of the nicest, I reckon, Mustangs ever built, except for the Eleanor, the fastback.
Mark and Malcolm, Aiton Bogart not out today. Yeah, they're on the group, they said out, but we have the Mini pulling into position, Shawnee Bester. Ahead of him will be Matthew Rowe. All right, so yeah, Glenn Aiton Bogart in his Granada Piranha, but no Galaxy, no Fairmont, sorry. And it's the 6-lap reminder on the chalkboard, taking us back to our school days. And the green flag waves as they are being led off. John Green waving his flag vigorously in the wind. To be taken now. They're going to work very hard over here to generate the tyre temperatures, to generate the brake temperatures. When they get into that first turn, they just dab on that brake pedal, braking very early. No heroics here, Francois.
I think the thing one to look at is, what is your brake bias like when you come in the wet? You know, if it's too much on the front will lock up, the back will come around. If it's too much on the back, it'll lock up and force the... So it's really something special. All these little sort of nitty-gritties one has to behold before you go racing, and depending on the weather conditions, you know what I'm saying?
Something that's very underestimated as well, Francois, is tyre pressures.
Oh, yes.
What happens is they will most likely just lower the tyre pressures to get the heat, just to circulate less air in the tyre, much more molecules getting heated up, instead of maybe pumping them up as they do.
Well, what we normally do is when it's warm, we'd let the tyre pressure down because the tyre gets hard. When you come into the cold, you want a harder tyre if you've got tread to get more grip. So that is what you're looking at. So if they've got treads, like semi-slicks or something, you want it relatively hard so that you've got a bigger contact patch.
Yeah, it's not like in Formula One where the wet weather tyres are quite soft and you can actually pump them up quite nicely and get higher tyre pressures. I was talking to Trevor Hutchings once, and he said they were actually going to bring it down just a little bit, just so the tyre can be a bit softer and generate the heat. I remember feeling Adams for you a number of months ago in the rain. I felt those tyres had just been out in the practice. They were cold.
No, they're very cold. They're very cold. Talking about Formula One at Spa this weekend, we talk about wets. Now, wets, funnily enough, I believe in Formula One they've got a regulation not allowed to be lower than a certain pressure. And I was actually stunned at what that regulation is. They're not allowed to be below 1.8 bar. So, you know, that's relatively hard for a tyre of that nature for a Formula One. And they're not allowed to be harder than 2.2 bar. So it's something to behold.
And they're very tight with those regulations.
Yes, very tight.
They have, of course, the wet weather tyre, the full wet and the intermediate. But we turn our attentions back to Killarney racing now. Lauda Classic cars for 6 racing laps. The lights are on. Leading them off is Donadio in the Forenza. And now we go towards turn 1. And let's see how we're going to all get 16 or 14 cars rather through that section. On the brakes they are, into turn one. It's Donadio from Hitchcock, from the Capri of Momberg. Look at the little gap, and then it's Fatty Maton in his Mustang ahead of Aiton Bogart in the Granada Piranha.
Well, Franco Donadio puts a bit of pedal to the metal. Trevor Momberg has a look there at Michael Hitchcock. Trevor Momberg, a boy from the deep south, as they call it. He's used to driving around in the wet. So he takes maximum opportunity. Ferdy Maton sits in P4. He's got Brian Evans looking up on the inside, and Brian with it nimbly up on the inside of Ferdy Maton. Jared Evans is chasing in the Capri, and it looks like he gets up on the inside of Glen Aiton Bogart there. So they're making their way down through Interceptor Corner. And I think the people that are more sort of accustomed to wet weather driving will have a sort of the upper hand here, and also having to maintain whatever power to weight ratio they have.
Down the straight we then run. The Forenza Can-Am of Donadio, headlamps on, like they all have. Goes down the straight. It is going to be Hitchcock that is under immense pressure from a man who's very experienced behind him. That is
Robert Rowe has a spin. Robert Rowe has a spin there. Coming out. We can see him through the window. He's on your screen as well. And Robert is beached. He's in a real big mud patch. I don't know if he'll be able to get out there. He's pretty stuck where he is.
That's like Play-Doh over
yeah,
there,
no, that's Play-Doh. That is mulch.
There, unfortunate, he's got the rears stuck in there, and he probably won't even be able to turn. Oh, look at him. He's actually still trying it, though, to get out, but he might dig himself even more.
He's moving, he's moving.
Quicksand.
Yeah, but it's going to get really stuck there. Right, so Franco Donadio came past us, squirming with the tires spinning, and he's working his way out. He's having fun that he can play with the power. They're down into turn number one. There's
Back to number one.
Michael Hitchcock there with Trevor Momberg in the blue Capri up behind him. There's Brian Evans. Yeah, there we go. There's your leader, Franco Donadio. Here comes Michael Hitchcock, and Trevor Momberg is sitting nicely in the Capri. I think Trevor's just taking the car, using what he's got. He's really trying hard.
Want to look out for behind them after Brian Evans first. Sorry, just jumping in there.
There's Brian Evans.
Brian Evans in the escort, and then behind them is Fanny Maton and
Jared Evans. Yeah. And Jared's had a long layoff, and he's back having a stint in the Capri. But Jared's got a lot of experience. Good little driver.
He is indeed. They'll be coming through turn 3, and it looks like the BMW of Rowe is back on track, and that will be Robert Rowe's 3 Series Beamer. Trundling down the straight. Yes, he is a lap down, but he's back. That's the main thing.
Yeah, he's back. He can complete his race and just regain a little bit of composure, so to speak, and respectability that he has managed to bring the car back onto circuit. Now I see Michael Hitchcock pulling away from Trevor Momberg ever so slightly, using the muscle of the V8. Brian Evans in a little escort doing very well, sitting there behind Trevor Momberg. And Brian Evans is Class B, so Trevor Momberg lies second in class there, and Ferdy Maton third in class.
I just also want to see now Franco Donadio, a 42.6, the fastest lap of the race. We still wait. Michael Hitchcock comes across the line then, and a 48.5. Trevor Momberg, a 47.9, quicker than the man ahead of him. Brian Evans crosses the line now. We watch that turn one still after they've made their way through. Here comes that battle between Ferdy Maton and Jared Evans. Actually, Jared Evans has left Ferdy Maton behind, and Ferdy Maton is now under pressure from Lane Hutchings.
Well, we were saying front-wheel drive is the upper hand. I think Lane making actually full use of that.
And remember, Glen Aiton Bogart is dropping down the field at the moment in 10th. Has he maybe not pulled off somewhere or gone back to the pits? We'll speak under correction there from my side, because Trevor Hutchings has made his way up into 8th position. Oh, there we go.
There's Glen Aiton Bogart going down into, I think he's a little bit sketchy with the power underfoot. Having a look there at Sean Bester in the Mini. I would have expected him a little bit higher. Remember the day when Dion Valentine won the race in the rain and put everyone to shame? He was just having an absolute crowd pleaser. There's your leader, Franco Donadio, going down into Pertamina Fast Strong Corner, turn number 5. And he's really blown away from the pack. He's checked out. He's disappeared. There goes second one, Hitchcock. Still been under there by Momberg, and Brian Evans is getting a bit closer by the look of it, Byron.
And definitely also these men proving to have feet, right feet as light as feathers, because that's what you got to do here. You got to feather that throttle. You short shift. You got to restrict the power here. It's all about survival. They go across the line now. Look at this battle here between the Mustang and the Capri, an all-Ford battle as they make their way now down to the line. Franco Donadio, a 38.7. And look at the spray that's coming up now as they cross the line.
Down in turn 5, having a look now, we saw on screen. Lane Hutchings has got past Ferdy Maton, and so too has Trevor Hutchings, and they're now on the back of Jared Evans. There you see on screen, there's Jared, and there's Lane Hutchings with a golf, and just behind Lane, ever so slightly, is Trevor Hutchings in the orange Sirocco. He'll be coming up. There you see him in picture now.
Yeah, that will be the top 8 then. Matthew Rowe will be the next man out there in the 2002 BMW, but that will be 4.5 seconds back as he comes across the line. Now had a small spin on the sighting lap, but yeah, they all go into that left-hand turn, the only true left-hand turn here at Killarney, and that is Jared Evans. That's right ahead now of the new man in that position. Behind him, Lane Hutchings.
Yeah, Lane ending well. Yeah, they come up towards us now, and still Jared Evans. Lane really making full use of the front-wheel drive there with Trevor right up there behind him now, working his way around. Lane ahead of Trevor. Trevor trying to come in here with a Sirocco, and they are pressing Jared Evans. Jared Evans really digging deep in his suitcase, all his experience there, driving a rear-wheel drive Capri in the wet, but he's feeling the pinch, no doubt.
No, he is, and yeah, they go. He's going to make his way through in turn 3 now is Lane Hutchings, and of course, remember, the more cylinders you have here, the more you sweat in that car, because what happens is you want as little power as possible. You don't want to jab the throttle and lose traction, and well, those two powerful cars going in the second and third places now as they come to complete what will be the lap 4 section and have 2 more left to go. Brian Evans closing up very nicely there, Francois.
Yeah, no, he's sitting on the back of Trevor Momberg. Momberg hanging onto the back there of Michael Hitchcock there on your screen going through. And we're going to go look back down there in turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron. There's, it looks like Trevor Hutchings has got past Lane. And they're ahead there of Jared Evans. So Trevor Hutchings, ex-Clubman's champion, now showing that he hasn't lost much of it.
2 8-valve machines, those VWs, front-wheel drive. And crossing the line now, it is Trevor Hutchings in 5th. 6th position is Lane Hutchings. And Jared Evans will be in 7th position now as they make their way into that Holes Hook section.
Coming down here now into turn number 1 will be Ferdy Maton. Ferdy Maton makes his way through there, and he's got Robert Rowe behind him as the lap down.
Car off in 5, Francois. Yellow flag was briefly waving there, but he's back on the circuit. Here comes Donadio in the little Chev, and it was Matthew Rowe making another excursion, off-track excursion, but he survived to fight another day.
Listening to Franco Donadio's Chev Can-Am come down here past us, how the thing starts spinning and you can hear the revs climb on the motor. But Franco Donadio managing it with years of oval circuit racing and tar racing. He's been in the wet, he's been in the dirt, he knows what's happening. But have a look at that dice. Look at Brian Evans trying to close up on the back there of Trevor Momberg. Trevor Momberg trying to close up on Michael Hitchcock as they come out at turn 5 down towards us. Keep an eye there. Trevor Momberg trying to take a different line. Michael Hitchcock lights up the back wheels on that 67 Mustang and gets the show on the road. But Brian Evans is right on the back there of Trevor Momberg as they go down to turn number 1. Will he have a look up on the inside? But it looks like Momberg's just late enough on the brakes.
Yellow flags will be waving in turn 2 there, Francois, because we had the Rowe BMW 2002, Matthew Rowe, spinning once again. Luckily, he's got it going again just as this second place battle makes its way to turn 2. Where is our leader?
We're on the final lap. Right, so coming out of Pertamina Fastron corner here now is, looks like Ferdy Maton. And not too far behind him is your current leader, Franco Donadio. He'll be coming out of the City of Cape Town Bridge. A checkered flag will be waiting for him. And Franco's had an absolute party out there with this Chevy Can-Am. Just listen to this thing come screaming over the line. And we'll wait for the next placed cars to come through. A couple of the slow markers coming through. The likes there of Glenn Ethan Beauregard, Sean Bester in the Mini. And second place man, there they go. Oh, look at that lovely dice going on the back straight there. Michael Hitchcock, Trevor Momberg and Brian Evans make their way down into turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron corner. And oh, what's it going to be? They look damn squib as they go through there. Take that right-hander, Michael Hitchcock hanging on for dear life. He's got Momberg and Evans up behind them now. They make their way now out of turn number 5. On the gas. Has Brian Evans got the better of Momberg? No, he hasn't. So it's Michael Hitchcock comes up towards the line. He'll take second place there from Trevor Momberg and Brian Evans as they cross the line here down the Porsche straight down towards turn number 1.
Well, we still have a few cars on the live circuit, and it is Trevor Hutchings, Lane Hutchings, Jared Evans, Fatty Maton that are all still racing out there and are coming now through that Pertamina Fastron corner. Here comes the 5th place man and the Class C victor, Trevor Hutchings in his VW Sirocco Mark 1, crosses the line ahead then of Lane Hutchings in 6th position, 2nd in class. Jared Evans will finish 3rd in class in the Capri, and that will be in the 7th position overall. And then Fatty Maton, I do not see him classified yet in the Mustang. Here he comes now, and that will be 8th position, but 4th in Class B as he comes out onto the straight underneath the City of Cape Town, Castro and Lime Property Management Bridge to complete his 6-lap race. And that was the first of the Lauda Classic Car races that has been run.
Property. Frankie, it's you and I this time around. It's the first time we've been on the mic together. Feels like we're back at Rallycross.
Yeah, I think it was the 22nd of June you and I did a stint together last as we watch the Libre Sports and GTs. It was supposed to be a 100k 31 lapper, but obviously it's been chopped down to 16 laps, yes, due to everybody taking a cut so we can get through the day successfully. So 10 of the cars have entered for this one. There's quite a few, it was about 17, 18, close to 20 cars that had entered for this one, but obviously track conditions has played a role. But at least we've got 10 of them out there, and it's going to be 16 excellent laps.
And on pole, the main man in the Ginetta G57 LMP3 car, it's Craig Jarvis. I see there's no one out on the start line, Frankie. I think they're going to do another lap just to get into order.
I think they will do that, and it'll obviously be a rolling start for the sports and GTs as the safety car takes them through turn 1, through Holzhoek they go. Named after Mr. Edgar Hole. Holzhoek, turn 1. In case people didn't know, that's where the name from turn 1 comes from, after the great Mr. Edgar Hole. Then the Joubert Straight, named after the great Dennis Joubert. Then turn 2, which is Quarry Corner. Obviously, Castrol, the sponsor. Big thanks to Castrol. As the safety car works its way out, Gary will follow them through. Then there's the kink. Back in the day, Gazza will also confirm, that was known as the Peugeot kink when they sponsored then. Obviously, just known as the kink now. Then into turn 3, which is Damps, and a big thanks to Interceptor Shoewear that sponsors turn 3 as the safety car leads them out. Then slightly up the hill, that is the Tygerberg Straight, which will take them into turn 4, now known as Saddle Sweep. Its original name is Malmesbury. Once upon a time, it was sponsored by Saybat as well, but now I'm going back many, many years. But currently, it's known as Saddle Sweep after the great Mr. Saddle van der Merwe. And then the safety car will lead them down the back straight, also known as the Killarney Straight, the back straight. And then it'll take them into turn 5, Cape Town corner, but known as Pertamina Fostron, because that is the sponsor for that corner. Now, as we were saying off air, Jordan, Pertamina Fostron corner or Cape Town corner throughout the years had many other sponsors. BP was there, Stanik was there, Vodacom was there, but currently a big thanks to Pertamina Fostron. You can see the boards there for the sponsorship of turn 5 Cape Town corner. So a big thank you to Pertamina Fostron. And the main straight is known as the Porsche Club Straight. And a big thanks as well to Castrol, City of Cape Town, Line Property Management, and Smile 90.4 FM, the media partner. Right, we're about to go racing. Jordan, take them off the line, 16 laps.
The lights are on and the lights are off, and away they go. And Craig Jarvis will lead the group down to turn 1 and through Holzhoek. You see the brake lights flashing on those GT cars as they make their way through. Lots of spray coming up there. We've got 2 open wheelers, not open wheelers, open cockpit cars, one being that Sandra Bakari car, that VW Juno, as well as the Alf out there driven by Eric Solomon. He's a little bit further behind. He needs to catch up to the field. But Craig Jarvis will pull that Ginetta as far ahead as he possibly can. That Ginetta's now been liveried as a Hot Wheels car, and it looks like a big Hot Wheels car.
Well, it is a big Hot Wheels car, but it cannot use all that power and speed in this one because look at that river running across the circuit there. Dams of water in the grass and the sand area. The drivers will have to be very, very careful as they work their way through Saddle Sweep. Through turn 4, Saddle Sweep, and heading down onto the back main. There's Bakari coming through as they race down the back straight, the Killarney Straight, towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
I'm interested in this battle between the two, I say 2 front-running BMWs, but the 2 BMWs close to the front. It's Renzo Torrente in that BMW M4, and that's Oliver Hintenace in that M3. But now you see both of these guys have done double duty today, one in Clubman's and the other in GTI Challenge. So they've got a feeling, yes, in different cars, but they've got a good idea of where the puddles are and where the worst parts of the track are, and that's why they're so high up already.
So lap number 1 in the bag. There's Jarvis. Behind Jarvis is Torrente. Behind Torrente is Hintenhuis. And right there with Hintenhuis is the first open wheel, open top car, and that is a Sandro Bakari that sits there in that 4th position. Keep an eye there on Tristan de Nobrega. He sits in P5. He will be out there with the 350Z. We're not seeing him now. We're seeing Hintenhuis making his way through with Bakari right behind him and Torrente. Here comes de Nobrega, making his way into Castrol corner. That is turn 2 Castrol. And then Martin Prince making his way into Castrol as well.
And then
followed there by Simeon Panev. Sorry, Jordan.
I was going to say, rounding out the field, coming into Castrol. But now we'll look. There's a spinner. That's Sandro Bakari coming out of Interceptor corner onto the Tygerberg straight. He's actually come to a stop. So I wonder if that car's cut out. I see the lights are on, but he hasn't got underway just yet. So you might have to hard restart that car just by turning it off and turning it on again, and hopefully that'll jump start it. But at the moment he's a sitting duck. And I think there he gets back underway and onto the circuit very slowly though. And that'll make him lose a ton of positions.
Now just keeping out the ways. He'll drop down to the tail end of the field as the leader makes his way into turn 1, into Holzhoek. That is race leader Craig Jarvis. Oliver Hintenhuis in second, followed there by Renzo Torrente. And the quickest man out there is Jarvis, a 131.099. Heading into turn 1 now is Tristan de Nobrega. He is out there in the Nissan 350Z.
And now we watch as he makes his way into Holzhoek, now in that 350Z, sponsored there by Spirit Racing. Followed there by Martin Prince. But now we watch this battle. Sandro Bakari makes up another position after he lost that after his spin on the Tygerberg straight. Simeon Panev just sitting there behind him at the moment. I don't think he's used to the wet, because he doesn't seem too comfortable with that car, but he'll just pedal it around without too much difficulty as they make their way towards Castrol.
Well, coming up the Joubert Straight, let's have a look and see as they head towards Castrol corner. How far up this field can Sandro Bakari come? He's on the lead lap, he's in P6. We just see him there in view shortly as we watch the Janetta make its way out of Fostron corner. And that is race leader Craig Jarvis. It's a lovely looking machine. It's an LMP2 sports car of yesteryear, but it is still as quick as what it was then. Making its way into turn 1. Listen to the sound of that motor car. Ollie Hintenhuis going past us now. And then we've got Renzo Torrente making his way into turn number 1 into holes.
Would you look at that, Frankie? A 130.435 by Ollie Hintenhuis, getting the new fastest lap ahead of Craig Jarvis.
We're watching Tristan de Nobrega in the 350Z of Spirit Racing, making his way into Holzhoek. Lovely to see him out there of that famous de Nobrega racing family. Tristan working his way around, and then we pick up Martin Prince. Is also heading into turn number 1 into Holzhoek.
And I actually saw Connor Kilbride in the Marco Retta car was supposed to be out today, but he didn't make it out this afternoon. Also sponsored there by Spirit Racing. But we were talking about Tristan de Nobrega, and he's actually racing for the rest of the season.
Oh, it's going to be awesome to have Tristan out for the rest of the track. One of the Porsches just moving out the way there. That could be Clive Smith. It is Clive Smith, as a matter of fact. That's just moving out the way as we pick up the leader. Oh, and right on Jarvis's case, heading into turn number 5 into Fostron corner is Ollie Hintenhuis. Ollie Hintenhuis says, come, you got all that power on your right foot, Mr. Jarvis. I do have, but not as much as what you've got. And I'm going to have a go at you. But look at that rooster tail of spray that's coming out the back of that Janetta. And that right in the face, so to speak, of Ollie Hintenhuis.
It looks like one of those tricks you'd pull on the Night Rider that sent up the, the smoke screen. But he manages to push away. we see now as they make their way, as Renzo Torrente makes his way into turn 1, the leaders will battle it out into Castrol Corner, but we'll watch Renzo Torrente in 3rd place at the moment. Oh, and Craig Jarvis is around coming out of turn 2, just ahead of the short circuit commentary box. There he is, just stuck there on the grass. He's just a little bit out of view, but there he's pulling onto the grass. And I think that car's a little bit wedged. There you see it just out of the frame. And I think it's stuck. They're all running to push it, Frankie. Oh, no, that's not good.
Well, he's going to dig himself out of that hole, but while he tries to get himself out of that hole, we watch the rest of the guys coming through as we have a look and see. That is Hintenhuis and Torrente going down into the lower part of the circuit as we watch. No, that's actually Ollie Hintenhuis coming out of turn 5 at a fast run. This one changed itself around very, very quickly in a blink of an eye. He sits out there in P1. That is your leader heading under the City of Cape Town, Lime Properties and Castrol Bridge down the Porsche Straight. That is Oliver Hintenhuis heading into turn number 1. Here comes Torrente in that 2nd position, and he's been hassled there by the 350Z in P3 of Tristan de Nobrega.
And I think we were just talking about Ollie Hintenhuis. He's got that pressure taken off his shoulders after trying to battle Craig Jarvis, and I actually wonder if there was any contact. I just heard a bit of a scream downstairs and had my eyes looking out towards turn 2, but we see Craig Jarvis and not up to speed as you'd normally see him. So unless maybe there's something wrong with that car or the traction control settings aren't up to his liking, but there, it still sounds on power, Frankie.
No, it's still on pace, that's for sure. And on track right there behind him, you see the Shelby Can-Am of Sandro Bakari. And Sandro is right there with him. That's a fight for P5 and 6. But have a look at this. Look at this. This is a Torrente, and right behind him is de Nobrega as they make their way out of Saddle Sweep. Down the back main they go towards a Pertamina Fostron, turn 5, and de Nobrega is crowding the back end of that BMW, or trying to crowd the back end of the BMW of Renzo Torrente.
I think that BMW just has the extra legs as Torrente goes a little bit wide and tries to angle off that apex to get a better exit out of Pertamina Fostron and onto the main straight. And I think he'll do that, and he'll use that BMW's straight line speed to get away from de Nobrega as they make their way into Holes Hook. But they will now, this is for 2nd and 3rd place, they will now make their way up to behind the back marker, Eric Solomon.
Right, we go back down into a Fostron corner. We'll have a look at those. There's 3 cars working their way out there. That's Martin Prince, that's behind Jarvis, and right behind him is Sandro Bakari as they exit the Pertamina Fostron and make their way through turn 5A onto the Porsche Club Straight and run it down. And here comes Bakari looking up on the inside of Martin Prince. They're side by side, under braking in wet conditions. Is Prince going to nail him? He's going to go for it, and he makes the move stick there on Martin Prince coming out of holes.
A little bit of an ambitious move, but he made it stick, as you said. If he tried to hold that line, Martin Prince would have been in grave danger, possibly making contact, but he just moved out of the way and it took him onto the wet line. But he managed to stay on track. But now we watch as they go through Castrol Corner, and Sandro Bakari will take that position. Even though he is still a lap down, he'll take that position back and unlap himself from Prince as they make their way through Interceptor Corner.
Now the leader all on his own into turn number 1. That's Ollie Hintenhuis. Or it looked like Ollie Hintenhuis. It is Ollie Hintenhuis. Here comes Torrente going into turn number 1. And right there with him is Tristan de Nobrega. And there's only 1.7 seconds between Torrente and de Nobrega as they work their way out of Holes Hook. So as they make their way towards Castrol Corner, he is right on his case there, Jordan. is Donobriga on Torrente as they make their way through and work their way through Castrol.
Well, these are the only guys that haven't, besides the Superbikes, these are the only guys that haven't touched foot on the circuit until their first race, and now the Sports and GT's only race. So they're still learning some of the parts of the circuit that are still dangerous. As you can see, there's still lots of wood on the outside of Interceptor Corner. And Donobriga looked like he was trying to make a pass there. We'll see into frame. He's maybe a car and a half's length distance between the two. Now it's the straight line speed that's going to show what's the difference.
Right, down the back main they go. And let's have a look and see. They're going to pick up a back marker. That will be Clive Smith in the Porsche 924. He just keeps right out the way as the overall leader heads into turn number 1. That is that fight on track for second and third that you see coming out of Fostron.
And it looks to me, Frankie, that Torrente has the better straight line speed and corner exit, getting out of the corners using all that power. But Donobriga has the corner speed. And that's why he's so good between turn 1, 2, and 3. But as soon as you get onto the back straight, he loses out.
Right, so as they work their way through turn number 1 out of holes, that fight is still very much on between Torrente and Donobriga.
And now you see the gap still quite big, but now closing ever so slightly as they exit Castrol, and Donobriga looks like he's got a bit of a run as they make their way towards Interceptor. But now we watch Craig Jarvis come through. It looks like he's trundling, but I can assure you that that car's going at a blistering pace around the circuit. Still, he's now got the fastest lap of 1:28.714. But now we look back, Frankie, going through Sorrel Sweep.
Well, our timing device was jumping all over the place. Earlier on, it showed Ollie Hinternaus as the leader. Then it showed Jarvis as the leader, but Jarvis did spin, so we'll have a look and see. According to what we see on our screen, Ollie Hinternaus that they did show was in the lead is apparently no longer in the lead. He's in second. It is Craig Jarvis, even though he spun, that according to the timekeeping system, showing that he is still out there in P1.
Yeah, that is rather strange, and I can't understand why that would be. But we watch now as Torrente comes across the line once again. We're assuming that he's in a net P2 after Craig Jarvis's spin, but we'll work with what we see and as it carries on. But we watch now Jarvis followed there by Eric Solomon, who's a lap or maybe even 2 laps down now as they make their way down the main straight and under the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Right, so there goes Jarvis. He's the quickest man out there with a 1:28.714. Craig Jarvis making his way into Holzhoek in that Hot Wheels car, and it is indeed a Hot Wheels machine making its way up the Joubert Straight. We'll see him come into view. He's got to be careful. They're all going to be careful of that dam of water on the left-hand side of the track, your right-hand side, as you watch it at home. And there is Jarvis busy working his way out of Castrol Corner. 6 laps to go, including the one that they are on, as Jarvis works his way towards Interceptor.
And now we're watching as they make their way through Pertamina Fostron. Sorry. And we see Torrente still just holding ahead of Donobriga. And it seems like Donobriga just doesn't have enough, as we've got about 6 laps to go come the end of this lap. We cross the line again, and the gap now, a measly 2.3 seconds adrift, is Donobriga from Torrente as they make their way through Holzhoek. But that gap needs to close now, or Torrente needs to make a mistake if Donobriga wants to get any closer.
Well, Donobriga of that Donobriga Racing family is also a great karter, or was a great karter back in the day. So yes, he's going to stick there with Torrente as we watch Craig Jarvis thunder away into holes, into turn 1. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that car earlier on, Jordan. He just got it slightly wrong, picked up a damn spot on the track and turned itself around. And when you got the car back running again, he's beginning to put in some quick laps. There is Sandro Bakari. Ahead of him is Eric Solomon, but Solomon is ahead of him on track, but behind him on the leaderboard. Bakari is ahead. Bakari sits in P5 and Solomon is in P8. So that's P5 chasing P8 into Castrol Corner.
And now I say with a big smile on my face, Frankie, the heavens have opened and you can see sunlight for the first time since early this morning. And I think the track will not necessarily start to dry, but the rain isn't coming down and there's no wind anymore, or at least a little bit of wind as we watch.
Well, if we go back into turn number 1, because Solomon is about to be lapped there by Bakari. Through turn 1, they just worked their way. That's Torrente and Donobriga. There you see them come into view. The car that just disappeared into view, into Castrol, that is a Simon Penev's car. As you watch the fight for P3 and 4 working its way through turn 2 Castrol.
And again, it's getting ever so much closer. Donobriga knows how to use that Nithin 350Z to get around the corners, but as soon as you get on a straight, that BMW's power just pulls ahead and it's no match. But we watch now coming through this corner, look at the line that he gets and look at the run that he gets towards Sarl Sweep. But with such a fast corner and no aerodynamics on that Nissan, it's just not enough. And then Torrente will put the power down, put his foot to the floor, maybe even trying to push it through the floor to get away from this guy as they make their way towards Pertamina Fostron.
Well, they're approaching 3 more laps to go, and that's about the only dice out there on track is the one between Renzo Torrente and Tristan Donobriga for 3rd and 4th position. Oh, Torrente going a bit high there in Pertamina Fostron, covers that line neatly, but look what that's done. That has brought Tristan Donobriga right onto his boot lid as they're going to pick up that back marker, namely Clive Smith, once again heading into holes.
But will this back marker and the next back marker upcoming, Simeon Penev, will that make the difference in the last 4 laps? Will that bring them ever so much closer? Will it slow Torrente down? We'll have to wait and see as they make their way down the Joubert Straight. Like you said, there's a big dam of wood on the right, on the camera's right-hand side. And they make sure to stay out of the way of that. And again, into Castrol Corner ever so much closer as they exit, still very damp through there, and a big stream as they make their way through the kink and into Interceptor.
Right, let's keep an eye on it. Here they go. This is Salomon that's been lapped there by Martin Prince into Fostron Corner. The Elf being overtaken there by the Porsche. Sander Bakari making his way into turn number 1 as we watch Prince get away from the Elf of the fastest accountant on 4 wheels, but not today because of track conditions. And that is Eric Salomon. He owns Eric Salomon Chartered Accountants in Century City, does Eric, and he loves his racing as we look at Bakari making his way into Castrol.
Yeah, it seems like there's 2 things that that man loves. It's cars and numbers.
Yeah.
But it's awesome to see him out. I know how fast that car is, but he's not in the position that he wants to be in this weather. But now we watch as there's Penev just out in front, about to be lapped by Torrente and by Donobriga. And they are ever so much closer than they were the lap before. I mean, we could wait just until Interceptor Corner for these 2 to catch up to Penev.
Now they're going to lap the man that sits there in P7. Now, as a matter of fact, Craig Jarvis is thundering into turn number 1 as we watch these 2 in P3 and 4. So with, now I don't know if he's going to catch him because they've got about a lap and a half to go before they see the checkered flag. The leader is making his way on his own into Castrol Corner as we stay with this because Penev is now going to be attacked by these 2. Donobriga had a look. That's Penev you see on the screen. Donobriga had a look there at Torrente through the double right-hander Sarl Sweep, and he is right on the case of Renzo Torrente as they run down the back main towards turn 5 Pertamina Fostron.
This is the perfect time and perfect opportunity to get a little bit of slipstream, even if it's a little bit. I mean, still look how Torrente pulls away, but maybe there's a little bit more top speed there for Donobriga, but look how close that is Torrente is going to be on the back end of Penev very soon. Both of them are going to be on the back end of Penev. And with almost a lap to go, we wait for the leader to go around turn 5. Nope. Torrente will get past Penev with ease, and that will create a gap between third and fourth place, and that won't help De Nobrega at all.
So watching them coming out of Holzhoek, the leader, this is the man to start the final lap. This is race leader Craig Jarvis that is all on his own. He is light years down the road from Hintenhuis. That's in that second spot. He's got this one in the bag. Even with a spin, he still managed to maintain the lead. I think what might have happened earlier on, Geordie, is he might have had transponder issues. That's why they showed Hintenhuis first, but in theory he was so far ahead that even when he spun, he still rejoined in P1, and then the transponder reset itself.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because in those first couple of laps he did pull quite a gap. But now we watch Oliver Hintenhuis. He'll come around to start his final lap ahead of Martin Prince, who's a lap down from them. In that BMW, we watch them cross the line to start their final lap. But now we just wait and see. Wait for our leader, Craig Jarvis, to come around for the final time.
Well, you can't miss him. You'll hear that thunderation go down the backstretch. There it goes. You cannot miss that sound. He has got only a few hundred meters left to go as he starts Sector 3 and works his way into Pertamina Fostron for the final time. 16 laps have gone for him as a checkered flag is out to greet this man heading out of Fostron towards the flag, Geordie, namely race leader Craig Jarvis.
And he'll take the win after 16 fairly grueling laps in decent weather, with a final fastest lap of 1:28.471 by Oliver Hintenhuis a lap ago. But now we wait for Ollie Hintenhuis, the man in question, to take second place. And first in Class C, he'll make his way down the back straight after passing Clive Smith, who was just that back marker that we saw in frame. He comes into Pertamina Fostron for the final time today, and that will be his second place overall.
Yeah, in the Coastal Hire car, working his way towards the checkered flag, first under the Lime, Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge. He will finish in second position to Jarvis that came home in P1, as he is 45.5 seconds behind the winner, Jarvis.
And now we watch there as Martin Prince comes across the line, as well as Clive Smith. They finish their races in 6th and 9th respectively. But here comes Torrente, and Torrente has just had enough to finish in third place overall, ahead of De Nobrega, as he'll cross the line almost side by side with Eric Salomon, who finishes 8th place, and finally coming across the line to finish the the Libre Sports and GT 16 lapper, which would be about 50 kilometers. That was Simeon Penev in 7th place.
Yeah, and that concludes what would have been the 100 Ks. This class sponsored by Le Hubert Wine Estates. And that's a replay of early on. That's Penev, and that is a Prince that you can see on your screen there. There was 3 cars initially involved, but that is Prince and Penev. And this is a replay of, yeah, that is Sander Bakari that got it all wrong. Then he stopped on the left-hand side, his left-hand side of the track. And there you see Lorenzo Torrente coming through. This is Craig Jarvis. This is the one that you picked up early on. And was he tapped there by Ollie Hintenhuis? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. But,
that would be a story afterwards for sure.
I don't think there was. And if it was, obviously just purely accidental, because track conditions is difficult. So, yeah, you're not going to go into anybody on purpose. I mean, that's obvious.
Especially not for a full carbon fiber LMP prototype like that. I mean, there's no reason to do that. But very, very unfortunate for Craig Jarvis. I mean, you ended up winning anyway, even with the spin. But, yeah, awesome racing from all of them.
So Class S was won by Jarvis, Class C by Hintenhuis, and Class B by Torrente. Class D is Tristan De Nobrega. That's your 3, or should I say your 4 class winners. And yes, all in the top 4. Clubman Saloon Cars, race number 2, over 6 laps. He's on the track. From the way Francois figured it out, it looks like we've only got to speak under correction. I don't think we're going to see the V8 Masters again. I don't think we're going to have the super bikes. I do speak under correction, which means, should that be the case, it would then be Clubman's, GTI Challenge and Classics. But we will see how it goes. The track is now a lot more drier for the Thermofire's Clubman's regional saloons, which means that they should go a lot quicker around here. Our windows are clear, our monitor is clear, which means the cameras are clear, which means it's going to be a lot easier to call this one than what it was early on. Just that big old Chrysler go through Castrol. No, I lie. Yeah, through Castrol Corner, yes. Josef Hendricks going through. There is Steven Heidenrich, JP Shea, Daku Lambert coming through there as well. Seth Griffin Wintle in the Ford Escort. That's actually a Mark III Ford Escort. Now, talk lies. It's a Mark IV. The XR3 was the Mark III Escort. And then you had the Mark IV. Remember the Mark I, the Mark II? The XR3 was the Mark III, and that is the Mark IV Escort, and that's it, got a 2-liter motor in. And I think he's the son, I do speak under correction, of Steve Griffin Wintle, but either way, they are family. So, Gaza, here we go. Thermofire's Clubman's race 2.
Well, I think there's only once in the history that we've heard the surname Griffin Wintle. So if they're not father-son combination, they've got to be related in some other format. The interesting thing is there's a bit of rain starting to move in from the Bloberg side, but we're starting to run out of light. And that could affect us towards the end of the day.
Well, let's look and see.
The cameras make it look a lot lighter.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Than what it actually is. It's kind of gloomy right now.
Cars busy lining up. We just saw the back end of the Azar David's car. He's just there behind Fire 1, which is the one of the rescue vehicles. Then we've got the medical vehicle, and then the chase vehicle is at the tail end of the field. For those people that wonder, what are those cars at the back? One is a fire bucky, one is a medical vehicle, and the other one is a marshal's chase vehicle, as the safety car leads them off the line. And the rain is coming down again, not that bad, but it is coming down. Just spices up things as the Thermofires, Clubman's, saloon cars work their way off the line. Gazza, you know, now that I'm watching this, remember in race number 1, we saw a car that veered off to the inside behind the karting control, Baby Jake's.
Oh, okay,
It
that
was
fits together.
Baby Jake's that went off. I initially thought it was either Stephen or it was Stephen House or Stephen Heidenrich, but it's not. For those people that were wondering, we do have an answer for you. It was the BMW of Baby Jake's.
Talking about Stephen Goos, I never noticed him now. Is Stephen up front there?
But look and see, I think I did see him out there.
No.
Just get... I think he must be out there. We'll get another camera shot. We might see him.
I saw him.
Well, we'll have a look and see when they go down the back straight. We'll just keep an eye out the back window just to confirm if Stephen is there or not. I think he is there. He is. Yeah, he is.
No, I don't see him.
There he goes. He is there. He's just ahead of Dexter Bruce. Gaza, he is there. Yes,
Okay, so that's
Stephen
fourth row on the outside on the invert.
So, yeah.
I think he was the fourth. He ended up fourth in race number 1. So on the invert, he's fourth from the back. Fourth in that group.
Right, down that back straight they go. The rain is coming down again. The cameras are getting full of water. I tell you what, never mind what the weather conditions are. This is where you want to be today. These are brave riders and drivers that are saying, to heck with it. The COC says race. We want to race. We love it. We are here to race. And this is what we're going to do, never mind what the weather does. So thanks to the WPMC, we can race is what they're saying. And thanks to them, we can commentate. And away they go as the lights go off, as they run down into turn number 1 into holes. It is Josef Hendricks, Stephen Heidenrich coming through. Then it's Baby Jake's. JP Shares in there, followed by Shane Smith. That's that first group of cars as the rain, Gaza, hammers the windows as the leaders work their way towards turn 2, Castrol Corner.
Yeah, somehow Thermofires Clubmans have picked up when the rain starts again, and it's going to get worse as this race goes on.
And I just said our windows are nice and clear now. It's
oh, sideways is Stephen Heidenrich.
Sideways is Heidenrich, sideways is Dexter Bruce, and there goes the Chrysler, turning itself around and around. What did you say earlier about the block of flats? The best one to be in?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, no.
Refer to Plan B.
Yeah, definitely Plan B. Josef Hendricks making his way through a saddle sweep. Baby Jakes is right there with him. And then Heidenrich has got Smith. And behind Smith is JP Share coming through. Then Stephen Goos. And if my facts are right...
Oh, we got a spinner as well, right in the middle. Oh, that was hard.
That's a big accident there. Oh, and there's cars all over the place. That's Gary Fourie that's spinning around. It is chaos in a turn number 4 in a saddle sweep. The Falcon of the Toy is also off the circuit. It is a big, big, big one there. It's a big shunt in saddle sweep.
I'm pretty sure that's going to bring out the full course red. I cannot see them getting all those cars sorted out for all that car, which is on the racing line itself. The driver is out of the car, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to bring out the red.
That will be the 107 car of Phillips. He's one of the cars that's in trouble there. That is Zahir Phillips. So I don't know if they're going to get those cars out the way. However, we continue. That's Steven Heidenreich and Steven Goos. Steven versus Steven. Side by side. There's damage on the back end of Steven Goos's Jetta as they exit Castrol Corner.
Well, there they go up towards turn 4. And, well, out there the red flag comes out now. Oh, there's double wave yellows. Marshall standing in the middle of the circuit. We didn't see any red anywhere, but it must have come out somewhere.
Yeah. The red lights are on in pit lane, which means that this race has been stopped. There it shows the red flag on your screen. So they have stopped this race.
Well, there was no ways after that golf spun. There was no ways that the Polo was going to miss it. It's just nowhere to go. It was one of those things. It was always going to happen.
But wow, he whacked him pretty hard. And he's one very second-hand looking Polo Classic that you see there are Phillips. So red flag, the drivers will then come around and stop on grid proper and wait there for further instructions.
You better hold your head up to the sky. I'm gonna roll with you till the day I die. Hey, swing those hips around. Can't stop, roll back down. My ladies, short, tall, thin or wide, always down and ready to ride.
Get that lot sorted out. Now, this is not what the Clubman's guys needed. They only done about 1 lap. Yes, 1 lap completed. So it was about 1 lap and 3/4 before that incident happened. Out of their 6. So they still had 5 laps to do, including the one that they were on when the red flag came out.
Frankie, we might actually be lucky and only lose about 3 cars by the looks of it. But yeah, the damage that there is on the back of the Golf and the front of the Polo is rather extensive. Yeah, the Thermofires and E-Gas sponsored car of Steven Goos. E-Gas Trading is one of the suppliers to Thermofires for many, many years. Buy a lot of product from them, and Thermofires is the main sponsor, the headline sponsor for Clubman's for this season again. So a lot of damage to that right rear corner. The rest of the cars, Yusuf Hendricks looking quite fine. Holding the door
you
open.
went to play in the mud in race 1,
Yeah,
and then rejoined again.
I think they just parked it in the rain so it could wash itself. The Auto Pro and Origin Oil's entry of Steven Heidenreich, he's back up onto the line. He's just got the door open and hoping that he's going to demist those windows as best as what he possibly can. Baby Jakes, that disappeared behind the karting building in race number 1. He's made it back without any problems at all. The 71, the yellow. You see Shane as well, yeah. Okay, so Gary Smith in the 68th, Shane Smith in the 71, second row on the outside. So most of the guys have made it through without too much problems. See the 29 of Jaco Lambert moving forward. Probably come in, ask Stephen Ghost to move slightly backwards. The flatbed does go out to go and do some recovery. The medical vehicle comes back, so that's good news. That's all fine. But you'll probably find that flatbed that's working its way now down the front main is going to be on its way to go and fetch the stricken Polo.
And then we see Gavin Surf in there. He's just behind Stephen Ghost. And on his outside is the X340. That is Kai van Sail in Clubman's. And then we've got, trying to pick up the BMW there on his outside.
Frank, it's nice to have Gavin Surf back. I think I saw on Facebook recently he got married very recently. I almost think so, yes. So, well, if that is the case, well, congratulations. You got the right lady. She allows you back out on the circuit. That's awesome. There's some footage for the folks at home. There you can see how the Golf turns itself around. First car misses, second car dead center, bullseye, removes the back bumper off that Golf. And from there on out, everybody was just trying to miss.
And then there was contact between Gary Smith and the car just off screen. That's the Ford Falcon coming back there off Evert de Toy. And then it was chaos. We'll have a look now at this. Look, the BMW moves that way, and then obviously Phillips doesn't know where to go. And there you see contact between Fourie and de Toy.
Yeah, that's what sent the Toy onto the grass at an angle that he could not recover from to get back directly onto the circle, although by that stage of the fight there was no doubt that it was going to be red flag conditions, so it didn't really matter too much at that point.
Also, just before the replay went off, we see right on the inside was the escort of Griffin Wintle that just dived towards the grass, find a way around this lot, doing the undercut on them, Formula One terminology, to get past that mess.
I think that screaming and shouting wasn't from the public, that was from Seth Grittenwinkel that was praying for a way to get through on the grass, because once you touch the grass, whatever direction you are in, that's the direction that you are going to continue. You have no control from there on out.
That's JP's share doing a pirouette in Castrol Corner.
So you are into ballet?
Don't tell the folks that, but
I just won't admit to it publicly. Frankie Yennis is a connoisseur on ballet, knowing about pirouettes.
That's about the only thing I know.
Talking about Formula One, Frankie, tomorrow I think it's 3 o'clock start.
Yes, from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium.
Spa-Francorchamps. What an iconic circuit. What an amazing circuit to ride. For those of you that watch the iRacing every Wednesday night starting 9:20, the West Bromwich Sports and GT Masters and Grandmasters goes out on Second Gear Productions on YouTube. And one of the circuits that we just raced recently now was in fact that Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Iconic to say the least.
Well, while on the topic of F1, remember that wherever Max qualifies, he's going to go back 10 grid slots because of an ICE that they changed. And apparently it's a 5th one that they're changing this season.
Yeah,
so
the first 4 is okay. The 5th one, that's when you go for the 10. But as they say, the reasoning probably behind it was because of the fact it's one of the easiest circuits to pass on. Therefore, if you're going to do it somewhere between now and the end of the season, take that knock now, because that's the circuit at which you've got the best chance of making up positions. Keeping in mind all the little rich boys threw their toys out of the cot. Max Verstappen with some rather choice words to his team manager, and his team engineer as well. You got the likes of George Russell that pours out a bottle of champagne over one of the, I think it was Chandok, Charoon Chandok asked him a question. He didn't like the question, so he just poured the champagne over Charoon's head and turned around and walked away. You got Lando Norris, who's been helped numerous occasions by Piastri to get into the position that he is, gets asked to give the position back, and yeah, it's like a Standard 5 child that wants to go to a high school of his own choice. Eventually gives it back, but then afterwards says, oh, no, he knew you had to do it, was all fine and what have you, after making a big spiel about it. And Oscar Piastri, that one race before that, which was a sprint race, picks up his first victory, but you could see by the look on his face,
it was a
very, very hollow victory at that point. And the man that was always known as the crybaby, who was otherwise known as a 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, is the man that comes out with milk and honey, because when they ask him about the incident between himself and Max Verstappen, he turns around and says, well, Max was committed, it's pretty much a racing incident, but I'm sure he won't see it the same. Obviously somebody forgot to tell Max Verstappen to say the right thing. Max gets out of the car, screams and shouts, jumps up and down, everybody else is wrong except for Max Verstappen. So all the little rich boys not having so much fun at the moment up front.
And then not all as well at Aston Martin neither.
I was just going to say, somehow or other, Lance Stroll has been doing very well, putting pressure on Mr. Alonso. And yeah, Fernando Alonso, for one of the very few occasions in his career, showing a whole heap of frustration as well. So the only good thing is that Haas has got 2 new drivers, one of which for the new season is going to be Ollie Behrman.
Ollie Behrman, yes. And they have signed another driver, Alpine.
Yeah.
Can't think of his name now all of a sudden. Esteban Ocon.
Esteban Ocon, yeah. That was the other one. So that's a bit of a change up for the books on that side. But there's no doubt that McLaren is getting a whole bunch stronger than what they were. And now there is also a rumor, well, there's a email that went out from an unknown person, supposedly in the Mercedes garage, saying that Lewis Hamilton is not getting the best out of the team, and his progress is being stunted somewhat to ensure that Russell stays ahead of him. But it is unconfirmed. Nobody knows. It's the same as what happened with the scandal with Red Bull. Information is made available, but nobody knows. It's like cyber stuff. Nobody knows where it actually comes from. So just a little bit of background information on Formula One. If you want some more on the latest, then join me on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock on Second Gear. We'll be giving you some more of the latest inside information on Formula One, and that after tomorrow's race.
Right, so here we go with the Clubmans, and now for the first time they have got a track that is wet, but the rain for now is gone. If you look out towards the people here at the track, that is, look out towards the Melkbos area, it's pretty open skies that way, so it seems good for the rest of today.
Well, Frank had just been shown a photo here while the guys were standing on the pit row, on the start-finish line. There's a big oil patch that is there after the car pulled away. No names, no petrol, but there definitely appears to be a bit of an oil spillage that has happened there. Let's hope that that oil spillage is not linked to a shortage of oil in that specific racing car before the end of the race. So I think the pit crew should just have a look-see where your car was. If there's an oil patch there, let your driver know he does not have the full complement of oil in his car still.
Yeah, but remember, Gary, the track is wet, so a little bit of oil will just spread. So it may look worse than what it actually is.
at least 6 kids could swim in that little area there. So I think it's a slightly larger. As you said, that little spin, you know, at 120 kilometers an hour doing 360s that you refer to as a little spin, this is a little oil patch.
But you throw it down in water, it just grows. So it might be not as bad, then it might be, who knows. Anyway. Let's say, yeah, just add water. Right, so there we go. There is Gavin Surf, Anton Jacobs with the Nissan Sentra right there with him as well. As we are about to go, our board says 6 laps. And we're going to go lights on and lights off shortly. The lights are off now, the hammers get dropped, the revs go up, and away we go once again into turn 1, into holes. All the Clubmans nice side by side with each other, and it is Hendricks from Baby Jakes. Then we have got Shane Smith that's coming through there as well, as the rest of the field just filter out of holes.
Looks like most everybody's made it, except for Baby Jakes is the man that maybe didn't. Yusuf Hendricks has done exceptionally well. Shane Smith also having a good run off the line there.
And the leader spun Gaza into the kink on the exit of Castrol. And is he trying? Oh, and that Andre van der Merwe has spun the Chrysler around on the exit of Castrol corner. We cannot see that on screen. The camera can't get there. But take my word for it, folks, you people at home. He is going again, but he's dropped down to the tail end of the field.
Well, if I've got it correctly, it looks like that is the Origin Oil entry up front of Steven Heidenreich. In behind him looks to be Steven Gous. Then I think it is Gavin Surf. That's apart from one car that's got away at the front end of the pack.
Yeah, that will probably be Shane Smith in the 71 car that has got his nose up front. Remember, everything turned pear-shaped in turn 1 and turn 2 Castrol. And that would have allowed the 71 car to get away. Let's look, see if it is a 71 car of Smith. It is indeed the 71 car of Shane Smith that is all on his own into Holzhoek.
There's another big batch of cars that's working their way into turn 5, and we've seen a lot of cars that's gone off in turn 5 as one of the high-speed braking zones from 5th all the way down to 3rd.
Yeah, that is Steven Heidenreich, that's Steven Gous, Josef Hendricks, Gavin Surf, and Gary Smith that is in that pack of cars that you see coming out of turn 1 holes heading into turn number 2 Castrol corner.
Well, here's another bunch of cars coming through, and well, everybody's being very careful. So far so good under the given circumstances. I think it's gone very, very well so far.
Yeah, I see Griffin Wintle in that group as well with the Escort making his way around. So have a look and see. There's Anton Jacobs. There is John De Silva as this whole field of cars make their way through. But where are the leaders? They should be going down the back straight shortly. There he goes on his own down the back main towards turn number 5 Fostron. And it's a lucky escape for Shane Smith. And right behind him is this group of cars going down there. Oh, side by side.
Steven
and all
Gous.
of a sudden, Gous just gets bombarded there by Josef Hendricks as they head down into 5 Fostron. Let's have a look and see. There's Hendricks, there's Gous. Battle damage on the Jetta of Steven Gous. There's a lovely fight just behind the two of them. Here we go. Gavin Surf is in that fight. Right behind him is Gary Smith. Then Jaco Lambert has been overtaken there by Steven Heidenreich. Heidenreich is busy making his way through the field as we watch them come through. Just picking up this next group of cars that's making its way out of Fostron.
Trying to pick up as much of the action as possible, and you can't go too far wrong if you go to the high-speed braking markers, because that 9 out of 10 times is where you're going to see most of the action. But all is well so far for Gavin Surf finds himself leading out Class C, that behind the Class B second place man, which is Stephen Gous, and Joseph Hendricks, the only Class A man out there, finds himself behind Shane Smith, who's having the drive of his life in the wet.
Yeah, as the cars make their way through, and go with this contact going into Castrol corner. Big contact, two beamers into each other, and we'll have a look-see. Gary will surely pick them up now through this shot. There we go. There's the one. There's the other one just to the left-hand side, and that was under braking. The two of them make contact going into Castrol.
Well, our leader, which is Smith, down into turn number 5. He's done a brilliant job to just break away from all and everything. Gavin Cerf is in that second position. What's happened to Joseph Hendricks? I don't see Hendricks between the two of them.
Hendricks, we'll have a look now and see. Here comes Gous. Behind Gous is Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith, that car's crabbing heavily of Gavin Cerf. It's crabbing heavily as he goes into Holzhoek. You can't see it on your screen, but if you look out the window, it's got a serious crab on that Spur-sponsored Golf of Gavin Cerf.
Let's see if we can pick it up from the front end. Yeah, you can see that it's not running 100% straight at all. So lots of action right around the circuit as we pick up our leader. Here he is. That is Smith. That leads out very, very neatly. Hendricks in that second position. Here comes Stephen Gous, the second of the Smiths behind that, as they start to work their way down the back main.
Oh, yes, Shane Smith is way down the road. He's busy making his way through turn number 5, through Fostron, splashing through the water, all on his own. He's all that car stepping out of line there of Shane Smith. Caught that one very nicely indeed. There we've got the battle-scarred Jetta of Stephen Gous, and he's got Gary Smith right on his tail as they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron, and racing under the City of Cape Town and Castrol Line Property Management Bridge.
Not that far behind them is Gavin Cerf, second in class. And then I do believe that the next one is the 340, and that is Aldrin van Zyl.
Aldrin van Zyl, you're quite right. As Aldrin works his way into turn number 1, and then behind him, sorry, Kai van Zyl, Gary, you're confusing me too. Kai van Zyl, and then we've got Stephen Heidenreich going into turn number 1 as well.
So Stephen Heidenreich finds himself a long way down after that initial chaos that there was. The Origin Oil Skyline as he works his way through turn 1, trying to keep the tail end in. But at the same time, our leader, you'll see him coming into picture now, Smith in the 71 car, is just blowing everybody away.
Yeah, he's way on his own. All on his own, nobody in shot as he races down towards Fostron corner. And well, he was 5.2 seconds ahead of Hendricks when they started the lap that they're on now. And they're busy working towards the end of the lap as you see Hendricks making his way through Fostron all on his own. The leader will pick up one of the back markers. Oh, and Gary Smith, for a moment you saw there, right on the case of the Jetta 3 of Stephen Gous. And that car squirming, don't touch the wet paint. It's going to walk around underneath you, that's for sure. As the two of them make their way into turn number 1, into holes. And then we've got the crabbing Golf coming through of Gavin Cerf.
Is this possibly going to be the best result to date of Stephen Gous? Very, very possible. His highest ranking in a race. He's lying 3rd overall, holding out on the 68 of the second of the 2 Smith vehicles that's out there. But I must say, Stephen Gous in the wet, having the race of his life.
Well, this is the last lap that the guys are on. This is the final lap. Stephen Heidenreich just racing down into turn number 1. JP Shea making his way to turn number 1 as we watch the leader going down the back straight, coming out of turn 4, out of saddle sweep. He's got a couple of back markers to deal with. Shane Smith, I'm sure they'll keep right out of his way as they goes down the back main, working his way through Fostron. That 71 car, he's still going to get past these guys, but I don't think he's going to worry too much about it. They'll just hold their line, and if he can, he'll get through. Here he comes under the bridge, and it's victory for Shane Smith. Got to pick up Josef Hendricks for you. Yeah, Hendricks coming to, no, that is Gous that's coming to the line. Where has Hendricks disappeared to? Oh, well, he's got the checkered flag already. Yes, we didn't see him, but he got the checkered flag already, which means Gous comes home in that 3rd position. And right behind him was Gary Smith. Gavin Cerf coming to the line. Here comes Kai van Zyl. Kai finishing in P6. A lot of cars still coming out of turn 5. That's Moore, that's finishing his race in the 777 car. As the rest of the field, here comes Steven Heidenrich. All the way in 7th is Stevie Heidenrich with JP Share right on his case. As a matter of fact, there was 4.4 seconds between Heidenrich and Share. Dexter Bruce is the next man across the line as we watch these 2 cars coming towards us. Jaco Lambert finishing his race. And then we've got Griffin Wintle. That's Jenna Oline that's crossing the line, and Opperman was right there behind him. Lambert was the man I was looking at that was just ahead of them in P11. This is a replay of cars coming out of Castrol Corner. That's Andre van der Merwe in the Chrysler that lost the tail end there just ahead of Van Zyl. The toy coming through as well. There's Fourie going through. And the rest of the field also coming through as well. And that is Terente on Baby Jakes. That's the 2 BMWs that had their trouble in Castrol Corner. Baby Jakes, have a look out the window, is still there on the outside of Castrol. And cars all over the place.
And just like that, the Premier bike class makes their way out. And we didn't think that they'd be coming out. We thought they would have canned them for the day, but I suppose the weather has gotten better since then. And they are out. But that's a whole 2, 4, 6, 8 bikes on our screen. I'm seeing 8 bikes out on track. And I mean, you only need 8 for some good action. You only need 2 for some good action. And I'm pretty excited for this. I can't lie. But as we look, a total of 8 riders on circuit at the moment. And after their qualifying this morning, they were lucky enough to have it in the dry just before the rain started pelting down. Slade van Niekerk on pole with a 1:13.465 ahead of Tristan Pienaar with a 1:14.025 on that BMW S1000RR. Kieran Snyman coming in, starting starting the 3rd position on the first row of the grid with a 1:19.930. I think he was just pedaling around that. We know what he's capable of in all conditions. Then Wayne Arendse, the leader of the Masters, the only Masters class rider out today, and the chairman of the club. He did a 1:20.924 on his ZX10, followed there by Samkelo Lawani on the first of the 600s with a 1:21.727, followed by Dylan Anderson on his Suzuki GSXR 750 with a 1:22.249. Then Greg Waddington in 7th with a 1:24.815 on his R1, and finally rounding up the field from Neisner, Kiana Strode on his ZX6R with a 1:34.186. I know they were all excited to be out here today. I spoke to some of them at lunchtime. They didn't know if it was going to go ahead. But we get ready. We see Wayne Arendse looks like he's about to go to factory work at the moment.
No, he looks like he's going fishing. He's got his waders on.
But the revs are high, the pedal man is out of the way, and the lights go off. And we make our way into turn 1 for the first CL Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s for the day. And Kieran Snyman jumps into the lead straight off the bat, followed there by Slade van Niekerk and then Tristan Pienaar. I can only imagine this is going to be a battle between the two youngsters, and also still quite young, that man Kieran Snyman.
Well, it's Kieran, it's Slade, and it's Tristan going into Castrol Corner. They lean over right there. They're the 3 quickies. I think they'll pull away from the rest of the field. Tristan, I don't know, just finding like a bit of untouched there with Slade. Slade trying to hang there with Kieran. So I think that's where all the action is going to be between Kieran and Slade. Kieran, I think, has got a bit of the upper hand. He's quite quick, but Slade is going to be pressing that Honda with that Kawasaki ZX10R.
Now the leaders make their way through Sorrel Sweep and onto the back straight for the first time this race. And leading out is Kuhn Sneeman ahead of Slade van Niekerk. And then quite a margin that is to Tristan Pienaar in third place on that S1000 RR. And then Dylan Anderson. And then we wait a little further. There comes Kiana Strode coming down the back straight as they all make their way to Pertamina Fostron.
I just see that Slade went up on the inside of Kuhn in Pertamina Fostron. So they come up here towards City of Cape Town Bridge. And Slade's got the upper hand on Kuhn as they work their way down to holes. And Slade showing him a little clean pair of heels now as he makes his way through. Tristan on the BMW, a little bit off the pace, but also giving it a good hammering down to Holzhoek.
Now making their way out of Holzhoek. Slade van Niekerk will keep the lead, but for how long, as Kuhn Sneeman is going to want to pounce at any given opportunity. And we watch he'll dive up and late on the brakes on the damp track. They'll sit nose to tail. I know some of these guys love the wet condition, especially Slade. He loves when it rains. He's called the cowboy for a reason. He can do it rain or shine as they make their way into Interceptor Shoeware Corner and on the Tygerberg Straight.
Up they go towards Sorrel Sweep, making their way there now. And Slade ahead there of Kuhn. Slade obviously got a lot of short circuit experience racing 150s in the wet. So he's very accustomed to the wet weather and did very well in the wet. And works his way now through Sorrel Sweep down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fostron. And it's pulled away a little bit now from Kuhn. So Slade showing him a little bit of a clean pair of heels now as he works his way out of Pertamina Fostron. And staying out of the water. No rain around. Still a bit dark there in the distance, but it's not going to happen as they work their way now out of Pertamina here under the City of Cape Town Bridge and down the Poor Straight. And I must admit now, Slade pulling away a bit from Kuhn.
Slade has the fastest lap of 128.730 as we watch Tristan Pienaar cross the line in third place at the moment. He is a whole 7.5 seconds adrift of the two front runners. Here comes Dylan Anderson, first of the 600s, ahead of Kiana Strode, who's still making his way around Pertamina Fostron turn 5 and onto the main straight. Then we wait for some Kayla Lawani, Wayne Aronser, and Greg Waddington.
Well, having a look there in Castrol Corner, Tristan Pienaar is lying in third as some of the riders come up over the main straight here. And the leaders now making their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. There's Slade van Niekerk ahead of Kuhn Sneeman. Slade's got about a 1.5 second gap over him there. And makes his way down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fostron. And don't think Slade has a retort for this one as or should I say Kuhn's got a retort because Slade is definitely showing him the way around Killarney at the moment. And we've still got 300 laps to go.
I see Greg Waddington didn't actually make the start, so we only have 7 cars on the circuit, 7 bikes on the circuit at the moment, my apologies. But we watch now the leader, Slade van Niekerk on that 111 ZX10 coming across the line with a 127.571 ahead of Kuhn Sneeman. And now we watch. It's probably going to be close to 9 seconds adrift is Tristan Pienaar on that S1000 RR BMW, a 132.519 he does. They are way off the pace than their normal times, but obviously with this damn track as Dylan Anderson comes across the line in 4th place.
Well, the rest of the field coming through the 42 of Anderson. Dylan Anderson goes over the line. Go down into turn 5. Kiana Strode down into turn 5. Down in Pertamina Fostron corner. Kiana Strode, you can see there battling with the wet under track as he sits over the front end of the bike to keep that front wheel sort of on the surface so that he can actually turn the bike.
Yeah, because you especially don't want to put too much force onto the front end of the bike because in these conditions, especially the slick conditions, they're going to want to slide out. But we look to 5 to Pertamina Fostron, and there is Slade van Niekerk coming into the corner at the moment. And he dives in, he goes very tight on the inside line. There was a whole bunch of water there earlier on today, but that seems to have subsided so they can dive deeper into the corner as he crosses that puddle now. Kuhn Sneeman a little bit further behind. Kuhn Sneeman's dropped off the pace by quite a considerable margin. We'll see what the gap is as Sneeman crosses the line. and it'll be 4.755 seconds. Just under 5 seconds is the difference between the two.
Yeah, Slade riding a very good race here. He's obviously in the mood today, so getting onto that ZX10R, giving it a good run for its money. And he's pulled away quite considerably from Kewen. Kewen had the whole shot, but you could see Slade's body language wanted him to get going, and he's now obviously, yeah, you look back to see where Kewen is, and I know he's comfortable that Kewen's got a way to go in order to catch him. Bit uncharacteristic for Kewen. He would like to be closer. I don't know, tires or whatever. He's usually quick. Maybe just not a nice day for him.
Yeah, and Kewen still has to make his way past that back marker of Samkelo Lawani on one of the three 600s, as we see make his way throh Sarl's sweep at the moment. But Kewen Salmon has made his way past my bad, and the gap is growing ever much larger, I see. So I think this is Slade van Niekerk's race to win as he comes around Pertamina Fostrand for the penultimate time. When he crosses the line this time round, there'll be 1 lap to go.
I must admit, Slade van Niekerk doing a sterling job here on that ZX10R. Kewen on the CBR 1000 would like to be a lot closer, but Slade has definitely upped his game here, and he's doing a fantastic job here now as he dives down into holes. And Kewen following suit there. There's Kewen going in picture. He works his way around holes, hangs the left, makes his way up the UB straight up towards Castrol Corner.
Yep, we watch 2 Pertamina Fostron, and we see these bikes come in now. That's Wayne Arendse, followed there by Dylan Anderson. And I think Dylan Anderson's going to lap Wayne Arendse at the moment. We see Wayne in his rain gear, just trundling around the track. He is the only man in Masters, so he will be bound, as long as he finishes this race, he'll be bound to take the win. So I'm pretty sure he just wants to get the laps counted down. But we look now and watch them cross the line, and we look into Holes Hook and watch Dylan Anderson go through the first of the 600s in 4th place at the moment. But we look to turn 5, Pertamina front one for us.
Yeah, Pertamina Fostron, it's once again Slade van Niekerk. He's basically, I think it's checkered flag time for Slade. He'll be pretty elated with this one. He's done fantastically well here. He broke away from Kewen Snyman. And Slade showing that he can ride in the wet, and a great performance there by him. He'll be followed there by Kewen Snyman in 2nd place and Tristan Pienaar in a distant 3rd.
Slade van Niekerk finishes this race with a fastest lap of a 1:26.391. That's about 13 seconds off their general dry qualifying lap times, if not even race lap times, because they dip close to the 1:11s. But obviously in these conditions, it's into the 25s, 26s. But here comes Tristan Pienaar to take 3rd place overall and 3rd place in the Superbike class. And now we wait for the first of the 600s.
'49 of Samkelo Lawani crosses the line. And it's still Dylan Anderson and Wayne Arendse to finish.
And here comes Dylan Anderson. He'll take first in class on that number 42 on his GSX-R 750 and 4th overall. And now we just wait for the man and the only Masters here, Wayne Arendse, on the 33 bike. He rounds Pertamina Fostron, just going at a bit of a snail's pace, just to make sure that he can get across the line in one piece. But he will do so. And that'll conclude race 1 of the CL Pro Wine and Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s.
dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.cape town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Right, here we go. The final race for the API Property Group GTI Challenge, race number 2. Not the last race for the day, but the final for these guys that you see out there on track. So Dylan Hubert and Ollie Hinternaas will be on the front row, and Skalk Geldenhuys and Yuri Swart on the second row of Class A. That's the only 4 Class A cars as they all roll out onto the circuit. And it's a lot better out there, the weather. I don't want to speak too soon though, because anything can happen anytime. Yeah, usually does, as far as the weather is concerned. Cars sliding all over the place. That's Yuri Swart just chucking that Polo's tail around in saddle sweep. Well, Umpi just playing with that thing like it's a Sky Electric car. Just throwing it around with wild abandon, going down that back straight. Look at that on your screen. That is Yuri Umpi Swart, a man that multiple ace in karting and karting champion as well. And that is the karting experience, because as Francois will say, the karters like to flick the tail of those karts around, and that's exactly what Umpi was doing there.
Well, Frankie, in fact, the reasoning behind that is because with these front-wheel drives, you can accelerate, you can brake, and you can turn to create temperature in the front wheels. All you can do to create temperature in the back wheels is to brake and or swerve. Hence the situation where if you do not do what Umpi Swart did, you have a bigger temperature build-up in your front tires as opposed to your rear tires before you start the race. That is why he's throwing the back end around as much as he possibly can to try and get a balance in the temperature in the tires back and front.
Well, there, from the mouth of Mr. Gary Fleming, exactly why Umpi was doing what he was doing. And that's why the karters do it as well. And I've just done the commentator's curse, because here comes the water again against the commentary box windows.
When the 2 Clubman's races were about to start, the
no.
rain came down. Same with the GTI Challenge. So Lime Properties Management, season sponsor, API Property Group, GTI Challenge season sponsor. Well, it looks like we are in for a humdinger, because there's definitely a bit of rain that's on its way. And to my mind, that's lovely. I'm not supposed to say that, but I love it because that's what makes it interesting.
Well, it does level out the playing field for sure. For the spectators watching this at home, they're enjoying it. You and I and the rest of the team in the box is enjoying it.
Yeah, we drive.
We drive, correct, yes. Everybody else. And I want to just take my hat off. I don't know if they can hear me out there. The marshals, man, you guys aren't heroes. You are superheroes for standing out there in this conditions.
Since just after 7 this morning.
I don't salute you. I double salute you guys. Yeah. Well done.
No, I think that from all of us here in the commentary box and from the whole management at Killarney International, you guys were out there before the sun came up. By the time you leave there, the sun's going to be on its way down. Cold, wet, blustery, out in the open. Double salute. I go with that one.
Right, that's the Liebenberg car that we see with the X on the back.
Where's Mark Fontini? Now.
Where is Mark Fontini? Where's the 31 car? Now, he'll be in his class. He won't be with the Class B, so he'll probably be
on the invert on Class C. You don't even see him at the front.
He's P21 overall. but not in class, obviously.
So
not.
Daniel Moener, Reza Levy, Zach Leyden, Ruan Ace, Dylan van Eerden, all of them find themselves in front of driver of the class, driver of the race, probably even driver of the day, Mark Fontini. He's still got Adriano Ferrari and numerous other cars behind him. But can he do the same in a not so wet condition? We're about to find out.
21st on track, but P6 in class is Fontini.
And that with the top 6 being inverted in Class C. There was times that Class A was the biggest, there was times Class B was the biggest, and Class C is the place to be right now if you want to be in a big class. Is everybody going to make it through turn number 1? We're about to find out.
While I'm watching Fontini, look at those Class C cars. You'll pick them up on the screen there. They are 4 abreast going into turn number 1 into holes, and Fontini wants through. Mark Fontini says there's a car that's gone wide. That is Shane Williams. Shane Williams has gone very wide. He's going to rejoin again, virtually in the center of Class C as Gaza. There's guys plowing through pools of water. That's Zaki. That is Zaki Hendricks that's in trouble there.
He tried to get back onto the circuit as quick as possible, and his return to the circuit, it just didn't work for him. But if you're not on the gas and trying very, very hard in this competitive form of motorsport here at Killarney, you are never going to get to the front.
Well, that's the first 3 Class A cars you see on your screen there, making their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander, followed by a gaggle of Class B and C cars that's just trying to keep their noses in the right direction. That's Van der Schyff. That's under attack, and I think that might be Fontini that was having a go at Van der Schyff. I do talk under correction. We'll know as the opening lap ends, as you see the first 3 Class A cars work their way through Fastron.
Yep, and Lucas at the front once again. There's no doubt that this man is one of the best. Oompie Swart leading out there from Geldenhuis, and then holding on to that 3rd position in class, which is also not going to be easy. That is Ollie Hinternaas in his new car. Somebody's gone very wide on the exit of 5. Oh, there's another 2 that's gone off, and yeah, I don't know if they can. It's Daniel Moener seems to be one of them.
Well, they're trying to get back on track again. It's absolute chaos out there as they're trying to get back onto the track again. They have got back onto track. It is very dark. Don't worry what you see on your screen. If you're here at Killarney, it is dark, dark, dark out there as the guys are racing with their lights on. We'll have a look and see as the cars are still spinning at the exit of turn number 1 out of holes. So there is drama all the way around this track as they are splashing through that lake that's on their left-hand side.
And the rain comes belting down, and oh, that car did get going again. The rain now comes belting down very, very heavily. It's going to be very difficult to keep tabs on how this one is going to play itself out.
Yeah, with the rain slamming against the cameras, it's very difficult. We'll have a look and see as the Class A cars are making their way into turn number 5 into Fostrom. That's first, second, and third in Class A, followed by Hinternaas, yes, going down into turn number 5. Then behind them, that is Van Eerden that is leading that class by the looks of things. It is, followed by Roo, Kulfi, and Volskenk as Van Eerden, then Roo behind him. Then we've got Kulfi and Volskenk coming through, and is that Fontini?
Looks
no,
like it.
That's Levy. That is a Reza Levy. Fontini sits down in P11, 3rd in class, as we watch those 2 Class C Golfs work their way out of Pertamina Fastron.
Well, the rain is very, very heavy. That was the 3rd of the Class A cars. That was Hinternaas that you saw. Here comes Van Eerden. Volskenk in there behind him, and then it's Roo and then Kulfi that was originally the fastest qualifier in the qualifying for race number 1.
Yeah, and if you look at Class B, that's going into turn number 2 into Castrol now. That is Van Eerden, and he's been attacked there by Volskenk. Roo has got Mohammed Kalfi, and there comes Mark Fontini. So Levy has dropped back, and Fontini has gone into the lead of Class C and worked his way up into P8 overall.
Very, very difficult conditions for everybody out there, and just to finish this race is going to be a feat in its own right.
So the Class A cars going down the back straight towards Fostrom corner. Yuri Umpi Swart, all on his own. He doesn't have any other competition out there today. Geldenhuis will give it his best. Oliver Hintenhuis will give it his best as we watch them work into turn number 5 into Fostron. But it's a battle for the lead in Class B that you're going to pick up. There they go, down the back straight. That is a Van Eden that sits there in P1. That is Dylan Van Eden. Watching him go down, Van Eden's been hassled heavily there as they make their way through Volkskenk. As it's actually Ryan Van Eden.
Oh, there's Geldenhuis that's gone. No, that's not. It's Ollie Hintenhuis, I think, that's gone wide and is getting himself back onto the circuit. He'll be behind the first two of the Class B cars.
So let's have a look and see as the Class B cars come over the line and head into turn number 1. There the two of them are in that gloom. It is Van Eden and then Volkskenk. It was Geldenhuis, Gary, that got lost there, not Hintenhuis. Yeah. Geldenhuis sits there in P5.
Wow, well, those cars do look very similar, so my error on that one. And yeah, Ollie Hintenhuis having a brilliant day's racing so far.
Right, so we'll have a look at them as they're busy working their way out of turn number 1, out of holes. That's a lot of Class C cars as they just work their way through. There's a lot of Class C cars out here today, and they are mixed with, there's two Class B cars in between them, Liebenberg and Van der Schijf.
Well, going down towards turn number 5 is the out-and-out leader. If I've got it right, yes it is. That is Umpi Swart, and you can see light years between himself and Ollie Hintenhuis. That's probably having his best days racing for a long, long time as Hintenhuis works his way down into turn number 5. Then you only after that see Van Eden that is now broken away from Volkskenk. Then the recovering Class A car of Geldenhuis. Then Fontini that is already up into 6th position, and that ahead of Kalfi.
Yeah, that's Mohammed Kalfi. Then we've got Reza Levy and we've got Van Eden that is right there. So Van Eden is sitting first in his class. That's the one Van Eden. And then the other one is sitting third in his class. So the Van Edens in both classes, B and C, are doing extremely well. So the cars are heading down into turn number 1. It's difficult to make out the numbers on the cars. This is Fontini coming towards us. He sits P6 now, and he is in P1 in Class C.
And the man ahead of him, Geldenhuis, is the Class A car that spun earlier on, that is doing a recovery to try and get the best result out of what you can for race number 2.
Yeah, then we have a look, see, that is the rest of the field just coming out of turn number 1. Working their way up the Joubert Straight into Castrol. It's so difficult to pick up the cars with the cameras. We've got everything is a watery, blurred situation. You can very difficult to identify the cars on your screen with the cameras that are so wet.
Geldenhuis on his way down towards turn number 5.
That's Hintenhuis that's making his way out of turn number 5. The leader is going into turn number 1. Hintenhuis coming out of Fostron, and the leader going into holes, that's Swart. And then we have got, yeah, this is Ollie Hintenhuis, who's now gone up into 2nd position because Geldenhuis is still 3rd overall, but sits in class, but sits 5th overall on track. This is the final lap. This is the last lap, so we'll stick here with this man, Yuri Umpi Swart. That is your overall leader, making his way around. And he is 10.7 seconds ahead of Ollie Hintenhuis. that's in that second position.
We'll see him come into picture now. There is Hinternaas there. Two lower class vehicles between the two of them. And it is all about Oompie Swart that has just shown a clean set of wheels to all and everybody in a class of his own.
Yeah, well, that's a fun day, so to speak, for Yuri Oompie Swart. As he goes down the back straight, he's going to pick up the number 16 Golf of Schroeder and put a lap on him as he goes down that back straight towards Fostron corner for the final time. Into Fostron he goes, and he's put the lap there on Ross Schroeder, and Ross just keeping out the way as the checkered flag is out. He's got the lights on, and victory will go to Yuri Swart Jr. as he wins both race number 1 and race number 2.
We wait for Ollie Hinternaas to come through. He'll pick up second overall. There he comes. The next man that is in third on the circuit will be Volskenk. There he comes now.
That's first Skalkie that got to the line, coming third in class, and Weyland Volskenk finishes his race ahead of Van Eerden, and Lucas on the case of Van Eerden. It is Mark Fontini, 5/10 of a second behind Van Eerden, and he is the winner of Class C.
A double win for him there as well. Oompie double header and Mark Fontini double header.
Well, Mohammed Kalfi finishing his race in P9, and Mario Roux coming to the checkered flag, followed there by Mr. Faisal Jacobs across the line, and then fourth in Class C is Daniel Muna. Flashman Finneran, he's the next man that takes a checkered flag just ahead there of Zach Leyden. So as the rest of the guys just make their way towards the checkered flag, that was the second and final race for API Property Group GTI Challenge. Difficult conditions for the drivers, difficult for the boys here in the commentary booth as well. So that's a replay of Mr. Zaki.
Are you going to say sideways Hendricks or backwards Hendricks?
Zaki sideways, backwards Hendricks into the tires, and that's that situation we saw where everybody was just plowing into each other.
And here's our Olympic swimming team going for a practice.
Yep.
Here we go. There's one, there's two.
There's three of them out there.
There's all three. One backstroke, one breaststroke, one nose stroke.
Other one's one butterfly. And then they still bump each other as well. I want to get on first. No, not you, me.
That's kiss and makeup, Frankie.
So everybody did recover from that little Olympic escapade. That was Brett van der Schyff that was in slight trouble there. Yeah, it is the Polo Classic of van der Schyff. And that was some of the replays.
Well, a classic bunch of guys and a classic bunch of cars come out in this absolutely treacherous weather. Wow, this is something to behold. Now, we speak under correction, this might be the final race of the day, but don't let me confirm that. I speak under correction. I don't know if we're going to have another motorcycle race, but it's going to be a 6-lapper for the Libre classic cars as they make their way through Holes Hook on the sighting lap, and already you can see the Evans escort. That's Brian Evans and Jared Evans in the Capri, making their way through Castrol Corner, which is turn 2. But it's going to be Franco Donadio that will be the man on pole position. This is the final race then, Jordan.
Yeah, so they won't run the bikes again. They obviously just wanted to get their one race out of the day while the conditions were still perfect, or perfect enough. And now they've deemed it not safe to do another second race. And I think it would also, if the bikes were to be after this, it would just be a little too late for them, as it's almost time for the sun to start setting. So they're going to run classics, and then that'll be it for today. But it'll be 6 laps of cars from the last few ages and way before my time.
Number of decades represented in this classic car field. Cars from the 80s, cars from the 70s. You go all the way back. We were talking earlier on about 1967 Mustangs, a great era of Mustangs, and of course a little bit of information over there. The great Gilles Villeneuve started his racing career in a 1967 Mustang. He started drag racing in his native Canada, and of course look how that turned out. Made it to Formula 1 and raced for Ferrari, winning 6 times in a Ferrari. But we have some lovely Mustangs out there. We got Michael Hitchcock, and we've got the other one of Fadi Mouton as well. He's got a Class B Mustang, number 68. He's in 8th position on the grid. There's the Evans pairing. A number of father and son pairings out there, Jordan, because we've got not only Brian Evans and Jared Evans, we've got Lane, and we've got Trevor Hutchings as well. We've got more families in Matthew Rowe and Robert Rowe.
And I was going to say, we've also got the family. Okay, we don't see them all out here on a race day such as today, but the Aiton Bogarts. There's usually about 3 of them out at a time.
Yes, we have the Granada Piranha today, the Ford Granada Piranha, but not the Fairmont and not the Fairlane today. No Marky Malcolm.
So we've lost a few of them, but you know, I just don't think this is the conditions that some of these guys want to race in, especially with their bigger, boaty, muscly powered cars. This isn't the kind of conditions you want to race in, because it's one little bit on the gas pedal and you're around pirouetting, as Frankie likes to say.
Well, we saw earlier on in Class C that the 2 cars on the move were the VWs, the Sirocco Mark 1 and the Mark 2 Golf of the Hutchings pairing. There comes Lane Hutchings into position now on the grid. There's still that Cortina that's pulling into position of Jan Engelbrecht. That's actually the same one that was raced by Melt Carstens, if my memory is... Yes, that is correct. There's the Granada pulling into position. Lovely motor car, that one as well. And don't forget Shawnee Bester and that British Racing Green 1275 Mini.
I was just about to bring that up. Obviously, Frankie Yunus was telling me a little bit earlier that he's been out of racing for about 2 years, maybe even longer than that. So adjusting to this car once again is a big thing, especially on a... And adjusting to his new car, as he says, it's a lot to play with, especially on a day like today.
Yes, he'll be then in Class X, the new driver car combination class, before he will then break out into another class, of course, all based on lap time. They make their way now right around into that first turn. Donadio in the little Chev, the Forenza Can-Am, and then Michael Hitchcock on the biofuel-powered Ford Mustang, muscly V8s out there, but muscly V8s is not really the medicine you need today. You need something with a bit less power. The guys will be short shifting through the gears here to restrict the power to the driving wheels so they don't have too much wheel spin, and they'll be searching everywhere for traction that doesn't seem to exist.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. And some of these guys even braving it on semi-slicks. Some of these cars just don't have, so some of them don't have the time and whatever to get, or even cash rather, yeah, to go get full race wets. I mean, I know in a class like Clubman's, I saw, I believe it was, it's gonna bite me now.
You'll get it at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'll get it at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Long after the race event.
But anyway, one of the Clubman's drivers had road wets or road tires, and I mean that's just as good, really.
It's always lovely, you know, you get a lot of guys, actually he's not racing today, is James Mathieu, who comes in his Honda CRX. He drives all the way from Stellenbosch. He races on that set of tyres, and there you have it. And, you know, years ago, a lot of guys did race on the road tyres, and of course, these were before the radials and stuff came out. You had the cross-ply tyres that they were using in the old days. So, things have evolved quite a bit since then, but you know, also as well, there's no shame in not taking part as well, Jordan, because a lot of budget guys just don't want to brave the rain, and these guys, of course, brave the rain. They want to give us a show to end off the day, and we thank them for that. But like I say, for the budget guys, no shame in maybe playing it safe, but the rain and the wind is still up. We make our way through that what it was Cape Town corner always. It's Pertamina Fastron. They made their way through that turn 4 of Sarl Sweep. And then what happens is now out of the turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. They pick up the pace now. The lights are on. They will go out. And we'll be racing for 6 laps. Majority of the field have the headlamps on. It is Donadio and Hitchcock that will lead them off. Away we go now as we charge up to turn 1, Holes Hook. And then let's see now, I think the whole shot will be taken by Donadio. Make sure they all get through that first turn, but look at there, Hitchcock going a bit wide and leaving the door open for Momberg in the Capri. They're onto the Joubert straight now, and they'll make their way now towards Castrol Corner. Look at the advantage already that the little Chev is getting over everybody else.
And it's got such big rear tires for that little car, like you say, and it can just put the power down even in conditions like this. But I think if it's not that that's putting the power down, as we see that BMW 2002 spin around, that's Matthew Rowe. Yeah. He's taken it to the dirt. But I'm sure
he's gardening today, I have to say. It's a very nice hobby, I have to say. But yes, he gets back onto the circuit very quickly.
Yep, like I was saying about that Donadio Chev, it's more about the throttle control in this kind of weather than the tires. But we see Matthew Rowe gets back up to pace once again and slots into the back of the field.
The bit of the dark horse here, Jordan, as they make their way onto the back straight through Sarl Sweep is, it looks like it is Brian Evans, who had a good start for himself from 5th, going up into 4th, past Michael Hitchcock as well. So Michael Hitchcock at the moment will sit, I think, in 4th position at the moment. They go through Pertamina Fastron now. And we'll run it down to the line as you see Fadi Maton and the Morris Minor going through the picture now towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Kelvin Beekman behind the wheel of that just under 1300cc Morris Minor.
Yeah, but you're right. There goes Franco Donadio, followed by Trevor Momberg, Brian Evans, and then Michael Hitchcock crossing the line. That's the top 4 as it stands. Then it's one of the Golfs of Lane Hutchins, followed by Jared Evans. It seems like that Scirocco has dropped off the pace of Trevor Hutchings. So he'll have to try and claw that back up as we watch Franco Donadio make his way into Castrol Corner.
Yeah, through Castrol he'll come. Look at Brian Evans looking at the back there of his fellow Ford, but a different Ford of Trevor Momberg. And they will not go as tight. It gets a little bit wet and dammy on the inside of that corner, like a lot of the corners here at Killarney. We had it in turn 1 earlier on before the substantial rain came. Through Interceptor Shoes corner, they almost nose to tail Momberg and Evans, leaving Michael Hitchcock behind, but they're keeping Franco Donadio in sight. He's been lighting up the sector times here, a 35.2, a 36, and a 34.9 in his last sector the last time around, maintaining that 2.7 second gap as Michael Hitchcock goes through Super Sarl Sweep.
Yep, they make their way down now, but now we see Lane Hutchings followed there by Jared Evans in that Mark 1 Capri. And the rest of the grid, that's Ferdy Mouton and Calvin Birkman in the Morris Minor making their way through. There's Trevor Hutchings and Sean Bess is coming into view now in that little Mini. Like I said, still getting back to grips with it. But I'm sure if he does the next round and it's dry, he'll be one to watch.
Robert Rowe is on the back of that group over there as Donadio makes his way across the line. A 1:39.120 for him. It was 2.7 seconds, now 5.5 seconds between himself and Trevor Momberg. Brian Evans just latched to the back, a second back of Trevor Momberg. They're making their way towards Holzhoek. Now we watch Lane Hutchings that currently leads Class C. And ahead of Jared Evans Capri, he at the moment is third in Class B. Class B leader is still Trevor Momberg, and Brian Evans will be fighting it out at the top of that Class B section. Lane, then I said it's going to be Trevor Hutchings and Ferdy Mouton, and then the Morris Minor there of Calvin Birkman and Glenn Ayton Bogart, like in race 1, not having the happiest time out there in that Granada.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's quite happy with that Granada Piranha as it stands. I'm pretty sure it suits him and the car better in the dry. So it must be quite a lot to muscle around in these damp conditions. But now we watch and look into Interceptor Corner. There we see 4th place of Michael Hitchcock in that Cape Forklift Mustang, followed there by Lane Hutchings in that Golf. It still impresses me to think that we can have cars like that, a front-wheel drive Mark II from the 80s fighting up against Mustangs with massive V8 cubic inches from the 60s.
Well, we take a look at the 70s, though, with that Sirocco coming through onto the Tygerberg Straight. There's the Granada as well. They'll open up now through Saddle Sweep and onto the back main, back straight, whichever way you want to put it, same difference.
Yep, they'll make their way down that as Franco Donadio gets a bit snappy into turn 1. Putting that power down as there's still very patchy ground on the tarmac. You can see all those puddles just sitting around. And the ones we can't see are the dangerous ones, and the ones the drivers can't see are even more dangerous because you hit it, especially if there's a little bit of oil under that surface layer of water. It's a very, very quick that you can have an incident. But we look now at Michael Hitchcock sitting in 4th place, making his way around Holzhoek.
Yeah, he'll open up onto the Joubert Straight now. He's basically, you could say, on his own, Jordan, because he's got about 8.2 seconds between himself and Lane Hutchings. Lane Hutchings 3.6 seconds ahead of Jared Evans, and a bit of movement happening as well. A little bit further down the field, Ferdy Mouton, Glenn Ayton Bogart, all coming into this particular section. Ayton Bogart's on the inside of the Mustang there, but Mouton will just keep the nose ahead for now. And the fight is on, but look who's watching there behind them. It's the Morris Minor of Calvin Birkman.
That is going to be close to the end of this race, but we look to the lead, and there is Franco Donadio in that little Chev Can-Am, just trundling it around. We know he loves to throw his old Escort sideways, but I think this thing is a different beast. He can't throw it around as much as he wants to, and it's definitely a lot lighter on the throttle input to put the power down, but he'll make his way into turn 1. But now we look, as we can't even see the cars with that drop of rain in the middle.
Those drops of rain really fall in the most convenient parts of the camera lens, but there they come across the line now. It was 1 second at one stage, now 1.3 seconds between Momberg and Evans as they charge up to Holzhoek. Coming out of the turn 5, which of course is Fastron Corner, that is going to be the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock on his own, but second in Class A. And then Lane Hutchings in the 8-valve Golf Mark II that runs it now, bringing us back and reminiscing about the days of old Group N racing. He comes across the line though then and starts another lap.
Followed there by one of the pairings, one of the family pairings of Jared Evans, the son now crossing the line ahead of Trevor Hutchings. They make their way across the line. That's the first 7. And now we look a little bit further back. That's Robert Rowe in that 325 IS BMW E30. He makes his way around the circuit and around Pertamina Fostron. He had 2 spins in race 1, but he's kept it calm and collected this time around, but followed there by Sean Bester.
Well, just going through turn 1 now and onto the Joubert Straight will be The Morris Minor chasing a Mustang. Going up towards Castrol Corner now, they will do, as I saw that the leader was making originally his way back to the line again. But here comes the Granada, and the Morris is looking on the inside of Mouton. Not close enough yet, Jordan, but a mighty drive, and Frankie's really enjoying that one over here. There, of course, this is what we're talking about, power. It means nothing here now.
It's a battle of David and Goliath, quite literally. Or Morris and Mustang, if you will. And we do see that the leader is on his last lap. But we'll watch this battle until we get close to the end. But look at this. Look at Bierkman closing in on Mouton. He's going to try and stick it up the inside if there's any drier patches. But it won't be enough. That Mustang's got the grunt, and it's got the feet underneath him, or got the legs underneath him, rather, to power ahead. But we'll see now. Here comes Hitchcock across the line to start his final lap.
Well, just want to go out of turn 2 towards turn 3. There's a lovely battle still going on, and it's closest it has ever been now, Jordan, because here we have Trevor Momberg in his blue Capri and the blue Escort Mark 1 of of Brian Evans right behind him. It's going to be a now or never lap for him. The leader, though, comes down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron, turn 5 for the last time today.
Yep, it'll be the last lap, or the last time for this race, and the last time for this day. He's just coming around the exit of, as he gets a little bit sideways, comes around the exit of Pertamina Fastron for the final time. Passes turn 5A, that we like to call it, and down the main straight to collect race number 2's victory, as well as race number 1's victory. And now we watch coming onto our screen and into picture just out of Pertamina Fastron is Trevor Momberg, followed there by Brian Evans. It's going to be a run to the line between the two, through the puddle, through the spray. It's going to be Momberg in the Capri beating out Brian Evans to the line.
Yep, by 0.2 of a second over there. Robert Rowe, he is finishing 11th, a lap down. Sean Bester in the Mini does likewise in 12th position. Now we have the battle, the 4, 5, 6, and 7. Michael Hitchcock will come home in 4th position in Mustang number 67, second in Class A as well. You'll see him soon come out of turn 5. And then we have Lane Hutchings, and Fastron, and then Jared Evans and Trevor Hutchings also up in that section.
But Michael Hitchcock will cross the line in 4th place and second in Class A. And here comes this little group of Lane Hutchings, followed by Jared Evans and Trevor Hutchings to finish out between classes B and C. That's for 5th, 6th, and 7th, respectively. And now we wait for Glenn Aiden Bogart to come across the line in that Piranha.
There's some movement happening down the in that battle as it is. Jordan, let's watch them as they come out of Pertamina Fastron. It's going to be the Granada that will appear first. Glenn Aiden Bogart. There is, of course, the left. Morris is challenging the Mustang to the line. They will come in behind the lapped Jan Engelbrecht, but the Mustang will just get it ahead of the bravest man here today, Calvin Bierkman. A mighty performance for him, and that gave us some lovely excitement towards the end. Some beautiful stuff to round off this race day.
Now, as Frankie sends, only 7/10 the gap between the two at the line. But what a nice way to round out the day as the sky opens just above the sea in front of us. And hopefully it'll stay that way, even though that's what we would have liked early on. But a great day, even though there was a delay during the middle of the day. But I want to say awesome stuff. From all the marshals, a big thank you. And everyone involved, all the drivers, all the riders for getting out here and bracing the weather with us. Incredible, incredible stuff.
Well, folks, that wraps it up for the day. A big thanks from the whole commentary team: Francois Butler, Byron Height, Jordan Human, Frankie Hennis. Very difficult conditions. Exactly the same for the marshals out there. Well done, guys. A long day from 7:30 this morning till almost 6 o'clock in the evening. 10.5 hours out there. A big thanks to all of you guys and everybody else that had a integral part in making it possible for us to enjoy the sport that we love. You want to get the latest in motorsport? 8 o'clock Tuesday night on Facebook. Second Gear will go live at 8 o'clock, bringing you all the latest information and the latest Killarney from Formula One. From my side, Gary Fleming, on behalf of the commentary team, cheers everybody. Thanks very much for joining us.
From being at Killarney is that gladiators on two wheels are often fearless, but when it comes to the rain, Tristan, I mean, come on, man, this is a terrible idea.
Then, yeah, I am a bit nervous. It's 200 horsepower with only two, like, wheels, tires, you know. It's quite small. Then it's just going out there, keeping it up straight, and just seeing how it goes.
I was speaking to one of the bikers earlier on, an ex-biker earlier on, Francois, and he was telling me that you don't lean over as much in the wet, but you also lean your body over more. Is that it?
Then you climb over and try to keep the bike as straight as you can. But then also you have to like brake a bit earlier and stuff like that.
So this bike over here, it's not a small bike. What is this exactly? Tell us about the spec on this one.
Then this is a S1000RR BMW. Then, yeah, I've had it for the year already. I'm lying third in the championship in Superbikes. Then, yeah, it's my first year in the 1000 and I'm taking it as it comes.
Yeah, exactly. With something like this, you don't want to make mistakes. You want to learn as you go, I would imagine. What did you used to ride before this?
Then I raced R6 Yamaha last year. Then I finished second in the championship last year by 1 point. Then it was quite 1 to 2, you know. Yeah. It was quite hard. But yeah, then this is my year on the 1000. It's been my first year. Then I've been very like conservative, patient, just getting the results in. Yeah.
But from what I've heard, the speed will come, the talent is here. Any shout out you want to do, give to any of your sponsors out there?
Oh, can we go to Missa Motorcycles, X-Lights, Bulldog Racing, they sponsored me the bike, and then RS Trailers.
Awesome stuff. Thank you to the sponsors for the support. This young man clearly has lots of potential, and we look forward to seeing the journey as Tristan learns the 1000. I'm standing here with someone that's not actually racing today, Cal van Dijk, but you are currently one of the championship contenders for Tatso. You won a championship in stock cars, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, Drift City. How many times you won Drift City?
No, only once.
A lot.
Yeah.
No, you won it once, but I mean, it's not easy to win.
Yeah, exactly. Similar conditions.
Exactly. But we're not talking about you here, okay? We're not talking about your CV. You are helping out the guys over here. One of the most popular garages on Clubman's. There's a GTR, Heinrichs driving, got John De Silva over here. It's just a chaos here, isn't it? But today you guys are dealing with some issues.
Yes, definitely. We are used to racing cars without windows, coming from oval track, so we don't normally have issues with busting up and all that, so we're learning as we go. But yeah, we're getting some advice from everywhere, and we're definitely applying it for the second race. Unfortunately, only could finish one lap, and he couldn't see out the car anymore, so it was obviously way too dangerous to drive.
In a car like this as well, it's so fast. I see you guys are running the semi-slicks over here. The mist, it's a bit of a black art there. Nobody really knows the answers unless you got aircon in your car.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my secret at Drift City. I was the aircon. So I didn't have this issue, but yeah, obviously now we're struggling. So yeah, we'll see. We're going to make a couple of changes and then hopefully it works. Hopefully we can complete more than one lap. We're still on semis, so we have a disadvantage with that, but yeah, we'll see if we can make it work.
Well, Stephen is insanely fast, and I look forward to seeing some of that speed on the circuit once you guys sort out the fog. And good luck, guys. It's still incredibly loud over here at the racetrack, but the day's racing is officially done. We'll see you guys at the next one, where hopefully it will be a little bit more dry than it was today. A big shout out to all the brave drivers and crew members that came out here to brave the weather. And of course, all those pilots and drivers that put it all on the line to put on a show for all of us. We'll see you guys drier at the next one.